Battle of the Angels, from Paradise Lost, Book 6, by John Milton, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org, by Thomas Peter. Battle of the Angels, from Paradise Lost, Book 6. The Array. Now went forth the morn, such as in highest heaven, arrayed in gold imperial. From before her vanished night, shot through with orient beams, but all the plain covered with thick embattled squadrons bright, chariots and flaming arms and fiery steeds, reflecting blaze on blaze, first met his view. The apostate in his sun-bright chariot sat, idol of majesty divine, enclosed with flaming cherubim and golden shields. Then lighted from his gorgeous throne, for now twixt host and host but narrow space was left, a dreadful interval, and front to front presented stood in terrible array of hideous length, before the cloudy van, on the rough edge of battle ere it joined, Satan, with vast and haughty strides advanced, came towering, armed in adamant and gold. The conflict. Michael bid sound the archangel trumpet. Through the vast of heaven it sounded, and the faithful armies rung Hosanna to the highest. Nor stood at gaze the adverse legions, nor less hideous joined the horrid shock. Now storming fury rose, and clamour, such as heard in heaven till now was never. Arms on armour clashing brayed horrible discord, and the madding wheels of brazen chariots raged. Dire was the noise of conflict. Overhead the dismal hiss of fiery darts and flaming volleys flew, and flying vaulted either host with fire. So under fiery cope together rushed both battles main, with ruinous assault and inextinguishable rage. All heaven resounded, and had earth been then, all earth had to her centre shook. Deeds of eternal fame were done, but infinite, for wide was spread that war, and various, sometimes on firm ground a standing fight, then soaring on main wing, tormented all the air. All air seemed then conflicting fire. Forthwith, behold the excellence, the power which God hath in his mighty angels placed, their armies away through, and to the hills, for earth hath this variety from heaven, of pleasures situate in hill and dale. Light as the lightning glimpse they ran, they flew from their foundations loosening to and fro. They plucked the seated hills with all their load, rocks, waters, woods, and by the shaggy tops uplifting bore them in their hands. Amaze, be sure, and terror seized the rebel host, when coming towards them so dread they saw the bottom of the mountains upward turned, and on their heads main promontories flung, which in the air came shadowing, and oppressed whole legions armed. Their armour helped their harm, crushed in and bruised into their substance pent, which wrought them pain implacable, and many a dolorous groan. Long struggling underneath, ere they could wind out of such prison, those spirits of purest light, purest at first, now gross by sinning grown. The rest, in imitation, to like arms betook them, and the neighbouring hills uptore. So hills amid the air encountered hills, hurried to and fro with ejaculation dire, that underground they fought in dismal shade, infernal noise. War seemed a civil game to this uproar. Horrid confusion heaped upon confusion rose. The victor. So spake the sun, and into terror changed his countenance too severe to be beheld, and full of wrath bent on his enemies. At once the four spread out their starry wings with dreadful shade contiguous, and the orbs of his fierce chariot rolled as with the sound of torrent floods, or of a numerous host. He on his impious foes right onward drove, gloomy as night. Under his burning wheels the steadfast empyrean shook throughout, all but the throne itself of God. Full soon among them he arrived, in his right hand grasping 10,000 thunders, which he sent before him, such as in their souls infixed plagues. They, astonished, all resistance lost, all courage, down their idle weapons dropped. O'er shields and helmet heads he rode, of thrones and mighty seraphim prostrate, that wished the mountains now might be again thrown on them as a shelter from his ire. No less on either side tempestuous fell his arrows, from the fourfold visaged four distinct with eyes, and from the living wheels distinct alike with multitude of eyes. One spirit in them ruled, and every eye glared lightning, and shot forth pernicious fire among the accursed, that withered all their strength, and of their wonted vigour left them drained, exhausted, spiritless, afflicted, fallen. Yet half his strength he put not forth, but checked his thunder in mid-volley, for he meant not to destroy, but root them out of heaven. The overthrown he raised, and as a herd of goats or timorous flock together thronged, drove them before him thunderstruck, pursued with terrors and with furies, to the bounds and crystal wall of heaven, which, opening wide, rolled inward, and a spacious gap disclosed into the wasteful deep. The monster's sight struck them with horror backward, but far worse urged them behind. Headlong themselves they threw down from the verge of heaven. Eternal wrath burnt after them to the bottomless pit. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Destruction of Sennacherib, from Hebrew Melodies, by Lord Byron, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The Destruction of Sennacherib. The Assyrian came down like the wolf on the fold, and his cohorts were gleaming in purple and gold, and the sheen of their spears was like stars on the sea, when the blue wave rolls nightly on deep Galilee. Like the leaves of the forest when summer is green, that host with their banners at sunset were seen. Like the leaves of the forest when autumn hath blown, that host on the morrow lay withered and strown. For the angel of death spread his wings on the blast, and breathed in the face of the foe as he passed. And the eyes of the sleepers waxed deadly and chill, and their hearts but once heaved, and forever grew still. And there lay the steed with his nostril all wide, but through it there rolled not the breath of his pride, and the foam of his gasping lay white on the turf, and cold as the spray of the rock-beating surf. And there lay the rider, distorted and pale, with the dew on his brow and the rust on his mail, and the tents were all silent, the banners alone, the lances unlifted, the trumpet unblown. And the widows of Ashur are loud in their wail, and the idols are broke in the temple of Baal, and the might of the Gentile, unsmote by the sword, hath melted like snow in the glance of the Lord. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The School of War, from Tamburlaine, by Christopher Marlowe, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian as the narrator and Amyras.
Craig Franklin as Tamburlaine.
Thomas Peter as Caliphus.
And Sonia as Salabinus.
The School of War, from Tamburlaine.
But now, my boys, leave off and list to me, that mean to teach you rudiments of war. I'll have you learn to sleep upon the ground, march in your armour through watery fens, sustain the scorching heat and freezing cold, hunger and thirst, right adjuncts of the war, and after this to scale a castle wall, besiege a fort to undermine a town, and make whole cities caper in the air. Then next the way to fortify your men. In champion grounds, what figure serves you best? For which the quinque angle form is meet, because the corners there may fall more flat, whereas the fort may fittest be assailed, and sharpest where the assault is desperate. The ditches must be deep, the counterscarps narrow and steep, the walls made high and broad, the bulwarks and rampires large and strong, with cavalieros and thick counterforts, and room within to lodge 6,000 men. It must have privy ditches, countermines, and secret issuings to defend the ditch. It must have high arguins and covered ways to keep the bulwark fronts from battery, and parapets to hide the musketers, casemates to place the great artillery, and store of ordnance that from every flank may scour the outward curtains of the fort, dismount the cannon of the adverse part, murder the foe, and save the walls from breach. When this is learnt for service on the land, by plain and easy demonstration, I'll teach you how to make the water mount, that you may dry foot march through lakes and pools, deep rivers, havens, creeks, and little seas, and make a fortress in the raging waves, fenced with the concave of monstrous rock, invincible by nature of the place. When this is done, then are ye soldiers, and worthy sons of Tamburlaine the Great.
My lords, but this is dangerous to be done. We may be slain or wounded ere we learn.
Villain, art thou the son of Tamburlaine, and fear'st to die, or with a curtal axe to hew thy flesh and make a gaping wound? Hast thou beheld a peal of ordnance strike a ring of pikes mingled with shot and horse, whose shattered limbs, being tossed as high as heaven, hang in the air as thick as sunny motes? And canst thou, coward, stand in fear of death? Hast thou not seen my horsemen charge the foe, shot through the arms, cut over thwart the hands, dyeing their lances with their streaming blood, and yet at night carouse within my tent, filling their empty veins with airy wine, that being concocted turns to crimson blood? And wilt thou shun the field for fear of wounds? View me, thy father, that hath conquered kings, and with his horse marched round about the earth, quite void of scars and clear from any wound, that by the wars lost not a drop of blood, and see him lance his flesh to teach you all.
He cuts his arm.
A wound is nothing, be it ne'er so deep. Blood is the god of war's rich livery. Now look I like a soldier, and this wound as great a grace and majesty to me, as if a chain of gold enamelled, enchased with diamonds, sapphires, rubies, and fairest pearl of wealthy India, were mounted here under a canopy, and I sate down clothed with a massy robe that late adorned the Afric potentate, whom I brought bound unto Damascus's walls. Come, boys, and with your fingers search my wound, and in my blood wash all your hands at once, while I sit smiling to behold the sight. Now, my boys, what think ye of a wound?
I know not what I should think of it. Methinks it is a pitiful sight.
'Tis nothing. Give me a wound, father.
And me another, my lord.
Come, sirrah, give me your arm.
Here, father, cut it bravely, as you did your own.
It shall suffice thou darest abide a wound. My boy, thou shalt not lose a drop of blood before we meet the army of the Turk. But then run desperate through the thickest throngs, dreadless of blows, of bloody wounds and death, and let the burning of Larissa walls, my speech of war, and this my wound you see, teach you, my boys, to bear courageous minds, fit for the followers of great Tamburlaine.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Catiline to the Roman Army, from Catiline, Act 5, Scene 2, by George Crowley, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator.
Craig Franklin as Catiline.
Thomas Peter as a soldier.
And Sonia as a soldier.
Catiline to the Roman Army, from Catiline, Act 5, Scene 2.
Sound all to arms.
A flourish of trumpets.
call in the captains.
To an officer.
I would speak with them.
The officer goes.
Now hope, away, and welcome gallant death. Welcome the clanging shield, the trumpet's yell. Welcome the fever of the mounting blood, that makes wounds light and battle's crimson toil seem but a sport. And welcome the cold bed, where soldiers with their upturned faces lie. And welcome wolves and vultures' hungry throats that make their sepulchres. We fight tonight.
The soldiery enter.
Centurions, all is ruined. I disdain to hide the truth from you. The die is thrown. And now let each that wishes for long life put up his sword and kneel for peace to Rome. Ye all are free to go. What, no man stirs, not one? A soldier's spirit in you all. Give me your hands. This moisture in my eyes is womanish, 'twill pass, my noble hearts. Well have you chosen to die, for in my mind the grave is better than o'erburdened life, better the quick release of glorious wounds than the eternal taunts of galling tongues, better the spearhead quivering in the heart than daily struggle against fortune's curse. Better in manhood's muscle and high blood to leap the gulf than totter to its edge, in poverty, dull pain, and base decay. Once more I say, are ye resolved?
The soldiers shout.
All.
All.
Then each man to his tent and take the arms that he would love to die in. For this hour we storm the consul's camp. A last farewell.
He takes their hands.
When next we meet we'll have no time to look. How parting clouds a soldier's countenance, few as we are, we'll rouse them with a peal that shall shake Rome. Now to your cohorts' heads the words, Revenge!
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Caractacus by Bernard Barton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
And Adrian Stevens as Caractacus.
Caractacus. Before proud Rome's imperial throne, in mind's unconquered mood, as if the triumph were his own, the dauntless captive stood. None to have seen his free-born heir had fancied him a captive there. Though through the crowded streets of Rome, with slow and stately tread, far from his own loved island home, that day in triumph led, unbound his head, unbent his knee, undimmed his eye, his aspect free. A fear and fearless glance he cast on temple, arch, and tower, by which the long procession passed of Rome's victorious power, and somewhat of a scornful smile upcurled his haughty lip the while. And now he stood, with brow serene, where slaves might prostrate fall, bearing a Briton's manly mien, in Caesar's palace hall, claiming, with kindled brow and cheek, the liberty even dare to speak. Nor could Rome's haughty lord withstand the claim that look preferred, but motioned with uplifted hand the suppliant should be heard, if he indeed a suppliant were, whose glance demanded audience there. Deep stillness fell on all the crowd, from Claudius on his throne, down to the meanest slave that bowed at his imperial throne. Silent his fellow captive's grief, as fearless spoke the island chief.
Think not, thou eagle lord of Rome, and master of the world, though victory's banner o'er thy dome in triumph now is furled, I would address thee as thy slave, but as the bold should greet the brave. I might, perchance, could I have deigned to hold a vassal's throne, e'en now in Britain's isle have reigned a king in name alone, yet holding as thy meek ally a monarch's mimic pageantry, Then, through Rome's crowded streets today, I might have rode with thee, not in a captive's base array, but fetterless and free. In freedom he could hope to find, whose bondage is of heart and mind. But canst thou marvel that, free-born, with heart and soul unquelled, throne, crown, and sceptre I should scorn, by thy permission held? Or that I should retain my right, till wrested by a conqueror's might? Rome, with her palaces and towers, by us unwished, unreft, her homely huts and woodland bowers, to Britain might have left. Worthless to you their wealth must be, but dear to us, for they were free. I might have bowed before, but where had been thy triumph now? To my resolve no yoke to bear, thou owest thy laurelled brow. Inglorious victory had been thine, and more inglorious bondage mine. Now I have spoken, do thy will, be life or death my lot. Since Britain's throne no more I fill, to me it matters not. My fame is clear, but on my fate thy glory or thy shame must wait.
He ceased. From all around upsprung a murmur of applause, for well had truth and freedom's tongue maintained their holy cause. The conqueror was the captive then. He bade the slave be free again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sempronius's Speech for War from Cato, Act 2, Scene 1, by Joseph Addison. From World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. My voice is still for war. Gods, can a Roman Senate long debate which of the two to choose, slavery or death? No, let us rise at once, gird on our swords, and at the head of our remaining troops attack the foe, break through the thick array of his thronged legions, and charge home upon him. Perhaps some arm more lucky than the rest may reach his heart and free the world from bondage. Rise, fathers, rise, 'tis Rome demands your help. Rise and revenge her slaughtered citizens, or share their fate. The corpse of half her senate manures the fields of Thessaly, while we sit here deliberating in cold debate if we should sacrifice our lives to honour or wear them out in servitude and chains. Rouse up, for shame! Our brothers of Pharsalia point at their wounds and cry aloud, "To battle!" Great Pompey's shade complains that we are slow, and Scipio's ghost walks unrevenged amongst us. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Death of Leonidas by George Crowley, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Death of Leonidas. It was the wild midnight, a storm was on the sky, the lightning gave its light, and the thunder echoed by. The torrent swept the glen, the ocean lashed the shore, then rose the Spartan men to make their bed in gore. Swift from the deluge ground 300 took the shield, then silent gathered round the leader of the field. He spake no warrior word, he bade no trumpet blow, but the signal thunder roared, and they rushed upon the foe. The fiery element showed with one mighty gleam rampart and flag and tent, like the spectres of a dream. All up the mountain side, all down the woody vale, all by the rolling tide, waved the Persian banners pale. And foremost from the pass, among the slumbering band, sprang King Leonidas, like the lightning's living brand. Then double darkness fell, and the forest ceased its moan, but there came a clash of steel, and a distant dying groan. Anon a trumpet blew, and a fiery sheet burst high, that over the midnight threw a blood-red canopy. A host glared on the hill, a host glared by the bay, but the Greeks rushed onward still, like leopards in their play. The air was all a yell, and the earth was all aflame, where the Spartans' bloody steel on the silken turbans came. And still the Greek rushed on where the fiery torrent rolled, till like a rising sun shone Xerxes' tent of gold. They found a royal feast, his midnight banquet, there, and the treasures of the East lay beneath the Doric spear. Then said to the repast the bravest of the brave, that feast must be their last, that spot must be their grave. They pledged old Sparta's name in cups of Syrian wine, and the warrior's deathless fame was sung in strains divine. They took the rose-wreathed lyres from eunuch and from slave, and taught the languid wires the sounds that freedom gave. But now the morning star crowned Oeta's twilight brow, and the Persian horn of war from the hills began to blow. Up rose the glorious rank, to Greece one cup poured high, then hand in hand they drank to immortality. Fear on King Xerxes fell, when, like spirits from the tomb, with shout and trumpet knell, he saw the warriors come. But down swept all his power, with chariot and with charge, down poured the arrows' shower, till sank the Dorians' targe. They gathered round the tent, with all their strength unstrung, to Greece one look they sent, then on high their torches flung. The king sat on the throne, his captains by his side, while the flame rushed roaring on, and their paean loud replied. Thus fought the Greek of old, thus will he fight again. Shall not the self-same mould bring forth the self-same men? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song of the Greeks, 1821, by Thomas Campbell, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Song of the Greeks, 1821. Again to the battle, Achaeans! Our hearts bid the tyrant's defiance. Our land, the first garden of liberty's tree, has been, and shall yet be, the land of the free. For the cross of our faith is replanted, the pale dying crescent is daunted, and we march that the footprints of Mohammed's slaves may be washed out in blood from our forefathers' graves. Their spirits are hovering o'er us, and the sword shall to glory restore us. Ah! What though no succour advances, nor Christendom's chivalrous lances are stretched in our aid? Be the combat our own, and we'll perish or conquer more proudly alone. For we've sworn by our country's assaulters, by the virgins they've dragged from our altars, by our massacred patriots, our children in chains, by our heroes of old, and their blood in our veins, that living we will be victorious, or that dying our deaths shall be glorious. A breath of submission we breathe not, the sword that we've drawn we will sheathe not, its scabbard is left where our martyrs are laid, and the vengeance of ages has whetted its blade. Earth may hide, waves engulf, fire consume us, but they shall not to slavery doom us. If they rule, it shall be o'er our ashes and graves. but we've smote them already with fire on the waves, and new triumphs on land are before us. To the charge! Heaven's banner is o'er us. This day shall ye blush for its story, or brighten your lives with its glory? Our women, oh say, shall they shriek in despair, or embrace us from conquest with wreaths in their hair? Accursed may his memory blacken, if a coward there be that would slacken till we've trampled the turban and shown ourselves worth, being sprung from and named for the godlike of earth. Strike home, and the world shall revere us as heroes descended from heroes. Old Greece lightens up with emotion, her inlands, her isles of the ocean, fanes rebuilt, and fair towns shall with jubilee ring, and the nine shall new hallow their helicons spring. Our hearts shall be kindled in gladness, that were cold and extinguished in sadness, whilst our maidens shall dance with their white-waving arms, singing joy to the brave that delivered their charms, when the blood of yon Mussulman cravens shall have crimsoned the beaks of our ravens. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Marco Bozzaris by Fitzgreen Halleck. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Adrian Stevens as a sentry,
Sonia as a sentry,
and Thomas Peter as Marco Bozzaris.
Marco Bozzaris at Laspi, Ancient Plataea, August the 20th, 1823. At midnight in his guarded tent, the Turk was dreaming of the hour when Greece, her knee in suppliance bent, should tremble at his power. In dreams, through camp and court he bore the trophies of a conqueror. In dreams his song of triumph heard, then wore his monarch's signet ring, then pressed that monarch's throne, a king, as wild his thoughts and gay of wing as Eden's garden bird. At midnight in the forest shades, Bozzaris ranged his Sullius band, true as the steel of their tried blades, heroes in heart and hand. There had the Persians' thousands stood, there had the glad earth drunk their blood, on old Plataea's day. And now there breathed that haunted air, the sons of sires who conquered there, with arm to strike and soul to dare, as quick as far as they. An hour passed on, the Turk awoke. That bright dream was his last. He woke to hear his sentry shriek,
to arms! They come! The Greek! The Greek!
He woke to die midst flame and smoke, and shout and groan and sabre stroke, and death shots falling thick and fast as lightnings from the mountain cloud, and heard with voice as trumpet loud Bozzaris cheer his band.
Strike, till the last armed foe expires. Strike, for your altars and your fires. Strike, for the green graves of your sires, God and your native land.
They fought like brave men long and well. They piled that ground with Moslem slain. They conquered, but Bozzaris fell, bleeding at every vein. His few surviving comrades saw his smile when rang their proud hurrah, and the red field was won. Then saw in death his eyelids close, calmly as to a night's repose, like flowers at set of sun. Come to the bridal chamber death, come to the mother when she feels for the first time her firstborn's breath. Come when the blessed seals that close the pestilence are broke, and crowded cities wail its stroke. Come in consumption's ghastly form, the earthquake shock, the ocean storm. Come when the heart beats high and warm, with banquet song and dance and wine. And thou art terrible, the tear, the groan, the knell, the pour, the bier, and all we know or dream or fear of agony are thine. But to the hero, when his sword has won the battle for the free, thy voice sounds like a prophet's word, and in its hollow tones are heard the thanks of millions yet to be. Come when his task of fame is wrought, come with her laurel leaf blood bought, come in her crowning hour, and then thy sunken eyes' unearthly light to him is welcome as the sight of sky and stars to prisoned men. Thy gasp is welcome as the hand of brother in a foreign land. Thy summons welcome as the cry that told the Indian isles were nigh to the world-seeking Genoese, when the land wind from woods of palm and orange groves and fields of balm blew o'er the Haitian seas. Bazaris with the storied brave, Greece nurtured in her glory's time, rest thee, there is no prouder grave, even in her own proud clime. She wore no funeral weeds for thee, nor bade the dark hearse wave its plume, like torn branch from death's leafless tree, in sorrow's pomp and pageantry, the heartless luxury of the tomb. But she remembers thee as one, long loved and for a season gone. For thee her poet's lyre is wreathed, her marble wrought, her music breathed. For thee she rings the birthday bells, of thee her babe's first lisping tells. For thine her evening prayer is said, at palace couch and cottage bed. Her soldier, closing with the foe, gives for thy sake a deadlier blow. His plighted maiden, when she fears for him the joy of her young years, thinks of thy fate and checks her tears. And she, the mother of thy boys, though in her eyes and faded cheek is read the grief she will not speak, the memory of her buried joys, and even she who gave thee birth will by her pilgrim-circled hearth talk of thy doom without a sigh. For thou art freedom's now, and fame's, one of the few, the immortal names, that were not born to die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Armazon by Richard Chevenix Trench, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator,
Thomas Peter as Harmazon,
and Craig Franklin as the Caliph.
Armazon. Now, the third and fatal conflict for the Persian throne was done, and the Muslims' fiery valour had the crowning victory won. Armazon, the last and boldest the invader to defy, captive, overborne by numbers, they were bringing forth to die. Then exclaimed that noble captive,
Lo, I perish in my thirst. Give me but one drink of water, and let then arrive the worst.
In his hand he took the goblet, but a while the draught forbore, seeming doubtfully the purpose of the foeman to explore. Well might then have paused the bravest, for around him angry foes, with a hedge of naked weapons, did the lonely man enclose.
But what fearest thou?
Cried the Caliph.
Is it, a friend, a secret blow? Fear it not, our gallant Muslims no such treacherous dealing know. Thou mayst quench thy thirst securely, for thou shalt not die before thou hast drunk that cup of water. This reprieve is thine, no more.
Quick the satrap dashed the goblet down to earth with ready hand, and the liquid sank forever, lost amid the burning sand.
Thou hast said that mine my life is, till the water of that cup I have drained. Then bid thy servants that spilled water gather up.
For a moment stood the Caliph, as by doubtful passions stirred, then exclaimed,
For ever sacred must remain a monarch's word. Bring another cup, and straightway to the noble Persian give. Drink, I said before, and perish. Now I bid thee, drink and live.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Battle Scene from the Cid. Translated from the Spanish by John Ormsby. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
and Thomas Peter as the Cid.
Battle Scene from the Cid. Then cried my Cid,
"In charity as to the rescue, ho!"
With bucklers braced before their breast, with lances pointing low, with stooping crests and heads bent down above the saddle bow. All firm of hand and high of heart, they roll upon the foe. And he that in a good hour was born, his clarion voice rings out, and clear above the clang of arms is heard his battle shout.
"Among them, gentlemen, strike home for the love of charity. The champion of Bivar is here, Ruy Diaz, I am he."
Then bearing where Bermuse still maintains an equal fight, 300 lances down they come, their pennons flickering white. Down go 300 Moors to earth, a man to every blow, and when they wheel 300 more, as charging back they go. It was a sight to see the lances rise and fall that day, the shivered shields and riven mail to see how thick they lay. The pennants that went in snow white came out a gory red, the horses running riderless, the riders lying dead. While Moors call on Mohammed and
"St. James!"
the Christians cry, and 60 score of Moors and more in narrow compass lie. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lord of Buitrago, translated from the Spanish by John Gibson Lockhart, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator,
and Thomas Peter as Lord of Buitrago.
The Lord of Buitrago.
"Your horse is faint, my king, my lord. Your gallant horse is sick. His limbs are torn, his breast is gored, on his eye the film is thick. Mount, mount on mine, O mount apace, I pray thee, mount and fly, or in my arms I'll lift your grace, their trampling hoofs are nigh. My king, you're wounded sore, the blood runs from your feet, but only lay a hand before, and I'll lift you to your seat. Mount one, for they gather fast, I hear their coming cry. Mount, mount, and ride for jeopardy, I'll save you though I die. Stand, noble steed, this hour of need, be gentle as a lamb. I'll kiss the foam from off thy mouth, thy master dear I am. Mount one, mount, whatever betide, away the bridle fling, and plunge the rouse in his side. My horse shall save my king. Nay, never speak. My sires, Lord King, received their land from yours, and joyfully their blood shall spring, so be it thine secures. If I should fly, and thou, my king, be found among the dead, how could I stand among gentlemen, such scorn on my grey head? Castile's proud dames shall never point the finger of disdain, and say there's one that ran away when our good lords were slain. I leave Diego in your care, you'll fill his father's place. Strike, strike the spur, and never spare, God's blessing on your grace."
So spake the brave Montagnais, Buitrago's lord was he, and turned him to the coming host in steadfastness and glee. He flung himself among them as they came down the hill. He died, God wot, but not before his sword had drunk its fill. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hakon's Defiance, from Hakon Jarl, translated from the Danish of Adam Gottlob Oehlenschläger by Sir Frank C. Lascelles, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Adrian Stevens as Hakon,
and Craig Franklin as Olaf Tryggvason.
Hakon's Defiance, from Hakon Jarl. Olaf Tryggvason, from Ireland, is trying to introduce Christianity and reclaim his father's kingdom in Norway, and has invaded the realm of Earl Hakon, a formidable heathen usurper who, after defeat in battle, unsuccessfully attempts to have King Olaf assassinated by Thora Klake, one of his adherents. But Olaf slays Klake, and now visits Hakon, lying hid in a peasant's hut. Enter Olaf Tryggvason, muffled up in a grey cloak, with a broad hat on his head. Hakon, without looking up.
My valiant Thora Klake has come at last, hast been successful. Dost thou bring to me what thou didst promise? Answer, Thora Klake.
All things have happened as they should, my lord. But pardon Thora that he does not come, and bring himself King Olaf's head to thee. 'Twas difficult for him. Thor knows he had a sort of loathing that himself should bring it, and so he sent me.
Well, 'tis good away, and deeply bury it in the dark earth. I will not look on it myself. My eye bears not such sights. They reappear in dreams. Bury the body with it. Tell thy lord that he shall come at once.
He is asleep.
Asleep?
A midday slumber. He lies stretched stiffly beneath a shadowy elder tree.
Then wake him up.
Aside.
Asleep, asleep, after such a deed. Ha, Thora, I admire thee. Thou hast rare courage.
Aloud.
Thrall, go wake him up.
But wilt thou first not look at Olaf's head?
No, I have said no.
Thou dost think, my lord, that perhaps it is a horrid, frightful sight. It is not so, my lord, for Olaf's head looks fresh and sound as any in the land.
Away, I tell thee.
I ne'er saw the like. I always heard that Hakon was a hero. Few like him in the north, and does he fear to see a lifeless and corpseless head? How wouldst thou tremble then, my lord, if thou shouldst see it on his body?
Hakon, turning round angrily.
Thrall, thou darest? Where hast thou got it?
Olaf takes his hat off and throws off his cloak.
On my shoulders, Earl. Forgive me that I bring it thee myself. In such a way 'twas easiest for me.
What? Olaf? Ha! What treachery is here?
Old greybeard, spare thy rash heroic wrath. Attempt not to fight Olaf, but remember that he has still his head upon his body, and that thy impotent grey-bearded strength was only fitting for the headless Olaf.
Hakon rushes at him.
Ha! Hilfheim!
Olaf strikes his sword and says in a loud voice,
So be quiet now, I say, and sheathe thy sword again. My followers surround the house. My vessels are a match for all of thine, and I myself have come to win the country in an honest fight. Thyself hast urged me with thy plots to do it. Thou standest like a despicable thrall, in his own pitfall caught at last, but I will make no use of these advantages, which fate has granted me. I am convinced that I may boldly meet thee face to face. Thy purpose, as thou seest, has wholly failed, and in his own blood does thy Thora swim. Thou seest 'twere easy for me to have seized thee. To strike thee down were even easier still, but I the Christian doctrine do confess, and do such poor advantages despise. So choose between two courses, still be Earl of Hlade as thou wast, and do me homage, or else take flight, for when we meet again 'twill be the time for red and bleeding brows.
Hakon, proudly and quietly.
My choice is made. I choose the latter, Olaf. Thou call'st me a villain and a thrall. That forces up a smile upon my lips. Olaf, one hears indeed that thou art young. It is by mockery and arrogance that one can judge thy age. Now, look at me, full in the eyes. Consider well my brow. Hast thou among the thralls e'er met such looks? Dost think that cunning or that cowardice could e'er have carved these wrinkles on my brow? I did entice thee hither. Ha! 'Tis true, I knew that thou didst wait but for a sign to flutter after the enticing bait. that in thy soul thou didst more highly prize thy kinship with an extinct race of kings than great Earl Haakon's world-renowned deeds, that thou didst watch the opportunity to fall upon the old man in his rest. Does it astonish thee that I should wish quickly to rid myself of such a foe? That I deceived a dreamer who despised the mighty gods? Does that astonish thee? Does it astonish thee that I approved my warrior's purpose, since a hostile fate attempted to dethrone not only me, but all Valhalla's gods?
Remember, Hakon, that e'en thou thyself hast been a Christian, that thou wast baptized by Bishop Popo, and that thou since then didst break thy oath. How many hast thou broken?
Accursed forever may that moment be, when by the cunning monk I was deceived, and let myself be fooled by paltry tricks. He held a red-hot iron in his hand, after by magic he had covered it with witches' ointment.
O thou blind old man, thy silver hair does make me pity thee.
Ha! Spare thy pity. As thou seest me here, thou seest the last flash and the latest spark of ancient northern force and hero's life. And that, with all thy fever-stricken dreams, proud youth, thou shalt be powerless to quench. I well do know it is the Christian custom to pity, to convert, and to amend. Our custom is to heartily despise you, to ruminate upon your fall and death, as foes to gods and to a hero's life. That Hakon does, and therein does consist his villainy. By Odin and by Thor, thou shalt not quench old Norway's warlike flame with all thy misty dreams of piety.
'Tis well, fate shall decide. We separate, and woe to thee when next we meet again.
Aye, woe to me if then I crush thee not.
Heaven shall strike thee with its fiery might.
No, with his hammer Thor the cross will smite.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Danish Barrow on the East Devon Coast by Francis Turner Palgrave. From the World's Best Poetry Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. A Danish Barrow on the East Devon Coast. Lie still, old Dane, below thy heap. A sturdy back and sturdy limb, whoever he was, I warrant him, upon whose mound the single sheep browses and tinkles in the sun, within the narrow vale alone. Lie still, old Dane, this restful scene suits well thy centuries of sleep. The soft brown roots above thee creep, the lotus flaunts his ruddy sheen, and, vain memento of the spot, the turquoise-eyed forget-me-not. Lie still, thy motherland herself would know thee not again. No more the raven from the northern shore hails the bold crew to push for pelf through fire and blood and slaughtered kings, 'neath the black terror of his wings. And thou, thy very name is lost. The peasant only knows that here bold Alfred scooped thy flinty beer, and prayed a foeman's prayer, and tossed his auburn head, and said, "One more of England's foes guards England's shore," and turned and passed to other feats, and left thee in thine iron robe to circle with the circling globe, while time's corrosive dewdrop eats the giant warrior to a crust of earth in earth and rust in rust. So lie, and let the children play, and sit like flowers upon thy grave, and crown with flowers, that hardly have a briefer blooming tide than they, by hurrying years urged on to rest, as thou, within the mother's breast. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hermann and Thusnelda, from the German of Friedrich Gottlieb Klopstock, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonja as Thusnelda
and Adrian Stevens as Herman.
Hermann and Thusnelda. Ha! There comes he, with sweat, with blood of Romans, and dust of the fight all stained. Oh, never saw I Hermann so lovely, never such fire in his eyes. Come, I tremble for joy, hand me the eagle, and the red dripping sword. Come, breathe and rest thee here in my bosom, rest from the terrible fight. Rest thee, while from thy brow I wipe the big drops, and the blood from thy cheek. That cheek, how glowing! Hermann, Hermann, Thusnelda never so loved thee before. No, not then, when thou first in old oak shadows, with that manly brown arm didst wildly grasp me. Spellbound I read in thy look that immortality then, which thou now hast won. Tell to the forests, great Augustus, with trembling amidst his gods now, drinks his nectar, for Hermann immortal is found.
Wherefore cursed thou my hair? Lies not our father, cold and silent in death? Oh, had Augustus only headed his army, he should lie bloodier there.
Let me lift up thy hair. 'Tis sinking, Hermann. Proudly thy locks should curl above the crown now. Sigmar is with the immortals. Follow, and mourn him no more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Battle Song of Gustavus Adolphus, from the German of Michael Altenburg. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Battle Song of Gustavus Adolphus. Fear not, O little flock, the foe who madly seeks your overthrow. Dread not his rage and power. What though your courage sometimes faints? His seeming triumph o'er God's saints lasts but a little hour. Be of good cheer, your cause belongs to him who can avenge your wrongs. Leave it to him, our Lord, though hidden now from all our eyes, he sees the Gideon who shall rise to save us and his word. As true as God's own word is true, not earth or hell with all their crew against us shall prevail. A jest and byword are they grown, God is with us, we are his own, our victory cannot fail. Amen, Lord Jesus, grant our prayer. Great Captain, now thine arms make bare, fight for us once again. So shall the saints and martyrs raise a mighty chorus to thy praise, world without end. Amen. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sword Song, translated from the German of Karl Theodor Körner by Charles Timothy Brooks, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the warrior,
and Sonja as the sword.
Sword Song. Sword on my left side gleaming, what means thy bright eyes beaming? It makes my spirit dance to see thy friendly glance. Hurrah!
A valiant rider bears me, a free-born German wears me. That makes my eyes so bright, that is the sword's delight.
Hurrah! Yes, good sword, I am free, and love thee heartily, and clasp thee to my side, e'en as the plighted bride. Hurrah!
And I to thee, by heaven, my light steel life have given. When shall the knot be tied? when wilt thou take thy bride?
Hurrah! The trumpet's solemn warning shall hail the bridal morning. When cannon thunders wake, then my true love I take. Hurrah!
O blessed, blessed meeting! My heart is wildly beating. Come, bridegroom, come for me, my garland waiteth thee.
Hurrah! Why in the scabbard rattle, so wild, so fierce for battle? What means this restless glow? My sword, why clatters so? Hurrah!
Well may thy prisoner rattle, my spirit yearns for battle. Rider, 'tis war's wild glow that makes me tremble so.
Hurrah! Stay in thy chamber near, my love. What wilt thou hear? Still in thy chamber bide. Soon, soon I take my bride. Hurrah!
Let me no longer wait. Love's garden blooms in state, with roses bloody red, and many a bright death-bed.
Hurrah! Now then, come forth, my bride. Come forth, thou rider's pride. Come out, my good sword, come forth to my father's home. Hurrah!
Oh, in the field to prance the glorious wedding dance! How in the sun's bright beams, bright like the clear steel gleams!
Hurrah! Then forward, valiant fighters, and forward, German riders, and when the heart grows cold, let each his love enfold. Hurrah! Once on the left it hung, and stolen glances flung. Now clearly on your right doth God each fond bride plight. Hurrah! Then let your hot lips feel that virgin cheek of steel. One kiss, and woe betide him who forsakes the bride. Hurrah! Now let the loved ones sing. Now let the clear blade ring, till the bright sparks shall fly, heralds of victory. Hurrah! For hark! The trumpet's warning proclaims the marriage morning. It dawns in festal pride. Hurrah, thou iron bride! Hurrah! End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Trooper's Death, translated from the German of Georg Herweg by Rossiter W. Raymond. The Trooper's Death. The weary night is o'er at last. We ride so still, we ride so fast, we ride where death is lying. The morning wind doth coldly pass. Landlord, we'll take another glass ere dying. Thou springing grass, that art so green, shall soon be rosy red, I ween, my blood the hue supplying. I drink the first glass, sword in hand, to him who for the fatherland lies dying. Now quickly comes the second draught, and that shall be to freedom quaffed, while freedom's foes are flying. The rest, O land, our hope and faith, we drink to thee with latest breath, though dying. My darling, oh, the glass is out, the bullets ring, the riders shout. No time for wine or sighing. There, bring my love the shattered glass. Charge on the foe, no joys surpass such dying. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Bingen on the Rhine by Caroline Elizabeth Sarah Norton, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
and Adrian Stevens as the dying soldier.
Bingen on the Rhine. A soldier of the Legion lay dying in Algiers. There was lack of woman's nursing, there was dearth of woman's tears. But a comrade stood beside him, while his life-blood ebbed away, and bent, with pitying glances, to hear what he might say. The dying soldier faltered, and he took that comrade's hand, and he said,
I never more shall see my own, my native land. Take a message and a token to some distant friends of mine, for I was born at Bingen on the Rhine. Tell my brothers and companions when they meet and crowd around to hear my mournful story in that pleasant vineyard ground, that we fought for battle bravely, and when the day was done, full many a corse lay ghastly pale beneath the setting sun. Amid the dead and dying were some grown old in wars, the death wound on their gallant breasts, the last of many scars, and some were young and suddenly beheld life's morn decline, and one had come from Bingen, fair Bingen on the Rhine. Tell my mother that her other son shall comfort her old age, for I was still a truant bird that thought his home a cage. For my father was a soldier, and even as a child my heart leapt forth to hear him tell of struggles fierce and wild. And when he died and left us to divide his scanty hoard, I let them take whate'er they would, but kept my father's sword. And with boyish love I hung it where the bright light used to shine, on the cottage wall at Bingen, calm Bingen on the Rhine. Tell my sister not to weep for me, and sob with drooping head, when the troops come marching home again with glad and gallant tread, but to look upon them proudly with a calm and steadfast eye, for her brother was a soldier too, and not afraid to die. And if a comrade seek her love, I ask her in my name to listen to him kindly, without regret or shame, and to hang the old sword in its place, my father's sword and mine, for the honour of old Bingen, dear Bingen on the Rhine. There's another, not a sister in the happy days gone by. You'd have known her by the merriment that sparkled in her eye. Too innocent for coquetry, too fond for idle scorning. O friend, I fear the lightest heart makes sometimes heaviest mourning. Tell her the last night of my life, for ere the moon be risen, my body will be out of pain, my soul be out of prison. I dreamed I stood with her, and saw the yellow sunlight shine on the vine-clad hills of Bingen, fair Bingen on the Rhine. I saw the blue Rhine sweep along. I heard, or seemed to hear, the German songs we used to sing in chorus sweet and clear, and down the pleasant river and up the slanting hill, the echoing chorus sounding through the evening calm and still. And her glad blue eyes were on me as we passed with friendly talk down many a path beloved of yore and well-remembered walk. And her little hand lay lightly, confidingly in mine, but we'll meet no more, Bingen, loved Bingen on the Rhine.
His trembling voice grew faint and hoarse, his grasp was childish weak, his eyes put on a dying look, he sighed and ceased to speak. His comrade bent to lift him, but the spark of life had fled. The soldier of the Legion in a foreign land is dead. And the soft moon rose up slowly, and calmly she looked down on the red sand of the battlefield with bloody corses strewn. Yes, calmly on that dreadful scene her pale light seemed to shine, as it shone on distant Bingen, fair Bingen on the Rhine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Hohenlinden, 1800, by Thomas Campbell. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Hohenlinden, 1800. On Linden, when the sun was low, all bloodless lay the untrodden snow, and dark as winter was the flow of Isar, rolling rapidly. But Linden saw another sight, when the drum beat at dead of night, commanding fires of death to light the darkness of her scenery. By torch and trumpet fast arrayed, each horseman drew his battle blade, and furious every charger neighed to join the dreadful revelry. Then shook the hills with thunder riven, then rushed the steeds to battle driven, and louder than the bolts of heaven far flashed the red artillery. But redder yet that light shall glow on Linden's hills of stained snow, and bloodier yet the torrent flow of Isar rolling rapidly. 'Tis morn, but scarce yon levelled sun can pierce the war clouds rolling dun, where furious Frank and fiery Hun shout in their sulphurous canopy. The combat deepens. On, ye brave, who rush to glory or the grave! Wave, Munich, all thy banners wave, and charge with all thy chivalry. Few, few shall part where many meet, the snow shall be their winding sheet, and every turf beneath their feet shall be a soldier's sepulchre. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ivory 1590 by Lord Macaulay, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator.
And Craig Franklin as King Henry of Navarre.
Ivory 1590. Now glory to the Lord of hosts, from whom all glories are, and glory to our sovereign liege, King Henry of Navarre. Now let there be the merry sound of music and the dance, through thy cornfields green and sunny vines, O pleasant land of France. And thou, Rochelle, our own Rochelle, proud city of the waters, again let raptures light the eyes of all thy mourning daughters. As thou wert constant in our ills, be joyous in our joys, for cold and stiff and still are they who wrought thy walls annoy. Hurrah, hurrah, a single field hath turned the chance of war. Hurrah, hurrah, for Ivory and Henry of Navarre. Oh, how our hearts were beating when, at the dawn of day, we saw the army of the League drawn out in long array, with all its priest-led citizens, and all its rebel peers, and Appenzel's stout infantry, and Egmont's Flemish spears. There rode the brood of false Lorraine, the curses of our land, and dark Mayenne was in the midst, a truncheon in his hand. And as we looked on them, we thought of Seine's empurpled flood, and good Coligny's hoary hair all dabbled with his blood. And we cried unto the living God, who rules the fate of war, to fight for his own holy name, and Henry of Navarre. The king has come to marshal us, in all his armour dressed, and he has bound a snow-white plume upon his gallant crest. He looked upon his people, and a tear was in his eye. He looked upon the traitors, and his glance was stern and high. Right graciously he smiled on us, as rolled from wing to wing, down all our line, a deafening shout, God save our lord the king!
And if my standard-bearer fall, as fall full well he may, for never saw I promise yet of such a bloody fray. Press where you see my white plume shine amidst the ranks of war, and be your oriflamme today the helmet of Navarre.
Hurrah! The foes are moving. Hark to the mingled din of fife and steed and trump and drum and roaring culverin. The fiery Duke is pricking fast across St. Andre's plain, with all the hireling chivalry of Guelders and Almain. Now by the lips of those ye love, fair gentlemen of France, charge for the golden lilies, upon them with the lance. 1,000 spurs are striking deep, 1,000 spears in rest. 1,000 knights are pressing close behind the snow-white crest, And in they burst, and on they rushed, while like a guiding star, amidst the thickest carnage blazed the helmet of Navarre. Now God be praised, the day is ours. Mayenne hath turned his rein. Domel hath cried for quarter. The Flemish count is slain. Their ranks are breaking like thin clouds before a Biscay gale. The field is heaped with bleeding steeds and flags and cloven mail. And then we thought on vengeance, and all along our van, remember St. Bartholomew was passed from man to man. But outspake gentle Henry,
No Frenchman is my foe. Down, down with every foreigner, but let your brethren go.
Oh, was there ever such a knight, in friendship or in war, as our sovereign lord, King Henry, the soldier of Navarre? Right well fought all the Frenchmen who fought for France today, and many a lordly banner God gave them for a prey. But we of the religion have borne us best in fight, and the good Lord of Rosny hath ta'en the cornet white. Our own true Maximilian the cornet white hath ta'en, the cornet white with crosses black, the flag of false Lorraine. Up with it high, unfurl it wide, that all the host may know how God hath humbled the proud house which wrought his church such woe. Then on the ground, while trumpets sound their loudest point of war, fling the red shreds of footcloth meet for Henry of Navarre. Ho, maidens of Vienna! Ho, matrons of Lucerne! Weep, weep, and rend your hair for those who never shall return. Ho, Philip, send for charity thy Mexican pistoles, that Antwerp monks may sing a mass for thy poor spearmen's souls. Ho, gallant nobles of the League, look that your arms be bright. Ho, burghers of Saint Genevieve, keep watch and ward tonight. For our God hath crushed the tyrant, our God hath raised the slave, and mocked the counsel of the wise and the valour of the brave. Then glory to his holy name, for whom all glories are, and glory to our sovereign Lord, King Henry of Navarre. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Incident of the French Camp by Robert Browning, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian as the narrator,
Craig Franklin as Napoleon,
and Thomas Peter as the boy soldier.
Incident of the French Camp. You know, we French stormed Ratisbon, a mile or so away. On a little mound, Napoleon stood on our storming day, with neck out thrust, you fancy how, legs wide, arms locked behind, as if to balance the prone brow, oppressive with its mind. Just as perhaps he mused,
my plans that soar to earth may fall. Let once my army leader lands waver at yonder wall.
Out twixt the battery smokes there flew a rider, bound on bound, full galloping, nor bridle drew, until he reached the mound. Then off there flung in smiling joy, and held himself erect, by just his horse's mane, a boy you hardly could suspect. So tight he kept his lips compressed, scarce any blood came through. You looked twice ere you saw his breast was all but shot in two.
Well,
Cried he,
Emperor, by God's grace we've got you Ratisbon. The marshal's in the marketplace, and you'll be there anon to see your flag-bird flap his vans, where I, to heart's desire, perched him.
The chief's eye flashed, his plans soared up again like fire. The chief's eye flashed, but presently softened itself, as sheaves a film the mother eagle's eye when her bruised eaglet breathes.
You're wounded.
Nay.
His soldier's pride, touched to the quick, he said,
I'm killed, sire.
And his chief beside, smiling, the boy fell dead. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The bronze statue of Napoleon, from the French of Augustus Babier. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The bronze statue of Napoleon. The work is done, the spent flame burns no more. The furnace fires smoke and die, the iron flood boils over. Ope the door, and let the haughty one pass by. Roar, mighty river, rush upon your course, abound, and from your dwelling past dash forward, like a torrent from its source, a flame from the volcano cast, to gulp your lava waves, earth's jaws extend, your fury in one mass fling forth. In your steel mould, O bronze, a slave descend, an emperor return to earth. Again Napoleon, 'tis his form appears, hard soldier in unending quarrel, who cost so much of insult, blood, and tears, for only a few boughs of laurel. For mourning France it was a day of grief, when down from its high station flung, his mighty statue like some shameful thief, in coils of a vile rope was hung. When we beheld at the grand column's base, and o'er a shrieking cable bowed, the stranger strength that mighty bronze displace, to hurrahs of a foreign crowd. When forced by thousand arms, head foremost thrown, the proud mass cast in monarch mould, made sudden fall, and on the hard cold stone its iron carcass sternly rolled. The Hun, the stupid Hun, with soiled rank skin, in noble fury in his glance, the emperor's form, the kennel's filth within, drew after him in face of France. On those within, whose bosom hearts hold reign, that hour like remorse must weigh. On each French brow 'tis the eternal stain, which only death can wash away. I saw, where palace walls give shade and ease, the wagons of the foreign force. I saw them strip the bark which clothed our trees, to cast it to their hungry horse. I saw the Northman, with his savage lip, bruising our flesh till black with gore, our bread devour, on our nostrils sip the air which was our own before. In the abasement and the pain, the weight of outrages no words make known, I charged one only being with my hate: be thou accursed, Napoleon. O lank-haired Corsican, your France was fair in the full sun of Messidor. She was a tameless and a rebel mare, nor steel bit nor gold rein she bore, wild steed with rustic flank. Yet while she trod, reeking with blood of royalty, but proud with strong foot striking the old sod, at last and for the first time free, never a hand her virgin form passed o'er, left blemish nor affront essayed, and never her broad sides the saddle bore, nor harness by the stranger made. A noble vagrant, with coat smooth and bright, and nostrils red, and action proud, as high she reared, she did the world affright, with neighings that rang long and loud. You came, her mighty loins, her paces scanned, pliant and eager for the track. Hot centaur, twisting in her mane your hand, you sprang or booted to her back. Then, as she loved the war's exciting sound, the smell of powder and the drum, you gave her earth for exercising ground, bade battles as her pastimes come. Then no repose for her, no nights, no sleep, the air and toil for evermore, and human forms like unto sand crushed deep, and blood which rose her chest before, through 15 years her hard hoof's rapid course. So ground the generations, and she passed, smoking in her speed and force, over the breast of nations, till, tired, in ne'er earned gold to place vain trust, to tread a path ne'er left behind, to knead the universe, and like a dust to uplift scattered humankind. Feebly and worn, and gasping as she trode, stumbling each step of her career, she craved for rest, the Corsican who rode, but torturer, you would not hear. You pressed her harder with your nervous thigh, you tightened more the goading bit, choked in her foaming mouth her frantic cry, and brake her teeth in fury fit. She rose, but the strife came from farther fall. Saving not the curb she could not know, she went down pillowed on the cannonball, and thou wert broken by the blow. Now born again, from depths where thou wert hurled, a radiant eagle dost thou rise, winging thy flight again to rule the world. Thine image reascends the skies. No longer now the robber of a crown, the insolent usurper, he with cushions of a throne unpitying down, who pressed the throat of liberty. Old slave of the alliance sad and lone, who died upon a sombre rock, and France's image until death dragged on, for chained beneath the stranger's stroke, Napoleon stands, unsullied by a stain, thanks to the flatterer's tuneful race. The lying poets who ring praises vain, has Caesar among the gods found place? His image to the city walls gives light, his name has made the cities hum. Still sounded ceaselessly, as through the fight it echoed farther than the drum. From the high suburbs where the people crowd, doth Paris, an old pilgrim now, each day descend to greet the pillar proud, and humble there his monarch brow, the arms encumbered with a mortal wreath, with flowers for that bronze's pall. No mothers look on as they pass beneath, it grew beneath their tears so tall. In working vest, in drunkenness of soul, unto the fifes and trumpets' tone, doth joyous Paris dance the Carmagnole around the great Napoleon. Thus gentle monarchs pass unnoted on, mild pastors of mankind away. Sages depart as common brows have gone, devoid of the immortal ray, for vainly you make light the people's chain, and vainly like a calm flock come on your own footsteps without sweat or pain, the people treading towards their tomb. Soon as your star doth to its setting glide, and its last lustre shall be given, by your quenched name upon the popular tide scarce a faint furrow shall be riven. Pass, pass ye on, for you no statue high, your names shall vanish from the horde. Their memory is for those who lead to die beneath the cannon and the sword, their love for him who on the humid field by thousands lays to rot their bones, for him who bids them pyramids to build and bears upon their backs the stones. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On the Wars in Ireland, from Epigrams, Book 4, Epigram 6, by Sir John Harrington, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. On the Wars in Ireland, from Epigrams, Book 4, Epigram 6. I praise the speech, but cannot now abide it, that war is sweet to those that have not tried it. For I have proved it now, and plainly see it. It is so sweet, it maketh all things sweet. At home Canaric wines and Greek grow loathsome. Here milk is nectar, water tasteth toothsome. There without baked, roast, boiled, it is no cheer. Biscuit we like, and bonny clabbo here. There we complain of one roasted chick. Here meat worse cooked ne'er makes us sick. At home in silken sparrows, beds of down, we scant can rest, but still toss up and down. Ere we can sleep, a saddle to our pillow, a hedge the curtain, canopy a willow. There if a child but cry, oh what a spite! Ere we can brook 3 alarms in one night. Their homely rooms must be perfumed with roses. Here match and powder ne'er offend our noses. There from a storm of rain we run like pullets. Here we stand fast against a shout of bullets. Lo, then how greatly their opinions err, that think there is no great delight in war. But yet for this, sweet war, he be thy debtor. I shall forever love my home the better. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Alfred the Harper by John Sterling. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia S. the narrator.
Craig Franklin as the warrior.
Adrian Stevens as Lord Guthrum.
And Thomas Peter as King Alfred.
Alfred the Harper. Dark fell the night, the watch was set, the host was idly spread, the Danes around their watch-fires met, caroused, and fiercely fed. The chiefs beneath a tent of leaves, and Guthrum, king of all, devoured the flesh of England's beeves, and laughed at England's fall. Each warrior proud, each Danish earl, in mail or wolf-skin clad, their bracelets white with plundered pearl, their eyes with triumph mad. From Humberland to Severnland, and on to Tamar stream, where Thames makes green the towery strand, where Medway's waters gleam, with hands of steel and mouths of flame they raged the kingdom through, and where the Norseman's sickle came, no crop but hunger grew. They loaded many an English horse with wealth of cities fair, they dragged from many a father's corse the daughter by the hair, and English slaves, and gems and gold, were gathered round the feast, till midnight in their woodland hold, oh, never that riot ceased. In stalked a warrior, tall and rude, before the strong sea-kings.
Ye lords and earls of Odin's brood, without a harper sings. He seems a simple man and poor, but well he sounds the lay, and well ye Norsemen chiefs be sure, will ye the song repay.
In trod the bard, with keen cold look, and glanced along the board, that with the shout and war cry shook, of many a Danish lord. But 30 brows, inflamed and stern, soon bent on him their gaze, while calm he gazed, as if to learn who chief deserved his praise. Loud Guthrum spake.
Nay, gaze not thus, thou harper weak and poor. By Thor, who bandy looks with us, must worse than looks endure. Sing high the praise of Denmark's host. I praise each dauntless earl, the brave who stun this English coast with war's unceasing whirl.
The harper slowly bent his head, and touched aloud the string, then raised his face, and boldly said,
Hear thou my lay, O king! High praise from every mouth of man to all who boldly strive, who fall where first the fight began, and ne'er go back alive. Fill high your cups, and swell with the shout at famous Ragnar's name, who sank his host in bloody rout when he to Humber came. His men were chased, his sons were slain, and he was left alone. They bound him in an iron chain upon a dungeon stone. With iron links they bound him fast, with snakes they filled the hole, that made his flesh their long repast, and bit into his soul. Great chiefs, why sink in gloom your eyes? Why champ your teeth in pain? Still lives the song, though Ragnar dies. Fill high your cups again. Ye too perchance, O Norsemen lords, who fought and swayed so long, shall soon but live in minstrel words, and owe your names to song. This land has graves by thousands more than that where Ragnar lies. When conquests fade and rule is o'er, the sod must close your eyes. How soon, who knows, not chief nor bard, and yet to me 'tis given to see our foreheads deeply scarred, and guess the doom of heaven. I may not read or when or how, but earls and kings be sure, I see a blade o'er every brow where pride now sits secure. Fill high the cups, raise loud the strain, when chief and monarch fall, their names in song shall breathe again and thrill the feastful hall.
Grim sat the chiefs. One heaved a groan, and one grew pale with dread. His iron mace was grasped by one his wine was shed. And Guthrum cried,
Nay, bard, no more, we hear thy boding lay. Make drunk the song with spoil and gore, light up the joyous fray.
Quick throbs my brain,
so burst the song,
to hear the strife once more. The mace, the axe, they rest too long. Earth cries, my thirst is sore. More blithely twang the strings of bows than strings of harps in glee. Red wounds are lovelier than the rose, or rosy lips to me. O fairer than a field of flowers, when flowers in England grew, would be the battle's marshalled powers, the plain of carnage new. With all its death before my soul, the vision rises fair. Raise loud the song and drain the bowl, I would that I were there.
Loud rang the harp, the minstrel's eye rolled fiercely round the throng. It seemed two crashing hosts were nigh, whose shock aroused the song. A golden cup King Guthrum gave to him who strongly played, and said,
I won it from the slave who once o'er England swayed.
King Guthrum cried,
'Twas Alfred's own, thy song befits the brave. The king who cannot guard his throne, nor wine nor song shall have.
The minstrel took the goblet bright, and said,
I drink the wine to him who owns by justice right the cup thou bidst be mine. To him your lord, O shout ye all, his meed be deathless praise. The king who dares not nobly fall dies basely all his days.
The praise thou speakest,
Guthrum said,
with sweetness fills mine ear, for Alfred swift before me fled, and left me monarch here. The royal coward never dared beneath mine eye to stand. Oh, would that now this feast he shared, and saw me rule his land.
Then stern the minstrel rose and spake, and gazed upon the king.
Not now the golden cup I take, nor more to thee I sing. Another day, a happier hour, shall bring me here again. The cup shall stay in Guthrum's power, till I demand it then.
The harper turned and left the shed, nor bent to Guthrum's crown. And one who marked his visage said, it wore a ghastly frown. The Danes ne'er saw that harper more, for soon as morning rose, upon their camp King Alfred bore, and slew 10,000 foes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Chevy Chase by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Adrian Stevens as Lord Percy and King Henry.
Thomas Peter as young gentleman and Squire Witherington.
And Craig Franklin as Earl Douglas and King James.
Chevy Chase. A modernized form of the old ballad of the hunting on the chariot. Some circumstances of the Battle of Otterbourne, A.D. 1388, are woven into the ballad, and the affairs of the two events are confounded. The ballad preserved in the Percy relics is probably as old as 1574. The one following is not later than the time of Charles II. God prosper long our noble king, our lives and safeties all. A woeful hunting once there did in Chevy Chase befall. To drive the deer with hound and horn, Earl Piercy took his way. The child may rue that is unborn the hunting of that day. The stout Earl of Northumberland a vow to God did make. his pleasure in the Scottish woods 3 summer days to take. The chiefest hearts in Chevy Chase to kill and bear away, these tidings to Earl Douglas came, in Scotland where he lay. Who sent Earl Piercy present word, he would prevent his sport. The English Earl, not fearing that, did to the woods resort. With 1,500 bowmen bold, all chosen men of might, who knew full well in time of need to aim their shafts aright. The gallant greyhounds swiftly ran to chase the fallow deer. On Monday they began to hunt, when daylight did appear. And long before high noon they had 100 fat bucks slain. Then, having dined, the drovers went to rouse the deer again. The bowmen mustered on the hills, well able to endure, and all their rear, with special care, that day was guarded sure. The hounds ran swiftly through the woods, the nimble deer to take, that with their cries the hills and dales an echo shrill did make. Lord Piercy to the quarry went, to view the slaughtered deer. Quoth he,
Earl Douglas promised this day to meet me here, but if I thought he would not come, no longer would I stay.
With that a brave young gentleman thus to the Earl did say,
Lo, yonder doth Earl Douglas come, his men in armour bright, full 200 Scottish spears, all marching in our sight, all men of pleasant Tividale, fast by the river Tweed.
Then cease your sports,
Earl Piercy said,
and take your bows with speed. And now, with me, my countrymen, your courage forth advance, for never was there champion yet, in Scotland or in France, that ever did on horseback come, but, if my hap it were, I durst encounter, man for man, with him to break a spear.
Earl Douglas on his milk-white steed, most like a baron bold, rode foremost of his company, whose armour shone like gold.
Show me,
said he,
whose men ye be, that hunt so boldly here, that without my consent to chase and kill my fallow deer.
The first man that did answer make was noble Piercy, he who said,
We list not to declare, nor show whose men we be, yet will we spend our dearest blood, thy chiefest hearts to slay.
Then Douglas swore a solemn oath, and thus in a rage did say,
Ere thus I will outbraved be, one of us two shall die. I know thee well, and earl thou art, Lord Piercy, so am I. But trust me, Piercy, pity it were, and great offence to kill any of these our guiltless men, for they have done no ill. Let you and me the battle try, and set our men aside.
Accursed be he,
Earl Piercy said,
by whom this is denied.
Then stepped a gallant squire forth, Witherington was his name, who said,
I would not have it told to Henry our king for shame, that ere my captain fought on foot, and I stood looking on, you two be earls,
said Witherington,
and I a squire alone. I'll do the best that I do may, while I have power to stand, while I have power to wield my sword, I'll fight with heart and hand.
Our English archers bent their bows, their hearts were good and true. At the first flight of arrows sent, full 80 Scots they slew. Yet stays Earl Douglas on the bent, as chieftain stout and good, as valiant captain, all unmoved, the shock he firmly stood. His host he parted had in 3, as leader ware and tried, and soon his spearmen on their foes bore down on every side. Throughout the English archery they dealt full many a wound, but still our valiant Englishmen all firmly kept their ground. And throwing straight their bows away, they grasped their swords so bright, and now sharp blows, a heavy shower, on shields and helmets light. They closed full fast on every side, no slackness there was found, and many a gallant gentleman lay gasping on the ground. In truth, it was a grief to see how each one chose his spear, and how the blood out of their breasts did gush like water clear. At last these two stout earls did meet, like captains of great might. Like lions vowed, they laid on load, and made a cruel fight. They fought until they both did sweat, with swords of tempered steel, until the blood, like drops of rain, they trickling down did feel.
"Heal thee, lad Percy,"
Douglas said.
"In faith I will thee bring, where thou shalt high advanced be by James our Scottish king. Thy ransom I will freely give, and this report of thee, thou art the most courageous knight that ever I did see."
"No, Douglas,"
saith Earl Piercy then.
"thy proffer I do scorn. I will not yield to any Scot that ever yet was born."
With that there came an arrow keen out of an English bow, which struck Earl Douglas to the heart, a deep and deadly blow. Who never spake more words than these.
"Fight on, my merry men all, for why my life is at an end, Lord Piercy sees my fall."
Then, leaving life, Earl Piercy took the dead man by the hand, and said,
"Earl Douglas, for thy life would I had lost my land. In truth, my very heart doth bleed with sorrow for thy sake, for sure a more redoubted knight mischance did never take."
A knight amongst the Scots there was, who saw Earl Douglas die, who straight in wrath did vow avenge upon the Earl Piercy. Sir Hugh Montgomery was he called, who with a spear full bright, well mounted on a gallant steed, ran fiercely through the fight, and past the English archers all, without a dread or fear, and through Earl Piercy's body then he thrust his hateful spear. With such vehement force and might he did his body gore, the staff ran through the other side, a large cloth-yard and more. So thus did both these nobles die, whose courage none could stain. An English archer then perceived the noble earl was slain. He had a bow bent in his hand, made of a trusty tree, an arrow of a cloth-yard long, to the hard head hailed he. Against Sir Hugh Montgomery so right the shaft he set, the grey goose-wing that was thereon in his heart's blood was wet. This fight did last from break of day till setting of the sun, for when they rung the evening bell, the battle scarce was done. With stout Earl Piercy there were slain Sir John of Egerton, Sir Robert Redcliffe, and Sir John, Sir James, that bold baron. And with Sir George and stout Sir James, both knights of good account, good Sir Ralph Raby there was slain, whose prowess did surmount. For Witherington my heart is woe, that ever he slain should be, for when his legs were hewn in two, he knelt and fought on his knee. And with Earl Douglas there was slain Sir Hugh Montgomery, Sir Charles Murray, that from the field 1 foot would never flee. Sir Charles Murray of Redcliffe too, his sister's son was he, Sir David Lamb, so well esteemed, but saved he could not be. And the Lord Maxwell in like case did with Earl Douglas die, of 20 Scottish spears, scarce 55 did fly. Of 1500 Englishmen went home but 53, the rest in Chevy Chase were slain, under the greenwood tree. Next day did many widows come, their husbands to bewail, they washed their wounds in brinish tears, but all would not prevail. Their bodies, bathed in purple blood, they bore with them away, they kissed them dead 1,000 times, ere they were clad in clay. the news was brought to Edinburgh, where Scotland's king did reign, that brave Earl Douglas suddenly was with an arrow slain.
"Oh, heavy news,"
King James did say.
"Scotland can witness be, I have not any captain more of such account as he."
Like tidings to King Henry came, within as short a space, that Piercy of Northumberland was slain in Chevy Chase.
Now God be with him,
Said our king.
since 'twill no better be, I trust I have within my realm 500 as good as he. Yet shall not Scots or Scotland say, but I will vengeance take. I'll be revenged on them all, for brave Earl Percy's sake.
This vow full well the king performed, after at Humble Down. In one day 15 knights were slain, with lords of high renown. And of the rest, of small account, did many hundreds die. Thus endeth the hunting of Chevy Chase, made by the Earl Piercy. God save the king, and bless his land, with plenty joy and peace, and grant henceforth that foul debate 'twixt noblemen may cease. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sir Patrick Spens by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Sonja as the king and the lords of Norway,
Adrian Stevens as the elderly knight and the sailor,
and Thomas Peter as Sir Patrick Spens.
Sir Patrick Spens, a confused echo of the Scotch expedition which should have brought the Maid of Norway to Scotland about 1285. The king sits in Dunfermline town, drinking the blood-red wine.
Oh, where will I get the skeely skipper to sail this new ship of mine?
Oh, up and spake an elder knight, sat at the king's right knee.
Sir Patrick Spens is the best sailor that ever sailed the sea.
Our king has written a braid letter, and sealed it with his hand, and sent it to Sir Patrick Spens, was walking on the strand.
To Norway, to Norway, to Norway over the faem. The king's daughter of Norway, 'tis thou maun bring her hame.
The first word that Sir Patrick read, sae loud, loud laughed he. The next word that Sir Patrick read, the tear blinded his ear.
Oh, why is this has done this date and told the king of me, to send us out at this time of the year to sail upon the sea? Bet wind, bet wait, bet hail, bet slit, our ship must sail the fame. The king's daughter of Norway, 'tis we must fetch her hame.
They hoist their sails on Monday morn, without the speed they may. They hae landed in Norway upon a Wednesday. There hadna been a week in Norway but 2, when that the lords of Norway began aloud to say,
Yes, Scottishmen spend all our king's gold, and all our queen's fee.
Ye lie, ye liars load, full loud I hear ye lie. For I brought as much white monarch as gain my men and me, and I brought a half full good out of o'er the sea with me. Make ready, my merry men, our good ship sails the morn.
Now, ever alack, my master dear, I fear a deadly storm. I saw the new moon late yestereen, wi' the old moon in her arm, and if we gang to sea, master, I fear we'll come to harm.
they hadna sailed a league but barely 3, when the lift grew dark and the wind blew loud, and gearly grew the sea. The anchors brak and the topmast lap, it was sick a deadly storm, and the waves came o'er the broken ship till a' her sides were torn.
Oh, where will I get a good sailor to take my helm in hand, till I get up to the tall-top mast to see if I can spy land?
Oh, here am I, a sailor good, to take the helm in hand, till you go up to the tall-top mast, but I fear you'll ne'er spy land.
He hadna gone a step but barely when a boot flew out of a goodly ship, and the salt sea it came in.
Gae fetch a web of silken claith, another o' the twine, and whop them into our ship's side, and let nae the sea come in.
They fetched a web of the silken claith, another of the twine, and they wrapped them round the good ship's side, but still the sea came in. Oh, laith we are good Scots lords, to weet the cork heels shoon, but lang at the play was played, they wat their hats aboon. And mony was the feather bed that flattered on the fame, and mony was the good Lord's son that never may come hame. The ladies wrang their fingers white, the maidens tore their hair, and for the sake of their true loves, for them they'll see nae mair. Oh, lang may the ladies sit, with their fans into their hands, before they see Sir Patrick Spens come sailing to the strand. And lang may the maidens sit, with their good kames in their hair, a-waiting for their ain dear loves, for them they'll see nae mair. Oh, 40 miles off Aberdeen, 'tis 50 fathoms deep, and there lies good Sir Patrick Spens, with the Scots lords at his feet. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Douglas Tragedy by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator.
Thomas Peter as Lady Douglas.
Craig Franklin as Lord William.
And Sonia as Margaret Douglas.
The Douglas Tragedy. This ballad exists in Denmark and in other European countries. The Scotch point out Black House on the wild Douglas Burn, a tributary of the Yarrow, as the scene of the tragedy.
Rise up now, Lord Douglas,
She says,
and put on your armour so bright. Let it never be said that a daughter of thine was married to a lord under night. Rise up, my 7 bold sons, and put on your armour so bright, and take better care of your youngest sister, for your eldest away the last night.
He's mounted her on a milk-white steed, and himself on a dapple grey, with a buglet horn hung down by his side, and lightly they rade away. Lord William looked over his left shoulder to see what he could see, and there he spied her 7 brethren bold, come riding o'er the lea.
Light down, Lady Margaret,
He said,
and hold my steed in your hand, until that, against your 7 brothers bold, and your father, I mak a stand.
She held his steed in her milk-white hand, and never shed one tear, until she saw her 7 brethren far, and her father hard fighting, who loved her so dear.
Oh, hold your hand, Lord William,
She said,
for your strokes they are wondrous sair. True lovers I can get many a on, but a father I can never get mair.
Oh, she's ta'en out her handkerchief, it was o'er the holland sae fine, and aye she dighted her father's bloody wounds, that were redder than the wine.
I'll choose, Lady Margaret.
He said,
Or whither will ye gang or bide?
I'll gang, Lord William,
She said,
for ye have left me no other guide.
He's lifted her on a milk-white steed, and himself on a dapple grey, with a buglet horn hung down by his side, and slowly they both rade away. Oh, they rade on they rade, and by the light of the moon, until they come to yon one water, and there they lighted doon. They lighted doon to take a drink of the spring that ran sae clear, and doon the stream ran his good heart's blood, and sae she gan to fear.
Hold up, Lord William,
She says,
for I fear that you are slain.
'Tis nothing but the shadows of my scarlet cloak that shined in the water sae plain.
Oh, they rade on, and on they rade, and up at the light of the moon, until they came to his mother's hut door, and there they lighted doon.
Get up, lady mother.
He says,
Get up and let me in. Get up, lady mother.
he says,
For this night my fair lady I've win. Oh, mak my bed, lady mother.
he says,
Oh, mak it braid and deep, and lay Lady Margaret close at my back, and the sounder I will sleep.
Lord William was deed lang ere midnight, Lady Margaret lang ere day, and all true lovers that go the giver, may they have mair luck than they. Lord William was buried in St. Mary's Kirk, Lady Margaret in Mary's choir. Out o' the lady's grave grew a bonny red rose, and out of the knight's a briar. And they twa met, and they twa plat, and fain they wad be near, and the world might ken right weel, they were twa lovers dear. But by and rade the Black Douglas, and wow, but he was rough, for he pulled up the bonny briar, and flang tin St. Mary's loch. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Last Hunt by William Roscoe Thayer, Paul Hermes, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator,
Craig Franklin as Sir Morven,
And Sonia as Lady Ruth.
The Last Hunt. Oh, its 20 gallant gentlemen rode out to hunt the deer, with mirth upon the silver horn and gleam upon the spear. They galloped through the meadow grass, they sought the forest's gloom, and loudest rang Sir Morven's laugh, and lightest tossed his plume. There's no delight by day or night like hunting in the morn, so busk ye, gallant gentlemen, and sound the silver horn. They rode into the dark green wood by ferny dell and glade, and now and then upon their cloaks the yellow sunshine played. They heard the timid forest birds break off amid their glee. They saw the startled leveret, and not a stag did see. Wind, wind the horn on summer morn, though ne'er a buck appear. There's health for horse and gentleman, a hunting of the deer. They panted up Ben Lomon's side, where thick the leafage grew, and when they bent the branches back, the sunbeams darted through. Sir Morven in his saddle turned, and to his comrades spake,
Now quiet, we shall find a stag beside the Brownie's lake. Then sound not on the bugle horn, bend bush and do not break, lest ye should start the timid hart a drinking at the lake.
Now they have reached the Brownie's lake, a blue eye in the wood, and on its brink a moment's space all motionless they stood, when suddenly the silence broke with 50 bowstrings twang, and hurling through the drowsy air full 50 arrows sang. Ah, better for those gentlemen than horn and slender spear, were morion and buckler true, a hunting of the deer. Not one of that brave company shall hunt the deer again. Some fell beside the Brownie's pool, some dropped in dell or glen. An arrow pierced Sir Morven's breast, his horse plunged in the lake, and swimming to the farther bank, he left a bloody wake. Ah, what avails the silver horn, and what the slender spear? There's other quarry in the wood beside the fallow deer. O'er ridge and hollow sped the horse, besprent with blood and foam, nor slackened pace until at eve he brought his master home. How tenderly the Lady Ruth the cruel dart withdrew.
"False Tyrrel shot the bolt,"
she said,
"that my Sir Morven slew."
Deep in the forest lurks the foe, while gaily shines the morn. Hang up the broken spear and blow a dirge upon the horn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ballad of Agincourt, 1415, by Michael Drayton, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
And Thomas Peter as King Henry.
The Ballad of Agincourt, 1415. Fair stood the wind for France, when we our sails advance, nor now to prove our chance longer will tarry, but putting to the main, at Cause, the mouth of Seine, with all his martial train, landed King Harry. And taking many a fort, furnished in warlike sort, marched towards Agincourt, in happy hour, skirmishing day by day with those that stopped his way, where the French general lay, with all his power. Which in his height of pride, King Henry to deride, his ransom to provide, to the king sending, which he neglects the while, as from a nation vile, yet with an angry smile, their fall portending. And turning to his men, quoth our brave Henry then,
Though they to one be 10, be not amazed, yet have we well begun, battles so bravely won, have ever to the sun by fame been raised. And for myself,
quoth he,
this my full rest shall be. England ne'er mourn for me, nor more esteem me. Victor I will remain, or on this earth lie slain. Never shall she sustain loss to redeem me. Poitiers and Crécy tell, when most their pride did swell, under our swords they fell. No less our skill is than when our grandsire great, claiming the regal seat, by many a warlike feat, lopped the French lilies.
The Duke of York so dread, the eager warward led, with the main Henry sped, amongst his henchmen. Exeter had the rear, a braver man not there. O Lord, how hot they were on the false Frenchmen. They now to fight are gone, armour on armour shone, drum now to drum did groan, to hear was wonder, that with the cries they make, the very earth did shake, trumpet to trumpet spake, thunder to thunder. Well it thine age became, O noble Erpingham, which did the signal aim to our hid forces, when from a meadow by, like a storm, suddenly, the English archery struck the French horses. With Spanish yew so strong, arrows a cloth yard long, that like to serpent stung, piercing the weather, none from his fellow starts, but playing manly parts, and, like true English hearts, stuck close together. When down their bows they threw, and forth their bilboes drew, and on the French they flew, not one was tardy. Arms were from shoulders sent, scalps to the teeth were rent, down the French peasants went, our men were hardy. This while our noble king, his broadsword brandishing, down the French host did ding, as to overwhelm it, and many a deep wound lent, his arms with blood besprent, and many a cruel dent bruised his helmet. Gloucester, that duke so good, next of the royal blood, for famous England stood, with his brave brother. Clarence, in steel so bright, though but a maiden knight, yet in that furious fight scarce such another. Warwick in blood did wade, Oxford the foe invade, and cruel slaughter made. Still as they ran up, Suffolk his axe did ply, Beaumont and Willoughby bare them right doughtily, Ferrers, and Fanhope. Upon St. Crispin's day fought was this noble fray, which fame did not delay to England to carry. O when shall Englishmen with such acts fill a pen, or England breed again such a King Harry? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The King to his soldiers before Harfleur, 1415. From King Henry V, Act 3, Scene 1. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The King to his soldiers before Harfleur. Once more unto the breach, dear friends, once more, or close the wall up with our English dead. In peace there's nothing so becomes a man as modest stillness and humility. But when the blast of war blows in our ears, then imitate the action of the tiger, stiffen the sinews, summon up the blood. Disguise fair nature with hard favoured rage, then lend the eye a terrible aspect. Let it pry through the portage of the head like the brass cannon. Let the brow o'erwhelm it, as fearfully as doth a gulled rock o'erhang and jutty his confounded base, swilled with the wild and wasteful ocean. Now set the teeth and stretch the nostrils wide, hold hard the breath and bend up every spirit to his full height. On, you noblest English, whose blood is fet from fathers of war-proof. Fathers that, like so many Alexanders, have in these parts from morn till even fought, and sheathed their swords for lack of argument. Dishonour not your mothers, now attest that those whom you call fathers did beget you. Be copy now to men of grosser blood, and teach them how to war. And you, good yeomen, whose limbs were made in England, show us here the mettle of your pasture. Let us swear that you are worth your breeding, which I doubt not. For there is none of you so mean and base that hath not noble lustre in your eyes. I see you stand like greyhounds in the slips, straining upon the start, the game's afoot. Follow your spirit, and upon this charge cry God for Harry, England, and St. George. Shakespeare. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Cavalier's Song by William Motherwell. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Cavalier's Song. A steed of matchless speed, a sword of metal keener. All else to nobler heartes is drosser, all else on earth is meaner. The neighing of the war horse prouder, the rolling of the drum, the clangor of the trumpet louder, be sounders from heaven that come. And oh, the thundering presser of nightes, whenas their war cries swell, may toll from heaven an angel bright, and rouse a fiend from hell. Then mounte, brave gallants all, and don your helmes amainer. Death's couriers, fame and honour call us to the field againer. No shrewish fears shall fill our ire, when the sword hilt's in our hand. Heart whole we'll part, and no whit sire, for the fairest of the land. Let piping swainer and craven wight thus weepe and puling crye. Our business is, like men to fight, and hero-like to die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Give a Rouse by Robert Browning. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Give a Rouse. King Charles, and who'll do him right now? King Charles, and who's ripe for fight now? Give a rouse, here's in hell's despite now, King Charles. Who gave me the goods that went since? Who raised me the house that sank once? Who helped me to gold I spent since? Who found me in wine you drank once? King Charles, and who'll do him right now? King Charles, and who's ripe for fight now? Give a rouse, here's in hell's despite now, King Charles. To whom used my boy George quaff else, by the old fool's side that begot him? For whom did he cheer and laugh else, while Noll's damned troopers shot him? King Charles, and who'll do him right now? King Charles, and who's ripe for fight now? Give a rouse, here's in hell's despite now, King Charles. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Naseby, June 1645, by Obadiah, bind their kings in chains and their nobles with links of iron. Sergeant in Ireton's regiment, by Thomas Babington, Lord Macaulay. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Naseby. Oh, wherefore come ye forth in triumph from the north, with your hands and your feet and your raiment all red? And wherefore doth your rout send forth a joyous shout? And whence be the grapes of the winepress that ye tread? Oh, evil was the root, and bitter was the fruit, and crimson was the juice of the vintage that we trod, for we trampled on the throng of the haughty and the strong, who sate in the high places, and slew the saints of God. It was about the noon of a glorious day of June that we saw their banners dance and their cuirasses shine, and the man of blood was there, with his long essenced hair, and Astley and Sir Marmaduke and Rupert of the Rhine, like a servant of the Lord, with his Bible and his sword. The general rode along us to form us to the fight, when a murmuring sound broke out, and swelled into a shout among the godless horsemen upon the tyrant's right. And hark, like a roar of the billows on the shore, the cry of battle rises along their charging line. For God, for the cause, for the church, for the laws, for Charles, King of England, and Rupert of the Rhine. The furious German comes, with his clarions and his drums, his bravos of Alsatia and pages of Whitehall. They are bursting on our flanks. Grasp your pikes, close your ranks, for Rupert never comes but to conquer or to fall. They are here, they rush on, we are broken, we are gone. Our left is borne before them like stubble on the blast. O Lord, put forth thy might. O Lord, defend the right. Stand back to back, in God's name, and fight it to the last. Stout Skippon hath a wound, the centre hath given ground. Hark, hark, what means the trampling of horsemen on our rear? Whose banner do I see, boys? 'Tis he, thank God, 'tis he, boys. Bear up another minute, brave Oliver is here. Their heads all stooping low, their points all in a row, like a whirlwind on the trees, like a deluge on the dikes. Our cuirasses have burst on the ranks of the accursed, and at a shock have scattered the forest of his pikes. Fast, fast, the gallants ride, in some safe nook to hide their coward heads, predestined to rot on Temple Bar. And he turns, he flies, shame on those cruel eyes that bore to look on torture and dare not look on war. Ho, comrades, scour the plain, and ere ye strip the slain, first give another stab to make your search secure. then shake from sleeves and pockets their broad pieces and lockets, the tokens of the wanton, the plunder of the poor. Fools! Your doublets shone with gold, and your hearts were gay and bold, when you kissed your lily hands to your lemons today. And tomorrow shall the fox, from her chambers in the rocks, lead forth her tawny cubs to howl above the prey. Where be your tongues that late mocked at heaven and hell and fate, and the fingers that once were so busy with your blades? Your perfume-satin clothes, your catches and your oaths, your stage plays and your sonnets, your diamonds and your spades? Down, down, forever down, with the mitre and the crown, with the Belial of the court and the Mammon of the Pope. There is woe in Oxford halls, there is wail in Durham stalls. The Jesuit smites his bosom, the bishop rends his cope. And she of the 7 hills shall mourn her children's ills, and tremble when she thinks on the edge of England's sword. And the kings of earth in fear shall shudder when they hear what the hand of God hath wrought for the houses and the word. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Three Scars by George Walter Thornbury. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Three Scars. This I got on the day that Goring fought through York like a wild beast roaring. The roofs were black and the streets were full, the doors built up with packs of wool. But our pikes made way through a storm of shot, barrel to barrel till locks grew hot. Frere fell dead and Lucas was gone, but the drum still beat and the flag went on. This I caught from a swinging sabre, all I had from a long night's labour, when Chester flamed and the streets were red, in splashing shower fell the molten lead. The fire sprang up and the old roof split, the fireball burst in the middle of it. With a clash and a clang the troopers they ran, for the siege was over ere well began. This I got from a pistol butt, lucky my head's got a hazelnut. The horse they raced and scudded and swore, they were Leicestershire gentlemen 70 score. Up came the lobsters covered with steel, down we went with a stagger and reel. Smash at the flag, I tore it to rag, and carried it off in my foraging bag. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Fontenoy, May 11th, 1745, by Thomas Osborne Davis, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Thomas Peter as King Louis,
Craig Franklin as the Marshal de Saxe,
and Adrian Stevens as O'Brien.
Fontenoy, May 11th, 1745. Thrice at the huts of Fontenoy the English column failed, and twice the lines of Saint Antoine the Dutch in vain assailed. For town and slope were filled with fort and flanking battery, and well they swept the English ranks and Dutch auxiliary. As vainly through the Barry's wood the British soldiers burst, the French artillery drove them back, diminished and dispersed. The bloody Duke of Cumberland beheld with anxious eye, and ordered up his last reserve, his latest chance to try. On Fontenoy, how fast his generals ride! And mustering came his chosen troops like clouds at eventide. 6,000 English veterans in stately column tread, Their cannon blaze in front and flank, Lord Hay is at their head. Steady they step adown the slopes, steady they mount the hill, steady they load, steady they fire, moving right onward still. Betwixt the wood and Fontenoy, as through a furnace blast, through rampart, trench, and palisade, and bullets showering fast. And on the open plain above they rose and kept their course, with ready fire and grim resolve that mocked at hostile force. Past Fontenoy, while thinner grow their ranks, they break as breaks the Zuiderzee through Holland's ocean banks. More idly than the summer flies, French tirailleurs rush round, as stubble to the lava tide, French squadrons strew the ground. Bombshells and grape and round shot tore, still on they marched and fired. Fast from each volley grenadier and voltigeur retired.
"Push on, my household cavalry!"
King Louis madly cried. To death they rush, but rude their shock, not unavenged they died. On through the camp the column trod, King Louis turned his rein.
Not yet, my liege.
Saxe interposed.
The Irish troops remain.
And Fontenoy, famed Fontenoy, had been a Waterloo, had not these exiles ready been, fresh, vehement, and true.
Lord Clare,
he said,
you have your wish. There are your Saxon foes.
The Marshal almost smiles to see how furiously he goes, how fierce the look these exiles wear, who are wont to be so gay. The treasured wrongs of 50 years are in their hearts to-day. The treaty broken ere the ink wherewith 'twas writ could dry, their plundered homes, their ruined shrines, their women's parting cry, their priesthood hunted down like wolves, their country overthrown. Each looks as if revenge for all were staked on him alone. On Fontenoy, nor ever yet elsewhere rushed on to fight a nobler band than these proud exiles were. O'Brien's voice is hoarse with joy as halting he commands,
"Fix bayonets! Charge!"
Like mountain storm rush on those fiery bands. Thin is the English column now, and faint their volleys grow, yet mustering all the strength they have, they make a gallant show. They dress their ranks upon the hill to face that battle wind, their bayonets the breakers foam, like rocks the men behind. One volley crashes from their line, when through the surging smoke, with empty guns clutched in their hands, the headlong Irish broke. On Fontenoy, hark to that fierce huzzah!
"Revenge! Remember Limerick! Dash down the Saxonar!"
Like lions leaping at a fold, when mad with hunger's pang, right up against the English line the Irish exiles sprang. Bright was their steel, 'tis bloody now, their guns are filled with gore. Through scattered ranks and severed files and trampled flags they tore. The English strove with desperate strength, paused, rallied, scattered, fled. The green hillside is matted close with dying and with dead. Across the plain and far away passed on that hideous wreck, while cavalier and fantassin dash in upon their track. On Fontenoy, like eagles in the sun, with bloody plumes the Irish stand. The field is fought and won. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Battle of the Baltic, April 2nd, 1801, by Thomas Campbell, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
and Craig Franklin as Nelson.
Battle of the Baltic, April 2nd, 1801. Of Nelson and the North sing the glorious day's renown, when to battle fierce came forth all the might of Denmark's crown, and her arms along the deep proudly shone, by each gun the lighted brand in a bold determined hand, and the prince of all the land led them on. Like leviathans afloat lie their bulwarks on the brine, while the sign of battle flew on the lofty British line. It was 10 of April morn by the chime. As they drifted on their path, there was silence deep as death, and the boldest held his breath for a time. But the might of England flushed to anticipate the scene, and her van the fleeter rushed over the deadly space between.
"Hearts of oak!"
our captain cried, when each gun from its adamantine lips spread a death shade round the ships, like the hurricane eclipse of the sun. Again, 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 and the havoc did not slack, till a feeble cheer the Dane to our cheering sent us back. Their shots along the deep slowly boom, then ceased, and all is wail, as they strike the shattered sail, or in conflagration pale light the gloom. Outspoke the victor then, as he hailed them over the wave,
"Ye are brothers, ye are men, and we conquer but to save. So peace instead of death let us bring, but yield, proud foe, thy fleet, with the crews at England's feet, and make submission meet to our king."
Then Denmark blessed our chief, that he gave her wounds repose, and the sounds of joy and grief from her people wildly rose, as death withdrew his shades from the day, while the sun looked smiling bright over a wide and woeful sight, where the fires of funeral light died away. Now joy, old England, raise, for the tidings of thy might, by the festal city's blaze, whilst the wine-cup shines in light. And yet, amidst that joy and uproar, let us think of them that sleep, full many a fathom deep, by thy wild and stormy steep, Elsinore. Brave hearts, to Britain's pride once so faithful and so true, on the deck of fame that died with the gallant good Riou. Soft sigh the winds of heaven over their grave, while the billow mournful rolls, and the mermaid's song condoles, singing glory to the souls of the brave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Burial of Sir John Moore by Charles Wolfe, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Burial of Sir John Moore, Corona, Spain, January 16th, 1809. Not a drum was heard, not a funeral note, as his corse through the rampart we hurried. Not a soldier discharged his farewell shot o'er the grave where our hero was buried. We buried him darkly, at dead of night, the sods with our bayonets turning, by the struggling moonbeam's misty light, and the lanthorn dimly burning. No useless coffin enclosed his breast, not in sheet or in shroud we wound him, but he lay, like a warrior taking his rest, with his martial cloak around him. Few and short were the prayers we said, and we spake not a word of sorrow, but we steadfastly gazed on the face that was dead, and we bitterly thought of the morrow. We thought, as we hollowed his narrow bed, and smoothed down his lonely pillow, that the foe and the stranger would tread o'er his head, and we far away on the billow. Lightly they'll talk of the spirit that's gone, and o'er his cold ashes upbraid him, but little he'll reck if they let him sleep on in the grave where a Briton has laid him. That half of our heavy task was done when the clock struck the hour for retiring, and we heard the distant and random gun that the foe was sullenly firing. Slowly and sadly we laid him down, from the field of his fame fresh and gory. We carved not a line, and we raised not a stone, but we left him alone with his glory. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Picciola by Robert Henry Newell, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Adrian Stevens as the sergeant,
and Sonia as the maid.
Picciola. It was a sergeant old and grey, well singed and bronzed from siege and pillage, when tramping in an army's wake along the turnpike of the village. For days and nights the winding host had through the little place been marching, and ever loud the rustics cheered, till every throat was hoarse and parching. The squire and farmer, maid and dame, all took the sights electric stirring, and hats were waved and staves were sung, and kerchiefs white were countless whirring. They only saw a gallant show of heroes stalwart under banners, and in the fierce heroic glow 'twas theirs to yield but wild hosannas. The sergeant heard the shrill hurrahs where he behind in step was keeping, but glancing down beside the road, he saw a little maid sit weeping.
"And how is this?"
he gruffly said, a moment pausing to regard her.
"Why weepest thou, my little chit?"
And then she only cried the harder.
"And how is this, my little chit?"
The sturdy trooper straight repeated.
"When all the village cheers us on, that you in tears apart are seated. We march 200,000 strong, and that's a sight, my baby beauty, to quicken silence into song, and glorify the soldier's duty."
It's very, very grand, I know.
The little maid gave soft replying.
And father, mother, brother too, all say hurrah, while I am crying. But think, oh Mr. Soldier, think, how many little sisters' brothers are going all away to fight, and may be killed as well as others.
"Why, bless thee, child,"
the sergeant said, his brawny hands her curls caressing.
"'tis left for little ones like thee to find that war's not all a blessing.
And
Bless thee,"
once again he cried, then cleared his throat and looked indignant, and marched away with wrinkled brow to stop the struggling tear benignant. And still the ringing shouts went up from doorway, thatch, and fields of tillage, the pall behind the standard seen by one alone of all the village. The oak and cedar bend and writhe when roars the wind through gap and bracken, but 'tis the tenderest reed of all that trembles first when earth is shaken. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Waterloo, June the 15th, 1815, from Childe Harold, Canto 3, by Lord Byron, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Waterloo. There was a sound of revelry by night, and Belgium's capital had gathered then her beauty and her chivalry, and bright the lamps shone o'er fair women and brave men. 1,000 hearts beat happily, and when music arose with its voluptuous swell, soft eyes looked love to eyes which spake again, and all went merry as a marriage bell. But hush, hark, a deep sound strikes like a rising knell. Did ye not hear it? No, 'twas but the wind, or the car rattling o'er the stony street. On with the dance, let joy be unconfined. No sleep till morn, when youth and pleasure meet, to chase the glowing hours with flying feet. But hark, that heavy sound breaks in once more, as if the clouds its echoes would repeat. And nearer, clearer, deadlier than before. Arm, arm, it is the cannon's opening roar. Within a windowed niche of that high hall sate Brunswick's fated chieftain. He did hear that sound the first amidst the festival, and caught its tone with death's prophetic ear. And when they smiled because he deemed it near, his heart more truly knew that peal too well, which stretched his father on a bloody bier, and roused the vengeance blood alone could quell. He rushed into the field, and foremost fighting fell. Ah, then and there was hurrying to and fro, and gathering tears and tremblings of distress, and cheeks all pale, which but an hour ago blushed at the praise of their own loveliness. And there were sudden partings, such as press the life from out young hearts, and choking sighs, which ne'er might be repeated. Who would guess if evermore should meet those mutual eyes, since upon night so sweet such awful morn could rise? And there was mounting in hot haste the steed, the mustering squadron, and the clattering car went pouring forward with impetuous speed, and swiftly forming in the ranks of war, and the deep thunder peal on peal afar, and near the beat of the alarming drum roused up the soldier ere the morning star, while thronged the citizens with terror dumb, or whispering with white lips, "The foe, they come, they come." And wild and high the Camerons gathering rose, the war note of the Lochiel, which Albin's hills have heard, and heard too have her Saxon foes. How in the noon of night that pibroch thrills, savage and shrill, but with the breath which fills their mountain pipe, so fill the mountaineers with the fierce native daring, which instills the stirring memory of 1,000 years. And Evans, Donald's fame, rings in each clansman's ears. And Ardennes waves above them her green leaves, dewy with nature's teardrops as they pass, grieving if aught inanimate e'er grieves over the unreturning brave, alas! Ere evening to be trodden like the grass which now beneath them but above shall grow in its next verdure, when this fiery mass of living valour rolling on the foe and burning with high hope shall moulder cold and low. Last noon beheld them full of lusty life, last eve in beauty's circle proudly gay. The midnight brought the signal sound of strife, the morn the marshalling in arms, the day battle's magnificently stern array. The thunder clouds close o'er it, which, when rent, the earth is covered thick with other clay, which her own clay shall cover, heaped and pent. Rider and horse, friend, foe, in one red burial blent. Their praise is hymned by loftier harps than mine, yet one I would select from that proud throng, partly because they blend me with his line, and partly that I did his sire some wrong, and partly that bright names will hallow song. And his was of the bravest, and when showered the death bolts deadliest, the thinned files along, even where the thickest of war's tempest lowered, they reached no nobler breast than thine, young gallant Howard. There have been tears and breaking hearts for thee, and mine were nothing had I such to give. But when I stood beneath the fresh green tree, which living waves where thou didst cease to live, and saw around me the wide field revive with fruits and fertile promise, and the spring come forth her work of gladness to contrive, with all her reckless birds upon the wing, I turned from all she brought to those she could not bring. I turned to thee, to thousands, of whom each and one as all a ghastly gap did make, in his own kind and kindred, whom to teach forgetfulness were mercy for their sake. The archangel's trump, not glories, must awake those whom they thirst for, though the sound of fame may for a moment soothe, it cannot slake the fever of vain longing, and the name so honoured but assumes a stronger, bitterer claim. They mourn, but smile at length, and smiling mourn. The tree will wither long before it fall, the hull drives on, though mast and sail be torn. The roof tree sinks, but moulders on the hall. In massy hoariness, the ruined wall stands when its wind-worn battlements are gone. The bars survive the captive they enthrall. The day drags through, though storms keep out the sun, and thus the heart will break, yet brokenly live on. Even as a broken mirror, which the glass in every fragment multiplies, and makes 1,000 images of one that was, the same and still the more it breaks. And thus the heart will do which not forsakes, living in shattered guise, and still and cold, and bloodless with its sleepless sorrow aches, yet withers on till all without is old, showing no visible sign, for such things are untold. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
By the Alma River, September 20th, 1845, by Dinah Maria Mulloch Craig. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. By the Alma River, September 20th, 1845. Willie, fold your little hands. Let it drop, that soldier toy. Look where father's picture stands. Father, that here kissed his boy not a month since. Father kind, who this night may, never mind mother's sob, my Willie dear, cry out loud that he may hear who is God of battles. Cry, God keep father safe this day by the Alma River. Ask no more, child, never heed either Russ or Frank or Turk, right of nations, trampled creed, chance poised victory's bloody work. Any flag in the wind may roll on thy heights, Sevastopol. Willie, all to you and me is that spot, whatever it be, where he stands, no other word, stands. God sure the child's prayers heard, near the Alma River. Willie, listen to the bells ringing in the town today. That's for victory. No knell swells for the many swept away. Hundreds, thousands, let us weep, we who need not, just to keep reason clear in thought and brain, till the morning comes again, till the third dread morning tell who they were that fought and fell by the Alma River. Come, we'll lay us down, my child. Poor the bed is, poor and hard, but thy father, far exiled, sleeps upon the open sward, dreaming of us two at home, or, beneath the starry dome, digs out trenches in the dark, where he buries, Willie, mark, where he buries those who died, fighting, fighting at his side, by the Alma River. Willie, Willie, go to sleep. God will help us, O my boy. He will make the dull hours creep faster and send news of joy, when I need not shrink to meet those great placards in the street. that for weeks will ghastly stare in some eyes. Child, say that prayer once again, a different one. Say, O God, thy will be done, by the Alma River. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Charge of the Light Brigade, October 25th, 1854, by Alfred, Lord Tennyson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Charge of the Light Brigade, October 25th, 1854. Half a league, half a league, half a league onward, all in the valley of death rode the 600. Forward the Light Brigade, charge for the guns, he said. Into the valley of death rode the 600. Forward the Light Brigade. Was there a man dismayed? Not though the soldier knew someone had blundered. There's naught to make reply, there's naught to reason why, there's but to do and die. Into the valley of death rode the 600. Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, cannon in front of them volleyed and thundered. Stormed at with shot and shell, boldly they rode and well. Into the jaws of death, into the mouth of hell, rode the 600. Flashed all their sabres bare, flashed as they turned in air, sabring the gunners there, charging an army, while all the world wondered. Plunged in the battery smoke, right through the line they broke. Cossack and Russian reeled from the sabre stroke, shattered and sundered. Then they rode back, but not the 600. Cannon to right of them, cannon to left of them, cannon behind them volleyed and thundered. Stormed at with shot and shell, while horse and hero fell. They that had fought so well came through the jaws of death, back from the mouth of hell. All that was left of them, left of the 600. When can their glory fade? Oh, the wild charge they made! All the world wondered. Honour the charge they made. Honour the Light Brigade. Noble 600. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Relief of Lucknow, September 25th, 1857, by Robert T.S. Lowell. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator
and Sonia as Jessie Brown.
The Relief of Lucknow, September 25th, 1857. Oh, that last day in Lucknow fort, we knew that it was the last, that the enemy's lines crept surely on, and the end was coming fast. To yield to that foe meant worse than death, and the men and we all worked on. It was one day more of smoke and roar, and then it would all be done. There was one of us, a corporal's wife, a fair young gentle thing, wasted with fever in the siege, and her mind was wandering. She lay on the ground in her Scottish plaid, and I took her head on my knee.
When my father comes hame from the plough,
she said,
oh then please waken me.
She slept like a child on her father's floor, in the flecking of woodbine shade, when the house dog sprawls by the open door, and the mother's wheel is stayed. It was smoke and roar and powder stench, and hopeless waiting for death, and the soldier's wife, like a full-tired child, seemed scarce to draw her breath. I sank to sleep, and I had my dream of an English village lane, and wall and garden, but one wild scream brought me back to the roar again. There Jessie Brown stood listening, till a sudden gladness broke all over her face, and she caught my hand, and drew me near as she spoke.
The Highlanders, oh din ye hear their slogan far away? The MacGregors, oh ye ken it weel, it's the grandest of them all. God bless the bonny Highlanders, we're saved, we're saved,
she cried, and fell on her knees, and thanks to God flowed forth like a full flood tide. Along the battery line her cry had fallen among the men, and they started back. They were there to die, but was life so near them then? They listened for life, the rattling fire far off, and the far off roar, where all and the colonel shook his head, and they turned to their guns once more. But Jessie said,
"The slogan's done, but when ye hear it noo, the Campbells are comin'. It's no a dream, our succors hae broken through."
We heard the roar and the rattle afar, but the pipes we could not hear, so the men plied their work of hopeless war, and knew that the end was near. It was not long ere it made its way, a thrilling, ceaseless sound. It was no noise from the strife afar, or the sappers underground. It was the pipes of the Highlanders, and now they played Auld Lang Syne. It came to our men like the voice of God, and they shouted along the line. And they wept and shook one another's hands, and the women sobbed in a crowd, and every one knelt down where he stood, and we all thanked God aloud. That happy day when we welcomed them, our men put Jessie first, and the general gave her his hand, and cheers like a storm from the soldiers burst. And the pipers' ribbons and tartans streamed, marching round and round our line, and our joyful cheers were broken with tears as the pipes played Auld Lang Syne. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Danny Deever by Rudyard Kipling. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Thomas Peter as Files on Parade.
And Craig Franklin as the colour sergeant.
Danny Deever.
What are the bugles blowing for?
Set Files on Parade.
To turn you out, to turn you out.
The colour sergeant said.
What makes you look so white, so white?
Said Files on Parade.
I'm dreading what I've got to watch.
The colour sergeant said. For they're hanging Danny Deever. You can hear the Dead March play. The regiments in Hollow Square, they're hanging him today. They've taken off his buttons off, and cut his stripes away, and they're hanging Danny Deever in the morning.
What makes the rear rank breathe so hard?
Said Files on Parade.
It's bitter cold, it's bitter cold.
The colour sergeant said.
What makes that front rank man fall down?
Said Files on Parade.
A touch of sun, a touch of sun.
The colour sergeant said. They are hanging Danny Deever, they are marching of him round. They have vaulted Danny Deever by his coffin on the ground, and he'll swing in half a minute for a sneakin' shootin' hound. Oh, they're hanging Danny Deever in the morning.
His coat was right and caught to mine,
said Files on Parade.
He's sleeping out and far tonight,
the colour sergeant said.
I've drunk his beer a score of times,
said Files on Parade.
He's drinking bitter beer alone,
the colour sergeant said. They are hanging Danny Deever, you must mark him to his place, for he shot a comrade sleepin', you must look him in the face. 900 of his county and the regiment's disgrace, while they're hanging Danny Deever in the morning.
What's that so black agin the sun?
Said Files on Parade.
It's Danny fighting hard for life,
the colour sergeant said.
What's that whimpers o'erhead?
Said Files on Parade.
It's Danny's soul that's passing now,
the colour sergeant said. For they're done with Danny Deever, you can hear the quick-step play, the regiments in column, and they're marching us away. Oh, the young recruits are shaken, and they'll want their beer today, after hanging Danny Deever in the morning. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Where Are the Men? Translated from the Welsh of Taliesin by Thomas Oliphant. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Where are the men? Where are the men who went forth in the morning, hope brightly beaming in every face? Fearing no danger, the Saxon foe scorning, little thought they of defeat or disgrace. Fallen is their chieftain, his glory departed. Fallen are the heroes who fought by his side. Fatherless children now weep broken-hearted, mournfully wandering by Rhuddlan's dark tide. Small was the band that escaped from the slaughter, flying for life as the tide 'gan to flow. Hast thou no pity, thou dark rolling water, more cruel still than the merciless foe? Death is behind them, and death is before them. Faster and faster rolls on the dark wave. One wailing cry, and the sea closes o'er them. Silent and deep is their watery grave. End of poem. From the Welsh of Taliesin. Translation of Thomas Oliphant. This recording is in the public domain.
Bruce and the Spider, about 1307, by Bernard Barton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Bruce and the Spider, about 1307. For Scotland's and for freedom's right, the Bruce his part had played, in 5 successive fields of fight, been conquered and dismayed. Once more against the English host his band he led, and once more lost the meed for which he fought. And now from battle, faint and worn, the homeless fugitive forlorn a hut's lone shelter sought. And cheerless was that resting place for him who claimed the throne, his canopy devoid of grace, the rude, rough beams alone, the heather couch his only bed. Yet well I ween had slumber fled from couch of eider down. Through darksome night till dawn of day, absorbed in wakeful thoughts he lay of Scotland and her crown. The sun rose brightly, and its gleam fell on that hapless bed, and tinged with light each shapeless beam which roofed the lowly shed, when, looking up with wistful eye, the Bruce beheld a spider try his filmy thread to fling from beam to beam of that rude cot, and well the insect's toilsome lot taught Scotland's future king. 6 times his gossamery thread the wary spider threw, in vain the filmy line was sped, for powerless or untrue each aim appeared, and back recoiled the patient insect 6 times foiled, and yet unconquered still. And soon the Bruce with eager eye saw him prepare once more to try his courage, strength, and skill. One effort more, his 7th and last, the hero hailed the sign, and on the wished-for beam hung fast that slender silken line. Slight as it was, his spirit caught the more than omen, for his thought the lesson well could trace, which even he who runs may read, that perseverance gains its meed, and patience wins the race. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Bannockburn, June the 24th, 1314, by Robert Burns. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Bannockburn. Scots were high with Wallace bled. Scots whom Bruce has often led. Welcome to your gory bed, or to victory. Now's the day, and now's the hour. See the front o' battle lure. See approach prude Edward's power, chains and slavery. Wha will be a traitor knave? Wha can fill a coward's grave? wha sae base as be a slave, let him turn and flee. Wha for Scotland's king and law, freedom's sword will strongly draw. Freeman stand, or freeman fall, let him follow me. By oppression's woes and pains, by our sons in servile chains, we will drain our dearest veins, but they shall be free. Lay the proud usurpers low, tyrants fall in every foe, liberties in every blow. Let us do or die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song of Clan Alpine from The Lady of the Lake, Canto 2 by Sir Walter Scott. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Song of Clan Alpine from The Lady of the Lake, Canto 2. Loud 100 clansmen raise their voices in their chieftain's praise, each boatman bending to his oar, with measured sweep the burthen bore, in such wild cadence as the breeze makes through December's leafless trees. The chorus first could Allen know, Rodrigue Vic Alpine ho, hero. And nearer as they rode, distinct the martial ditty flowed. Hail to the chief who in triumph advances, honoured and blessed by the evergreen pine. Long may the tree in his banner that glances flourish the shelter and grace of our line. Heaven send it happy dew, earth lend it sap anew, gaily to bourgeon and broadly to grow, while every highland glen sends our shouts back again. Rodrigue Vic Alpine do ho, hero. Ours is no sapling chant sown by the fountain, blooming at Beltane in winter to fade. When the whirlwind has stripped every leaf from the mountain, the more shall Clan Alpine exult in her shade. Moored in the rifted rock, proof to the tempest shock. Firmer he roots him, the ruder it blow. Menteith and Breadalbane then echo his praise again. Rodrigue Vic Alpine do ho, hero. Proudly our pibroch has thrilled in Glen Fruin, and Bannacher's groans to our slogan replied. Glen Lust and Rosdu, they are smoking in ruin, and the best of Loch Lomond lie dead on her side. Widow and Saxon maid long shall lament our raid. Think of Clan Alpine with fear and with woe. Lennox and Leven Glen shake when they hear again. Rodrigue Vic Alpine do ho, hero. Row, vassals, row for the pride of the Highlands. Stretch to your oars for the evergreen pine. Oh, that the rosebud that graces yon islands were wreathed in a garland around him to twine. Oh, that some seedling gem worthy such noble stem, honoured and blessed in their shadow might grow. Loud should Clan Alpine then ring from the deepmost glen. Rodrigue Vic Alpine do ho, hero. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Beal and Doon, 1411, from The Lady of the Lake, Canto 6, by Sir Walter Scott, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator,
Craig Franklin as Mar,
and Thomas Peter as Moray.
Beal and Doon, 1411, from The Lady of the Lake, Canto 6. There is no breeze upon the fern, no ripple on the lake. Upon her eyrie nods the erne. The deer has sought the brake. The small birds will not sing aloud. The springing trout lie still. So darkly glooms yon thundercloud that swathes, as with a purple shroud, Ben Lady's distant hill. Is it the thunder's solemn sound that mutters deep and dread, or echoes from the groaning ground the warrior's measured tread? Is it the lightning's quivering glance that on the thicket streams, or do they flash on spear and lance the sun's retiring beams? I see the dagger crest of Mar, I see the Moray's silver star wave o'er the cloud of Saxon war, that up the lake comes winding far. To hero bound for battle strife, or bard of martial lay, 'twere worth 10 years of peaceful life, one glance at their array. Their light-armed archers far and near surveyed the tangled ground, their centre ranks with pike and spear a twilight forest frowned. Their barbed horsemen in the rear the stern battalion crowned. No cymbal clashed, no clarion rang, still were the pipe and drum, save heavy tread and armour's clang, the sullen march was dumb. There breathed no wind their crests to shake, or wave their flags abroad. Scarce the frail aspen seemed to quake, that shadowed o'er their road. Their vowed scouts no tidings bring, can rouse no lurking foe, nor spy a trace of living thing, save when they stirred the row. The host moves like a deep sea wave, where rise no rocks its pride to brave, high swelling, dark and slow. The lake is past, and now they gain a narrow and a broken plain, before the Trossach's rugged jaws, and here the horse and spearman pause, while to explore the dangerous glen dive through the pass the archer men. At once there rose so wild a yell within that dark and narrow dell, as all the fiends from heaven that fell had pealed the banner cry of hell. Forth from the pass in tumult driven, like chaff before the winds of heaven, the archery appear. For life, their flight they ply, and shriek, and shout, and battle cry, and plaids and bonnets waving high, and broadswords flashing to the sky, are maddening in the rear. Onward they drive, in dreadful race, pursuers and pursued. Before that tide of flight and chase, how shall it keep its rooted place, the spearmen's twilight wood?
Down, down,
cried Mar.
Your lances down, bear back both friend and foe.
Like reeds before the tempest's frown, that serried grove of lances brown at once lay levelled low, and closely shouldering side to side, the bristling ranks the onset bide.
We'll quell the savage mountaineer, as they tinsel cows the game. They came as fleet as forest deer, we'll drive them back as tame.
Bearing before them in their course the relics of the archer force, like wave with crest of sparkling foam, right onward did Clan Alpine come. Above the tide, each broadsword bright was brandishing like beam of light, each targe was dark below, and with the ocean's mighty swing, when heaving to the tempest's wing, they hurled them on the foe. I heard the lances' shivering crash, as when the whirlwind rends the ash. I heard the broadsword's deadly clang, as if 100 anvils rang. But Moray wheeled his rearward flank of horsemen on Clan Alpine's flank.
My bannermen advance! I see,
he cried,
their columns shake. Now, gallants, for your lady's sake, upon them with the lance.
The horsemen dashed among the rout, as deer break through the broom. Their steeds are stout, their swords are out, they soon make lightsome room. Clan Alpine's best are backward borne. Where was Roderick then? One blast upon his bugle horn were worth 1,000 men. And refluent through the pass of fear, the battle's tide was poured. Vanishing the Saxon's struggling spear, vanished the mountain's sword. As Bracklin's chasm, so black and steep, receives her roaring linn, as the dark caverns of the deep suck the wild whirlpool in, so did the deep and darksome pass devour the battle's mingled mass. None lingered now upon the plain, save those who ne'er shall fight again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Pibroch of Donnell Dhu, 1431, by Sir Walter Scott. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Pibroch of Donnell Dhu, 1431. Footnote: Pipe summons or gathering song of Donald the Black. End of footnote. Pibroch of Donnell Dhu, Pibroch of Donnell, wake thy wild voice anew, summon Clan Connell. Come away, hark to the summons, come in your war array, gentles and commons. Come from deep glen and from mountain so rocky, the war pipe and pennon are at Inverlochy. Come every hill plaid and true heart that wears one, come every steel blade and strong hand that bears one. Leave untended the herd, the flock without shelter, leave the corpse uninterred, the bride at the altar. Leave the deer, leave the steer, leave nets and barges, come with your fighting gear, broadswords and targes. Come as the winds come, when forests are ended, come as the waves come when navies are stranded. Faster come, faster and faster, chief, vassal, page and groom, tenant and master. Fast they come, see how they gather, wide waves the eagle plume blended with heather. Cast your plaids, draw your blades, forward each man set, Pibroch of Donnell Dhu, knell for the onset. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Flodden Field, September 1513, from Marmion, Canto 6, by Sir Walter Scott, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator.
Craig Franklin as Lord Marmion.
Sonia as Fitz Eustace and Lady Clare.
And Thomas Peter as Blount and the Monk.
Flodden Field, September 1513, from Marmion, Canto 6. A moment then Lord Marmion stayed, and breathed his steed, his men arrayed, then forward moved his band, until Lord Surrey's rearguard won, he halted by a cross of stone, that on a hillock standing lone did all the field command. Hence might they see the full array of either host for deadly fray. Their marshalled lines stretched east and west, and fronted north and south, and distant salutation passed from the loud cannon mouth, not in the close successive rattle that breathes the voice of modern battle, but slow and far between. The hillock gained, Lord Marmion stayed.
Here by this cross,
he gently said,
you may well view the scene. Here shalt thou tarry, lovely Clare. O think of Marmion in thy prayer. Thou wilt not? Well, no less my care shall watchful for thy weal prepare. You, Blount and Eustace, are her guard, with 10 picked archers of my train, with England, if the day go hard, to Berwick speed amain. But if we conquer, cruel maid, my spoil shall at your feet be laid, when here we meet again.
He waited not for answer there, and would not mark the maid's despair, nor heed the discontented look from either squire, but spurred amain, and dashing through the battle plain, his way to Surrey took. Blount and Fitz Eustace rested still, with Lady Clare upon the hill, on which, for far the day was spent, the western sunbeams now were bent. The cry they heard, its meaning knew, could plain their distant comrades view. Sadly to Blount did Eustace say,
Unworthy office here to stay, no hope of gilded spurs today. But see, look up, on Flodden bent, the Scottish foe has fired his tent.
And sudden, As he spoke, from the sharp ridges of the hill, all downward to the banks of Till, was wreathed in sable smoke. Volumed and vast, and rolling far, the cloud enveloped Scotland's war, as down the hill they broke. Nor martial shout, nor minstrel tone announced their march, their tread alone, at times their warning trumpet blown, at times a stifled hum, told England from his mountain throne King James did rushing come. Scarce could they hear or see their foes, until at weapon point they close. They close in clouds of smoke and dust, with sword sway and with lances thrust, and such a yell was there of sudden and portentous birth, as if men fought upon the earth and fiends in upper air. Oh, life and death were in the shout, recall and rally, charge and rout, and triumph and despair. Long looked the anxious squires, their eye could in the darkness naught descry. At length the freshening western blast aside the shroud of battle cast, and first the ridge of mingled spears above the brightened cloud appears, and in the smoke the pennons flew, as in the storm the white sea mew. Then marked they, dashing broad and far, the broken billows of the war, and plumed crests of chieftains brave, floating like foam upon the wave. But naught distinct they see. Wide ranged the battle on the plain, spears shook, and falchions flashed amain. Fell England's arrow flight like rain. Crests rose, and stooped, and rose again, wild and disorderly. Amid the scene of tumult high, they saw Lord Marmion's falcon fly, and stainless Tunstall's banner white, and Edmund Howard's lion bright, still bear them bravely in the fight. Although against them come of gallant Gordons many a one, and many a stubborn Highlandman, and many a rugged border clan, with Huntley and with Home. Far on the left, unseen the while, Stanley broke Lennox and Argyle, though there the western mountaineer rushed with bare bosom on the spear, and flung the feeble targe aside, and with both hands the broadsword plied. 'Twas vain, but fortune on the right, with fickle smile, cheered Scotland's fight. Then fell that spotless banner white, the Howard's lion fell, yet still Lord Marmion's falcon flew with wavering flight, while fiercer grew around the battle yell. The border slogan rent the sky. "A Home! A Gordon!" was the cry. Loud were the clanging blows. Advanced, forced back, now low, now high, the pennons sunk and rose. As bends the bark's mast in the gale, when rent our rigging, shrouds, and sail, it wavered midst the foes. No longer Blount the view could bear.
By heaven and all its saints I swear, I will not see it lost. Fitz-Eustace, you with Lady Clare may bid your beads and patter prayer. I gallop to the host.
And to the fray he rode amain, followed by all the archer train. The fiery youth, with desperate charge, made for a space an opening large. The rescued banner rose, but darkly closed the war around. Like pine tree rooted from the ground, it sunk among the foes. Then Eustace mounted too, yet stayed, as loath to leave the helpless maid, when, fast as shaft can fly, bloodshot his eyes, his nostrils spread, the loose rein dangling from his head, housing and saddle bloody red, Lord Marmion's steed rushed by. And Eustace, maddening at the sight, a look and sign to Clara cast, to mark he would return in haste, then plunged into the fight. Ask me not what the maiden feels, left in that dreadful hour alone. Perchance her reason stoops or reels, perchance a courage not her own braces her mind to desperate tone. The scattered van of England wheels, she only said, as loud in air the tumult roared,
"Is Wilton there?"
they fly, or maddened by despair, fight but to die.
Is Wilton there?
With that, straight up the hill there rode 2 horsemen drenched with gore, and in their arms a helpless load a wounded knight they bore. His hands still strained the broken brand, his arms were smeared with blood and sand, dragged from among the horses' feet, with dinted shield and helmet beat, the falcon crest and plumage gone. Can that be haughty Marmion? Young Blount his armour did unlace, and gazing on his ghastly face, said,
By St. George, he's gone! That spear wound has our master sped, and see the deep cut on his head. Good night to Marmion.
Unnurtured Blount, thy brawling cease. He opes his eyes.
said Eustace.
Peace.
When, doffed his casque, he felt free air, around 'gan Marmion wildly stare.
Where's Harry Blunt? Fitz Eustace, where? Linger ye here, ye hearts of hair. Redeem my pen and charge again. Cry Marmion to the rescue vain. Last of my race on battle plain, thou shalt ne'er be heard again. Yet my last thought is England's. Fly to Dacre, bear my signet ring. Tell him his squadrons up to bring. Fitz Eustace to Lord Surrey hie. Tunstall lies dead upon the field. His lifeblood stains the spotless shield. Edmund is down. My life is reft. The admiral alone is left. Let Stanley charge with spur of fire, with Chester charge and Lancashire, full upon Scotland's central host, or victory and England's lost. Must I bid twice? Hence, varlets, fly. Leave Marmion here alone to die.
They parted, and alone he lay. Clare drew her from the sight away, till pain wrung forth a lowly moan, and half he murmured,
Is there none of all my halls have nursed, page, squire, or groom, one cup to bring of blessed water from the spring, to slake my dying thirst?
O woman, in our hours of ease, uncertain, coy, and hard to please, and variable as the shade by the light quivering aspen made, when pain and anguish wring the brow, a ministering angel thou. Scarce were the piteous accents said, when, with the baron's cask, the maid to the nigh streamlet ran. Forgot were hatred, wrongs, and fears, the plaintive voice alone she hears, sees but the dying man. She stooped her by the runnel's side, but in abhorrence backward drew, for oozing from the mountain's side, where raged the war, a dark red tide was curdling in the streamlet blue. Where shall she turn? Behold her mark, a little fountain cell, where water, clear as diamond spark, in a stone basin fell. Above, some half-worn letters say,
Drink, weary pilgrim, drink and pray for the kind soul of Sibyl Grey, who built this cross and well.
She filled the helm, and back she hied, and with surprise and joy espied a monk supporting Marmion's head, a pious man whom duty brought to dubious verge of battle fought, to shrive the dying, bless the dead. Deep drank Lord Marmion of the wave, and as she stooped his brow to lave,
Is it the hand of Clare?
he said.
Or injured Constance bathes my head?
Then, as remembrance rose,
Speak not to me of shrift or prayer, I must redress her woes. Short space, few words are mine to spare. Forgive and listen, gentle Clare.
Alas,
she said,
the while, oh think of your immortal weal, in vain for Constance is your zeal, she died at Holy Isle.
Lord Marmion started from the ground, as light as if he felt no wound, though in the action burst the tide in torrents from his wounded side.
Then it was truth,
He said,
I knew that the dark passage must be true. I would the fiend to whom belongs the vengeance due to all her wrongs would spare me but a day, for wasting fire and dying groan, and priests slain on the altar stone might bribe him for delay. It may not be this dizzy trance. Curse on yon base marauder's lance, and doubly cursed my failing brand. A sinful heart makes feeble hand.
Then, fainting, down on earth he sunk, supported by the trembling monk. With fruitless labour, Clara bound and strove to staunch the gushing wound. The monk, with unavailing cares, exhausted all the church's prayers. Ever he said that, close and near, a lady's voice was in his ear, and that the priest he could not hear, for that she ever sung.
In the lost battle, borne down by the flying, where mingles war's rattle with groans of the dying.
So the notes rung.
Avoid thee, fiend! With cruel hand shake not the dying sinner's sand. Oh, look, my son, upon yon sign of the Redeemer's grace divine. Oh, think on faith and bliss. By many a deathbed I have been, and many a sinner's parting seen, but never aught like this.
The war that for a space did fail, now trebly thundering swelled the gale, and Stanley was the cry. A light on Marmion's visage spread, and fired his glazing eye. With dying hand above his head, he shook the fragment of his blade, and shouted,
Victory! Charge, Chester, charge! On, Stanley, on!
Were the last words of Marmion. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Bonnets of Bonnie Dundee, about 1688, by Sir Walter Scott, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens, as the narrator.
Craig Franklin as Claverhouse.
Sonia as the provost.
And Thomas Peter as Bonnie Dundee.
The Bonnets of Bonnie Dundee, about 1688. To the Lords of Convention, 'twas Claverhouse spoke.
Ere the king's crown shall fall, there are crowns to be broke, so let each cavalier who loves honour and me come follow the bonnets of Bonnie Dundee.
Come, fill my cup, come, fill my can, come, saddle your horses, and call up your men. Come, open the westport, and let us gang free, and it's room for the bonnets of Bonnie Dundee. Dundee, he is mounted, he rides up the street. The bells are rung backward, the drums they are beat. But the provost, Douceman, said,
Just even let him be. The good Toon is well quit of that Dale of Dundee.
As he rode down the sanctified bends of the bow, ilk carlin was flyting and shaking her pow. But the young plants of grace, they looked cowthy and slee, thinking, luck to the bonnet, thou Bonnie Dundee. With sour-featured Whigs the grass market was thronged, as if half the West had set tryst to be hanged. There was spite in each look, there was fear in each ee, as they watched for the bonnets of Bonnie Dundee. These cowls of Kilmarnock had spits and had spears, and lang-hafted gullies to kill cavaliers, but they shrunk to close heads, and the causeway was free at the toss of the bonnet of Bonnie Dundee. He spurred to the foot of the proud castle rock, and with the gay Gordon he gallantly spoke.
Let Mons make inter Mero spake twa words or three, for the love of the bonnet of Bonnie Dundee.
The Gordon demands of him which way he goes.
Where'er shall direct me the shades of Montrose, your grace in short space shall hear tidings of me, or that low lies the bonnet of Bonnie Dundee. There are hills beyond Pentland and lands beyond Forth, and if there's lords in the lowlands, there's chiefs in the north. There are wild only wassels 3,000 times 3, we cry high for the bonnet of bonny Dundee. There's brass on the target of bark and bull hide, there's steel in the scabbard that dangles beside. The brass shall be burnished, the steel shall flash free, at a toss of the bonnet of bonny Dundee. Away to the hills, the caves, to the rocks, ere I own a usurper, I'll couch with a fox, and tremble false wigs in the midst of your glee. Ye have not seen the last of my bonnet and me.
He waved his prude hand, and the trumpets were blown, the kettle drums clashed, and the horsemen rode on, till on Ravelston's cliffs and on Clarmiston's lee died away the wild war notes of bonny Dundee. Come, fill up my cup, come, fill up my can, come, saddle the horses and call up the men. Come, open your doors and let me gae free, for it's up with the bonnets of bonny Dundee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Liberty Tree, 1775, by Thomas Paine. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Liberty Tree, 1775. In a chariot of light from the regions of day, the goddess of liberty came. 10,000 celestials directed the way, and hither conducted the dame. A fair budding branch from the gardens above, where millions with millions agree, she brought in her hand as a pledge of her love, and the plant she named Liberty Tree. The celestial exotic struck deep in the ground, like a native it flourished and bore. The fame of its fruit drew the nations around to seek out this peaceable shore. Unmindful of names or distinction they came, for free men like brothers agree. With one spirit endued, they one friendship pursued, and their temple was Liberty Tree. Beneath this fair tree, like the patriarchs of old, their bread in contentment they ate, unvexed with the troubles of silver and gold, the cares of the grand and the great. With timber and tar they old England supplied, and supported her power on the sea. Her battles they fought without getting a groat, for the honour of Liberty Tree. But hear, O ye swains, 'tis a tale most profane, how all the tyrannical powers, kings, commons, and lords, are united amain, to cut down this guardian of ours. From the east to the west blow the trumpet to arms, through the land let the sound of it flee, let the far and the near all unite with a cheer, in defence of our Liberty Tree. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hymn sung at the completion of the Concord Monument, April the 19th, 1836, by Ralph Waldo Emerson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Hymn. By the rude bridge that arched the flood, their flag to April's breeze unfurled, here once the embattled farmers stood, and fired the shot heard round the world. The foe long since in silence slept, alike the conqueror silent sleeps, and time the ruined bridge has swept down the dark stream which seaward creeps. On this green bank, by this soft stream, we set today a votive stone, that memory may their deed redeem, when, like our sires, our sons are gone. Spirit that made those heroes dare to die or leave their children free, bid time and nature gently spare the shaft we raise to them and thee. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Warren's Address by John Pierpont, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Warren's Address. Footnote: General Joseph Warren, who fell at the Battle of Bunker Hill, June 17, 1775. End of footnote. Stand! The ground's your own, my braves. Will ye give it up to slaves? Will ye look for greener graves? Hope ye mercy still? What's the mercy despots feel? Hear it in that battle peal. Read it on yon bristling steel. Ask it, ye who will. Fear ye foes who kill for hire? Will ye to your homes retire? Look behind you, there a fire, and before you see who have done it. From the vale on they come, and will ye quail? Leaden rain and iron hail let their welcome be. In the God of battles trust, die we may, and die we must. But oh, where can dust to dust be consigned so well, as where heaven its dews shall shed on the martyred patriot's bed, and the rock shall raise their head of his deeds to tell? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lonely Bugle Grieves, from an ode on the celebration of the Battle of Bunker Hill, June 17, 1825, by Grenville Mellon. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Lonely Bugle Grieves. The trump hath blown, and now upon that reeking hill slaughter rides screaming on the vengeful ball, while with terrific signal shrill the vultures from their bloody eyries flown hang o'er them like a pall. Now deeper roll the maddening drums, and the mingling host like ocean heaves, while from the midst the horrid wailing comes, and high above the flight the lonely bugle grieves. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Nathan Hale by Francis Miles Finch, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Nathan Hale. Footnote: Hanged as a spy by the British in New York City, September 22nd, 1776. End of footnote. To drumbeat and heartbeat a soldier marches by. There is color in his cheek, there is courage in his eye. Yet to drumbeat and heartbeat, in a moment he must die. By starlight and moonlight he seeks the Briton's camp. He hears the rustling flag and the armed sentries tramp, and the starlight and moonlight his silent wanderings lamp. With slow tread and still tread he scans the tented line, and he counts the battery guns by the gaunt and shadowy pine, and his slow tread and still tread gives no warning sign. The dark wave, the plumed wave, it meets his eager glance, and it sparkles 'neath the stars like the glimmer of a lance. A dark wave, a plumed wave, on an emerald expanse. A sharp clang, a steel clang, and terror in the sound, for the sentry, falcon-eyed, in the camp a spy hath found. With a sharp clang, a steel clang, the patriot is bound. With calm brow, steady brow, he listens to his doom. In his look there is no fear, nor a shadow trace of gloom, but with calm brow and steady brow he ropes him for the tomb. In the long night, the still night, he kneels upon the sod, and the brutal guards withhold Even the solemn word of God. In the long night, the still night, he walks where Christ hath trod. 'Neath the blue morn, the sunny morn, he dies upon the tree, and he mourns that he can lose but one life for liberty. And in the blue morn, the sunny morn, his spirit wings are free. But his last words, his message words, they burn, lest friendly eye should read how proud and calm a patriot could die. With his last words, his dying words, a soldier's battle cry. From fame leave and angel leave, from monument and urn, the sad of earth, the glad of heaven, his tragic fate shall learn. And on fame leave and angel leave, the name of Hale shall burn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Song of Marion's Men by William Cullen Bryant. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Song of Marion's Men. Footnote: General Francis Marion of South Carolina, renowned as a daring patriot partisan leader during the Revolutionary War. End footnote. Our band is few, but true and tried, our leader frank and bold. The British soldier trembles when Marion's name is told. Our fortress is the good greenwood, our tent the cypress tree. We know the forest round us, as seamen know the sea. We know its walls of thorny vines, its glades of reedy grass, its safe and silent islands within the dark morass. Woe to the English soldiery that little dread us near. On them shall light at midnight a strange and sudden fear, when, waking in their tents on fire, they grasp their arms in vain, and they who stand to face us are beat to earth again. And they who fly in terror deem a mighty host behind, and hear the tramp of thousands upon the hollow wind. Then, sweet the hour that brings release from danger and from toil, we talk the battle over and share the battle's spoil. The woodland rings with laugh and shout as if a hunt were up, and woodland flowers are gathered to crown the soldier's cup. With merry songs we mock the wind that in the pine-top grieves, and slumber long and sweetly on beds of oaken leaves. Well knows the fair and friendly moon the band that Marion leads, the glitter of their rifles, the scampering of their steeds. 'Tis life to guide the fiery barb across the moonlight plain. 'Tis life to feel the night wind that lifts his tossing mane. A moment in the British camp, a moment and away, back to the pathless forest before the peep of day. Grave men there are by broad Santee, grave men with hoary hairs, their hearts are all with Marion, for Marion are their prayers. And lovely ladies greet our band with kindliest welcoming, with smiles like those of summer and tears like those of spring. For them we wear these trusty arms and lay them down no more, till we have driven the Briton for ever from our shore. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Carmen Bellicosum by Guy Humphrey McMaster, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Carmen Bellicosum. In the ragged regimentals stood the old Continentals, yielding not, when the grenadiers were lunging, and like hail fell the plunging cannon shot. When the files of the Isles from the smoking night encampment bore the banner of the rampant unicorn, and grummer, grummer, grummer rolled the roll of the drummer through the morn. Then with eyes to the front all, and with guns horizontal, stood our sires, and the balls whistled deadly, and in streams flashing redly blazed the fires. As the roar on the shore swept the strong battle breakers o'er the green sodden acres of the plain, and louder, louder, louder cracked the black gunpowder, cracking amain. Now like smiths at their forges worked the red St. George's cannoneers, and the villainous saltpeter rung a fierce discordant meter round their ears, as the swift storm drift, with hot sweeping anger, came the horse guards' clangor on our flanks. Then higher, higher, higher burned the old-fashioned fire through the ranks. Then the bare-headed colonel galloped through the white infernal powder cloud, and his broadsword was swinging, and his brazen throat was ringing trumpet loud. Then the blue bullets flew, and the trooper jackets reddened at the touch of the leaden rifle breath, and rounder, rounder, rounder roared the iron 6-pounder, hurling death. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Dance, published soon after the surrender of Cornwallis by Anonymous, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Dance. Cornwallis led a country dance, the like was never seen, sir. Much retrograde and much advance, and all with General Green, sir. They rambled up and rambled down, joined hands, then off they run, sir. Our General Green to Charlestown, the Earl to Wilmington, sir. Green in the south then danced a set and got a mighty name, sir. Cornwallis jigged with young Fayette, but suffered in his fame, sir. Then down he figured to the shore, most like a lordly dancer, and on his courtly honour swore he would no more advance, sir. Quoth he, my guards are weary grown with footing country dances, they never at St. James's shone at capers, kicks, or prances. Though men so gallant ne'er was seen, while sauntering on parade, sir, or wiggling o'er the park's smooth green, or at a masquerade, sir. Yet our red heels and long lace skirts for stumps and briars meet, sir, or stand they chance with hunting shirts, or hardy veterans' feet, sir. Now housed in York he challenged all, at minuet or orlamont, and lessons for a courtly ball his guards by day and night conned. This challenge known, full soon there came a set who had the bon ton, De Grasse and Rochambeau, whose fame fut brilliant, poor and long Thames, and Washington, Columbia's son, whom every nature taught, sir, that grace which can't by pains be won, or Plutus's gold he bought, sir. Now hand in hand they circled round this ever-dancing peer, sir, their gentle movements soon confound the Earl as they draw near, sir. His music soon forgets to play, his feet can move no more, sir, and all his bands now curse the day they jigged to our shore, sir. Now, Tories, what can ye say? Come, is not this a griper? Then while your hopes are danced away, 'tis you must pay the piper. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Monterey, Mexico, September 19th, 1846. By Charles Fenno Hoffman. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Monterey, Mexico, September 19th, 1846. We were not many, we who stood before the iron sleet that day, yet many a gallant spirit would give half his years, if but he could, have been with us at Monterey. Now here, now there, the shot it hailed, in deadly drifts of fiery spray, yet not a single soldier quailed, when wounded comrades round them wailed their dying shouts at Monterey. And on, still on our column kept, through walls of flame its withering way, where fell the dead, the living stepped, still charging on the guns which swept the slippery streets of Monterey. The foe himself recoiled aghast, when striking where he strongest lay, we swooped his flanking batteries past, and braving full their murderous blast, stormed home the towers of Monterey. Our banners on those turrets wave, and there our evening bugles play, where orange boughs above their grave keep green the memory of the brave who fought and fell at Monterey. We are not many, we who pressed beside the brave who fell that day, but who of us has not confessed he'd rather share their warriors' rest than not have been at Monterey? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Coming, April 1861, by Henry Howard Brownell. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Coming. World, art thou ware of a storm? Hark to the ominous sound, how the fire off gales their battle form, and the great sea swells feel ground. It comes, the typhoon of death, nearer and nearer it comes, the horizon thunder of cannon breath, and the roar of angry drums. Hurtle, terror sublime, swoop o'er the land today, so the mist of wrong and crime, the breath of our evil time, be swept as by fire away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In State, by Forsyth Wilson, from The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator.
And Sonia as the keeper of the sacred key.
In State 1. O keeper of the sacred key, and the great seal of destiny, whose eye is the blue canopy, look down upon the warring world, and tell us what the end will be.
Lo, through the wintry atmosphere, on the white bosom of the sphere, a cluster of 5 lakes appear, and all the land looks like a couch, or warrior's shield, or sheeted bier. And on that vast and hollow field, with both lips closed and both eyes sealed, a mighty figure is revealed, stretched at full length, and stiff and stark, as in the hollow of a shield. The winds have tied the drifted snow around the face and chin, and lo, the sceptred giants come and go, and shake their shadowy crowns and say, we always feared it would be so. She came of an heroic race, a giant's strength, a maiden's grace, like 2 in 1, seemed to embrace and match and bend and thorough blend in her colossal form and face. Where can her dazzling fortune be? One hand is fallen in the sea, the Gulf Stream drifts it far and free, and in that hand her shining brand gleams from the depth resplendently. And by the other, in its rest, the starry banner of the west is clasped forever to her breast, and of her silver helmet, lo, a soaring eagle is the crest. And on her brow a softened light, as of a star concealed from sight by some thin veil of fleecy white, or of the rising moon behind the reigning vapours of the night. The sisterhood that was so sweet, the starry system sphered complete, which the mazed Orient used to greet, the 34 fallen stars glimmer and glitter at her feet. And over her, and over all, for panoply and coronal, the mighty immemorial, and everlasting canopy, and starry arch and shield of all.
2.
3 cold bright moons have marched and wheeled, and the white cerement that revealed a figure stretched upon a shield is turned to verdure, and the land is now one mighty battlefield. And lo, the children which she bred, and more than all else cherished, to make them true in heart and head, stand face to face as mortal foes, with their swords crossed above the dead. Each hath a mighty stroke and stride, one true, the more that he is tried, the other dark and evil-eyed, and by the hand of one of them his own dear mother surely died. A stealthy step, a gleam of hell, it is the simple truth to tell, the son stabbed and the mother fell, and so she lies, all mute and pale, and pure and irreproachable. And then the battle trumpet blew, and the true brother sprang and drew his blade to smite the traitor through, and so they clashed above the bier, and the night sweated bloody dew. And all their children, far and wide, that are so greatly multiplied, rise up in frenzy, and divide, and choosing each whom he will serve, unsheath the sword and take their side. And in the low sun's bloodshot rays, portentous of the coming days, the 2 great oceans blush and blaze, with the emergent continent between them, wrapped in crimson haze. Now whichsoever stand or fall, as God is great and man is small, the truth shall triumph over all. Forever and forevermore the truth shall triumph over all.
3.
I see the champions' sword strokes flash, I see them fall and hear them clash, I hear the murderous engines crash, I see a brother stoop to loose a foeman brother's bloody sash. I see the torn and mangled corse, the dead and dying heaped in scores, the headless rider by his horse, the wounded captive bayoneted through and through without remorse. I hear the dying sufferer cry, with his crushed face turned to the sky, I see him crawl in agony to the foul pool, and bow his head into bloody slime, and die. I see the assassin crouch and fire, I see his victim fall, expire, I see the murderer creeping nigher, to strip the dead. He turns the head, the face, the son beholds his sire. I hear the curses and the thanks, I see the mad charge on the flanks, the rents, the gaps, the broken ranks, the vanquished squadrons driven headlong down the river's bridgeless banks. I see the death gripe on the plain, the grappling monsters on the main, the tens of thousands that are slain, and all the speechless suffering and agony of heart and brain. I see the dark and bloody spots, the crowded rooms and crowded cots, the bleaching bones, the battle blots, and writ on many a nameless grave a legend of forget-me-nots. I see the gorged prison den, the dead line and the pent-up pen, the thousands quartered in the fen, the living deaths of skin and bone that were the goodly shapes of men. And still the bloody dew must fall, and his great darkness with the pall of his dread judgment cover all, till the dead nation rise transformed by truth to triumph over all. And last I see the dead.
Thus saith the keeper of the key, and the great seal of destiny, whose eye is the blue canopy, and leaves the pall of his great darkness over all the land and sea. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Brother Jonathan's Lament for Sister Caroline, March the 25th, 1861. South Carolina having adopted the Ordinance of Secession, by Oliver Wendell Holmes. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Brother Jonathan's Lament for Sister Caroline. She has gone. She has left us in passion and pride. Our stormy-browed sister, so long at our side, she has torn her own star from our firmament's glow, and turned on her brother the face of a foe. O Caroline, Caroline, child of the sun, we can never forget that our hearts have been won, our foreheads both sprinkled in liberty's name, from the fountain of blood with the finger of flame. You were always too ready to fire at a touch, but we said, she's hasty, she does not mean much. We have scowled when you uttered some turbulent threat, but friendship still whispered, forgive and forget. Has our love all died out? Have its altars grown cold? Has the curse come at last which the fathers foretold? Then nature must teach us the strength of the chain that her petulant children would sever in vain. They may fight till the buzzards are gorged with their spoil, till the harvest grows black as it rots in the soil, till the wolves and the catamounts troop from their caves, and the shark tracks the pirate, the lord of the waves. In vain is the strife when its fury is past. Their fortunes must flow in one channel at last, as the torrents that rush from the mountains of snow roll mingled in peace in the valleys below. Our union is river, lake, ocean, and sky. Man breaks not the metal when God cuts the die. Though darkened with sulphur, though cloven with steel, the blue arch will brighten, the waters will heal. O Caroline, Caroline, child of the sun, there are battles with fate that can never be won. The star-flowering banner must never be furled, for its blossoms of light are the hope of the world. Go then our rash sister, afar and aloof, run wild in the sunshine away from our roof. But when your heart aches and your feet have grown sore, remember the pathway that leads to our door. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Jonathan to John by James Russell Lowell, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as Jonathan.
And Craig Franklin as Uncle Sam.
Jonathan to John. It don't seem hardly right, John, when both my hands was full, to stump me to a fight, John. Your cousin too, John Bull. Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess we know it now.
Says he.
The lion's paw is all the law, according to J.B. That's fit for you and me.
You wonder why we're hot, John? Your mark was on the guns. The neutral guns that shot, John, our brothers and our sons. Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess there's human blood,
says he.
By fits and starts in Yankee hearts, though 't may surprise J.B. more'n it would you and me.
If I turn mad dogs loose, John, on your front parlour stairs, would it just meet your views, John, to wait and sue their heirs? Old Uncle S, says he.
I only guess,
says he,
that if Vattel on his toes fell, 'twould kind o' rile J.B., as well as you and me.
Who made the law that hurts, John? Heads I win, ditto tails. J.B. was on his shirts, John, unless my memory fails. Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess I'm good at that,
says he.
That sauce for goose ain't just the juice for ganders with J.B., no more'n with you or me.
When your rights was our wrongs, John, you didn't stop for fuss. Brittany's trident prongs, John, was good enough law for us. Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess. Though physics good,
says he.
it doesn't follow that he can swallow prescriptions signed JB put up by you and me.
We own the ocean too, John. You mustn't take it hard. If we can't think with you, John, it's just your own backyard. Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess if that's his claim,
Says he.
the fencing stuff'll cost enough to bust up friend JB, as well as you and me.
Why talk so dreadful big, John? Of honour when it meant you didn't care a fig, John, but just for 10%? Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess he's like the rest.
Says he.
When all is done, it's number one that's nearest to JB, as well as to you and me.
We give the critters back, John, 'cause Abram thought us right. It weren't your bullying clack, John, provoking us to fight. Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess we've a hard row
Says he.
to hold just now, but that somehow may happen to JB as well as you and me.
We ain't so weak and poor, John, with 20 million people and close to every door, John, a schoolhouse and a steeple. Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess it is a fact.
Says he.
The surest plan to make a man is think him so JB as much as you and me.
Our folks believe in law, John, and it's for her sake now. They've left the axe and saw, John, the anvil and the plough. Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess if 'tweren't for law,
Says he.
there'd be one shindy from here to Indy, and that don't suit JB, when 'tain't twixt you and me.
We know we've got a cause, John. That's honest, just and true. We thought 'twould win applause, John, if nowhere else from you. Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess his love of right
Says he.
hangs by a rotten fibre of cotton. There's nature in JB as well as you and me.
The South says poor folks down, John, and all men up, says we. White, yellow, black and brown, John. Now, which is your idea? Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess John preaches well,
Says he.
but sermon through and come to do, why there's the old JB a crowding you and me.
Shall it be love or hate, John? It's you that's to decide. Ain't your bonds held by fate, John, like all the world's beside? Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess wise men forgive,
Says he.
but not forget, and sometime yet that truth may strike JB as well as you and me.
God means to make this land, John, clear through from sea to sea. Believe and understand, John, the worth of being free. Old Uncle S, says he.
I guess God's price is high,
Says he.
but nothing else than what he sells wears long, and that JB may learn like you and me.
And a poem. This recording is in the public domain.
All Quiet Along the Potomac by Ethelinda Elliott Beers, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. All quiet along the Potomac. All quiet along the Potomac, they say, except now and then a stray picket is shot as he walks to his beat to and fro by a rifleman hid in the thicket. 'Tis nothing. A private or two now and then will not count in the news of the battle. Not an officer lost, only one of the men moaning out, all alone, the death rattle. All quiet along the Potomac tonight, where the soldiers lie peacefully dreaming, their tents in the rays of the clear autumn moon, or the light of the watchfires are gleaming. A tremulous sigh as the gentle night wind through the forest leaves softly is creeping, while stars up above with their glittering eyes keep guard, for the army is sleeping. Is only the sound of the lone sentry's tread as he tramps from the rock to the fountain, and he thinks of the two in the low trundle bed, far away in the cot on the mountain. His musket falls slack, his face dark and grim grows gentle with memories tender, as he mutters a prayer for the children asleep, for their mother, may heaven defend her. The moon seems to shine just as brightly as then, that night when the love yet unspoken leaped up to his lips, when low murmured vows were pledged to be ever unbroken. Then drawing his sleeve roughly over his eyes, he dashes off tears that are welling, and gathers his gun closer up to its place, as if to keep down the heart swelling. He passes the fountain, the blasted pine tree, the footstep is lagging and weary, yet onward he goes, through the broad belt of light, toward the shadow of the forest so dreary. Hark! Was it the night wind that rustled the leaves? Was it moonlight so wondrously flashing? It looked like a rifle. Ha! Mary, good-bye! And the lifeblood is ebbing and plashing. All quiet along the Potomac tonight, no sound save the rush of the river, while soft falls the dew on the face of the dead, the pickets off duty forever. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Countersign by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Countersign. Alas, the weary hours pass slow, the night is very dark and still, and in the marshes far below I hear the bearded whippoorwill. I scarce can see a yard ahead, my ears are strained to catch each sound. I hear the leaves about me shed, and the springs bubbling through the ground. Along the beaten path I pace, where white rags mark my sentry's track. In formless shrubs I seem to trace the foeman's form, with bending back. I think I see him crouching low, I stop and list, I stoop and peer, until the neighbouring hillocks grow to groups of soldiers far and near. With ready peace I wait and watch, until my eyes, familiar grown, detect each harmless earthen notch, and turn guerrillas into stone. And then, amid the lonely gloom, beneath the tall old chestnut trees, my silent marches I resume, and think of other times than these. Halt! Who goes there? My challenge cry. It rings along the watchful line. Relief! I hear a voice reply. Advance and give the countersign. With bayonet at the charge I wait. The corporal gives the mystic spell. With arms aport I charge my mate. Then onward pass, and all is well. But in the tent that night, awake, I ask, if in the fray I fall, can I the mystic answer make, when the angelic sentries call? And pray that heaven may so ordain, wherever I go, what fate be mine, whether in pleasure or in pain, I still may have the countersign. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Civil War by Charles Dawson Shanley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Craig Franklin as the captain.
And Thomas Peter as the rifleman.
Civil War.
Rifleman, shoot me a fancy shot, straight at the heart of yon prowling vidette. Ring me a ball in the glittering spot that shines on his breast like an amulet.
Ah, Captain, here goes for a fine drawn bead. There's music around when my barrel's in tune.
Crack went the rifle, the messenger sped, and dead from his horse fell the ringing dragoon.
Now, rifleman, steal through the bushes and snatch from your victim some trinket to hansel first blood. a button, a loop, or that luminous patch that gleams in the moon like a diamond stud.
O Captain, I staggered and sunk on my track when I gazed on the face of that fallen vidette, for he looked so like you as he lay on his back that my heart rose upon me and masters me yet. But I snatched off the trinket, this locket of gold. An inch from the centre my lead broke its way, scarce grazing the picture, so fair to behold, of a beautiful lady in bridal array.
Ah, rifleman, fling me the locket. 'Tis she, my brother's young bride, and the fallen dragoon was her husband. Hush, soldier, 'twas heaven's decree. We must bury him there by the light of the moon. But hark, the far bugles their warnings unite. War is a virtue, weakness a sin. There's a lurking and loping around us tonight. Load again, rifleman. Keep your hand in.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Two Wives by William Dean Howells. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Two Wives. The Colonel rode by his picket line in the pleasant morning sun, that glanced from him far off to shine on the crouching rebel picket's gun. From his command the captain strode out with a grave salute, and talked with the colonel as he rode. The picket levelled his piece to shoot. The colonel rode and the captain walked, the arm of the picket tired. Their faces almost touched as they talked, and, swerved from his aim, the picket fired. The captain fell at the horse's feet, wounded and hurt to death, calling upon a name that was sweet as God is good with his dying breath. And the colonel that leapt from his horse and knelt to close the eyes so dim, a high remorse for God's mercy felt, knowing the shot was meant for him. And he whispered, prayer-like, under his breath, the name of his own young wife, for love, that had made his friend's peace with death, alone could make his with life. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
$300,000 More, September 1861, by Anonymous. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. 300,000 more. We're coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 more, from Mississippi's winding stream and from New England's shore. We leave our ploughs and workshops, our wives and children dear, with hearts too full for utterance, with but a silent tear. We dare not look behind us, but steadfastly before. We are coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 more. If you look across the hilltops that meet the northern sky, long moving lines of rising dust your vision may descry, and now the wind, an instant, tears the cloudy veil aside, and floats aloft our spangled flag in glory and in pride, and bayonets in the sunlight gleam, and bands brave music pour. We are coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 more. If you look all up our valleys where the growing harvests shine, you may see our sturdy farmer boys fast forming into line, and children from their mothers' knees are pulling at the weeds, and learning how to reap and sow against their country's needs. And a farewell group stands weeping at every cottage door. We are coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 more. You have called us, and we're coming, by Richmond's bloody tide, to lay us down for freedom's sake, our brothers' bones beside, or from foul treason's savage grasp to wrench the murderous blade, and in the face of foreign foes its fragments to parade. 600,000 loyal men and true have gone before. We are coming, Father Abraham, 300,000 more. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Man and Jim by James Whitcomb Riley. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator.
And Adrian Stevens as the old man.
The Old Man and Jim. Old man never had much to say, excepting to Jim. And Jim was the wildest boy he had, and the old man just wrapped up in him. Never heard him speak but once, said twice in my life. The first time was when the army broke out, and Jim he went, the old man backing him for 3 months. And all that I heard the old man say was just as we turned to start away.
Well, goodbye, Jim. Take care of yourself.
Appeared like he was more satisfied just looking at Jim and liking him all to himself, like, see, 'cause he was just wrapped up in him. And over I mind the day the old man come and stood round in the way while we was drilling, a-watching Jim, and down at the depot a-hearing him say,
Well, goodbye, Jim. Take care of yourself.
Never was nothing about the farm distinguished Jim. Neighbors all us to wonder why the old man appeared wrapped up in him. But when Cap Bigler, he ripped back at Jim was the bravest boy we had in the old Dun regiment, white or black, and he's fighting good as his farmer's bad. And he had led with a bullet clean bored through his thigh and carried the flag to the bloodiest battle you ever seen. The old man wound up a letter to him, at Cap read to us, it said,
Tell Jim goodbye and take care of yourself.
Jim comes home just long enough to take the whim that he'd like to go back in the cavalry. The old man just wrapped up in him. Jim lowed that he'd had such luck afore, guess he'd tackle her 3 years more. The old man gave him a coat he'd raised and followed him over to Camp and Wade and laid around for a week or so, watching Jim on dress parade, till finally he rid away, and last he heard was the old man say,
Well, goodbye, Jim. Take care of yourself.
Took the papers, the old man did, watching for Jim, fully believing he'd make his mark, some way, just wrapped up in him. And many a time the word had come, it stirred him up like the tap of a drum. At Petersburg, for instance, where Jim rid right into the canyons there, and tuck 'em and pinted 'em t'other way, and softed home to the boys in gray, as they scooted for timber, and on, Jim a lieutenant, and one arm gone, and the old man's words in his mind all day.
Well, goodbye, Jim. Take care of yourself.
Think of a private now, perhaps, we'll say like Jim. It's clumb clean up to the shoulder straps, and the old man just wrapped up in him. Think of him, with the war plumb through, and the glorious old red, white, and blue, a-laughing the news down over Jim, and the old man bending over him, the surgeon turning away with tears, that hadn't leaked for years and years, as the hand of the dying boy clung to his father's, the old voice in his ears.
Well, goodbye, Jim. Take care of yourself.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Stonewall Jackson's Way by John Williamson Palmer, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens as the narrator.
And Craig Franklin as Stonewall Jackson.
Stonewall Jackson's Way. Come, stack arms, men, pile on the rails, stir up the campfire bright, no growling if the canteen fails. We'll make a roaring night. Here Shenandoah brawls along, there Burly Blue Ridge echoes strong, to swell the brigade's rousing song of Stonewall Jackson's Way. We see him now, the queer slouched hat cocked o'er his eye askew, the shrewd dry smile, the speech so pat, so calm, so blunt, so true. The blue light elder knows 'em well, says he,
That's Banks, he's fond of shell. Lord save his soul, we'll give him...
Well, That's Stonewall Jackson's way. Silence! Ground arms! Kneel all! Caps off! Old Marsa's going to pray. Strangle the fool who dares to scoff. Attention! It's his way, appealing from his native sod, informa pauperis to God.
Lay bare thine arm, stretch forth thy rod. Amen.
That's Stonewall's way. He's in the saddle now. Fall in. Steady, the whole brigade. Hills at the ford cut off. We'll win his way out. Ball and blade. What matter if our shoes are worn? What matter if our feet are torn? Quick step. We're with him before morn. That's Stonewall Jackson's way. The sun-bright lances rout the mists of morning, and, by George, here's Longstreet struggling in the lists, hemmed in an ugly gorge. Pope and his Dutchman whipped before.
Bayonets and grape!
Hear Stonewall roar. Charge, Stuart! Pay off Ashby's score in Stonewall Jackson's way. Ah, maiden, wait and watch and yearn for news of Stonewall's band. Ah, widow, read with eyes that burn, that ring upon thy hand. Ah, wife, so on, pray on, hope on, thy life shall not be all forlorn. The foe had better ne'er be born that gets in Stonewall's way. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Barbara Fritchie by John Greenleaf Whittier. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator.
Craig Franklin as Stonewall Jackson.
And Sonia as Barbara Fritchie.
Barbara Fritchie. Up from the meadows rich with corn, clear in the cool September morn, the clustered spires of Frederick stand, green-walled by the hills of Maryland. Round about them orchards sweep, apple and peach trees fruited deep, fair as the garden of the Lord, to the eyes of the famished rebel horde, on that pleasant morn of the early fall, when Lee marched over the mountain wall. Over the mountains, winding down, horse and foot into Frederick town. 40 flags with their silver stars, 40 flags with their crimson bars, flapped in the morning wind. The son of noon looked down, and saw not one. Tip rose old Barbara Fritchie then, bowed with her 80 years and 10. Bravest of all in Frederick town, she took up the flag the men hauled down. In her attic window the staff she set, to show that one heart was loyal yet. Up the street came the rebel tread, Stonewall Jackson riding ahead. Under his slouched hat left and right he glanced, the old flag met his sight.
Halt!
The dust-brown ranks stood fast.
Fire!
Out blazed the rifle blast. It shivered the window, pane and sash, it rent the banner with seam and gash. Quick as it fell from the broken staff, Dame Barbara snatched the silken scarf. She leaned far out on the window-sill, and shook it forth with a royal will.
Shoot if you must, this old grey head, but spare your country's flag, she said.
A shade of sadness, a blush of shame over the face of the leader came. The nobler nature within him stirred to life at that woman's deed and word.
Who touches a hair of yon grey head dies like a dog. March on,
he said. All day long through Frederick Street sounded the tread of marching feet. All day long that free flag tossed over the heads of the rebel host. Ever its torn folds rose and fell on the loyal winds that loved it well, and through the hill gap's sunset light shone over it with a warm good night. Barbara Fritchie's work is o'er, and the rebel rides on his raids no more. Honour to her, and let a tear fall for her sake on Stonewall's bier. Over Barbara Fritchie's grave, flag of freedom and union wave. Peace and order and beauty draw round thy symbol of light and law, and ever the stars above look down on thy stars below in Frederick town. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cavalry Song from Alice of Monmouth by Edmund Clarence Stedman. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Cavalry Song from Alice of Monmouth. Our good steeds snuff the evening air, our pulses with their purpose tingle. The foeman's fires are twinkling there. He leaps to hear our sabres jingle. Halt! Each carbine sends its whizzing ball. Now cling, clang, forward all into the fight. Dash on beneath the smoking dome, through level lightnings gallop nearer. One look to heaven, no thoughts of home. The guidons that we bear are dearer. Charge! Cling, clang, forward all. Heaven help those whose horses fall. Cut left and right. They flee before our fierce attack. They fall, they spread in broken surges. Now, comrades, bear our wounded back, and leave the foeman to his dirges. Wheel! The bugles sound the swift recall. Cling, clang, backward all. Home and good night. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Cavalry Song by Rossiter W. Raymond, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Cavalry Song. Our bugles sound gaily, to horse and away, and over the mountains breaks the day. Then ho, brothers, ho, for the ride or the fight. There are deeds to be done ere we slumber tonight. And whether we fight or whether we fall, by sabre stroke or rifle ball, the hearts of the free will remember us yet, and our country will never forget. Then mount and away, let the coward delight to be lazy all day and safe all night. Our joy is a charger, flecked with foam, and the earth is our bed, and the saddle our home. And whether we fight or whether we fall, by sabre stroke or rifle ball, the hearts of the free will remember us yet, and our country will never forget. See yonder the ranks of the traitorous foe, and bright in the sunshine bayonets glow. Breathe a prayer, but no sigh, think for what you would fight, then charge, with a will, boys, and God for the right. And whether we fight or whether we fall, by sabre stroke or rifle ball, the hearts of the free will remember us yet, and our country will never forget. We have gathered again the red laurels of war. We have followed the traitors fast and far. But some who rose gaily this morn with the sun lie bleeding and pale on the field they have won. But whether we fight or whether we fall, by sabre stroke or rifle ball, the hearts of the free will remember us yet, and our country will never forget. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Carney at 7 Pines by Edmund Clarence Stedman, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator
and Adrian Stevens as Philip Kearney.
Carney at 7 Pines. Footnote: Major General Philip Kearney, killed at the Battle of Chantilly, September 1st, 1862. End of footnote. So that soldierly legend is still on its journey, that story of Kearney who knew not how to yield. 'Twas the day when with Jameson, fierce Berry, and Birney, against 20,000 he rallied the field, where the red volleys poured, where the clamour rose highest, where the dead lay in clumps through the dwarf oak and pine, where the aim from the thicket was surest and nighest, no charge like Phil Kearney's along the whole line. When the battle went ill, and the bravest were solemn, near the dark 7 Pines, where we still held our ground, he rode down the length of the withering column, and his heart at our war cry leapt up with a bound. He snuffed, like his charger, the wind of the powder, his sword waved us on, and we answered the sign. Loud our cheer as we rushed, but his laugh rang the louder.
There's the devil's own fun, boys, along the whole line.
How he strode his brown steed, how we saw his blade brighten, in the one hand still left, and the reins in his teeth. He laughed like a boy when the holidays heighten, but a soldier's glance shot from his visor beneath. Up came the reserves to the melee infernal, asking where to go in, through the clearing or pine.
Oh, anywhere, forward! 'Tis all the same, Colonel. You'll find lovely fighting along the whole line.
Oh, evil the black shroud of night at Chantilly, that hid him from sight of his brave men and tried. Foul, foul sped the bullet that clipped the white lily, the flower of our knighthood, the whole army's pride. Yet we dream that he still, in that shadowy region, where the dead form their ranks, at the one drummer's sign, rides on, as of old, down the length of his legion, and the word still is forward along the whole line. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The General's Death by Joseph O'Connor. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The General's Death. The General dashed along the road amid the pelting rain. How joyously his bold face glowed to hear our cheers refrain. His blue blouse flapped in wind and wet, his boots were splashed with mire, but round his lips a smile was set, and in his eyes a fire. A laughing word, a gesture kind, we did not ask for more, with 30 weary miles behind, a weary fight before. The gun grew light to every man, the crossed belts ceased their stress, as onward to the column's van we watched our leader press. Within an hour we saw him lie, a bullet in his brain, his manly face turned to the sky, unbeaten by the rain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dirge for a Soldier by George Henry Boker. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Dirge for a Soldier. Close his eyes, his work is done. What to him, his friend or foeman? Rise of moon or set of sun, hand of man or kiss of woman? Lay him low, in the clover or the snow. What cares he? He cannot know. Lay him low. As man may, he fought his fight, proved his truth by his endeavour. Let him sleep in solemn night, sleep forever and forever. Lay him low, in the clover or the snow. What cares he? He cannot know. Lay him low. Fold him in his country's stars, roll the drum and fire the volley. What to him are all our ways? What but death be mocking folly? Lay him low, in the clover or the snow. What cares he? He cannot know. Lay him low. Leave him to God's watching eye, trust him to the hand that made him. Mortal love weeps idly by, God alone has power to aid him. Lay him low, in the clover or the snow. What cares he? He cannot know. Lay him low. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Bay Billy, December 15th, 1862, by Frank H. Gassaway. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Bay Billy, December 15th, 1862. 'Twas the last fight at Fredericksburg, perhaps the day you reck. Our boys, the 22nd Maine, kept Early's men in check. Just where Wade Hampton boomed away, the fight went neck and neck. All day the weaker wing we held, and held it with a will. 5 several stubborn times we charged the battery on the hill, and 5 times beaten back, reformed, and kept our columns still. At last from out the centre fight spurred up a general's aide. "That battery must silenced be," he cried, as past he sped. Our colonel simply touched his cap, and then with measured tread, to lead the crouching line once more, the grand old fellow came. No wounded man but raised his head, and strove to gasp his name, and those who could not speak nor stir, God blessed him just the same. For he was all the world to us, that hero grey and grim. Right well we knew that fearful slope we'd climb with none but him, though while his white head led the way, we'd charge hell's portals in. This time we were not halfway up, when midst the storm of shell, our leader with his sword upraised beneath our bayonets fell, and as we bore him back, the foe set up a joyous yell. Our hearts went with him. Back we swept, and when the bugle said, "Up, charge again!" no man was there but hung his dogged head. "We've no one left to lead us now," the sullen soldiers said. Just then before the laggard line the colonel's horse we spied, Bay Billy with his trappings on, his nostrils swelling wide, as though still on his gallant back the master sat astride. Right royally he took the place that was of old his wont, and with a neigh that seemed to say, above the battle's brunt, "How can the 22nd charge if I am not in front?" Like statues rooted there we stood, and gazed a little space. Above that floating main we missed the dear familiar face, but we saw Bay Billy's eye of fire, and it gave us heart of grace. No bugle call could rouse us all, as that brave sight had done. Down all the battered line we felt a lightning impulse run. Up, up the hill we followed Bill, and we captured every gun. And when upon the conquered height died out the battle's hum, vainly mid living and the dead we sought our leader dumb. It seemed as if a spectre steed to win that day had come. And then the dusk and dew of night fell softly o'er the plain, as though o'er man's dread work of death the angels wept again, and drew night's curtain gently round 1,000 beds of pain. All night the surgeon's torches went, the ghastly rows between. All night with solemn step I paced the torn and bloody green. But who that fought in the big war such dread sights have not seen? At last the morning broke. The lark sang in the merry skies, as if to e'en the sleepers there it bade awake and rise, though naught but that last trump of all could ope their heavy eyes. And then once more with banners gay stretched out the long brigade. Trimly upon the furrowed field the troops stood on parade, and bravely mid the ranks were closed the gaps the fight had made. Not half the 22nd's men were in their place that morn, and Corporal Dick, who yesternoon stood 6 brave fellows on, now touched my elbow in the ranks, for all between were gone. Ah! Who forgets that dreary hour when, as with misty eyes, to call the old familiar roll the solemn sergeant tries? One feels that thumping of the heart as no prompt voice replies. And as in faltering tone and slow the last few names were said, across the field some missing horse toiled up the weary tread. It caught the sergeant's eye, and quick Bay Billy's name he read. Yes, there the old Bay hero stood, all safe from battle's harms, and ere an order could be heard, or the bugle's quick alarms, down all the front from end to end the troops presented arms. Not all the shoulder straps on earth could still our mighty cheer, and ever from that famous day, when rang the roll call clear, Bay Billy's name was read, and then the whole line answered, "Here." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Wounded to Death by John W. Watson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Wounded to Death. Steady, boys, steady. Keep your arms ready. God only knows who we may meet here. Don't let me be taken. I'd rather awaken tomorrow in, no matter where, than lie in that foul prison hole over there. Step slowly, speak lowly. These rocks may have life. Lay me down in this hollow. We are out of the strife. By heavens, the foeman may track me in blood, for this hole in my breast is outpouring a flood. No, no surgeon for me. He can give me no aid. The surgeon I want is pickaxe and spade. What, Morris, a tear? Why, shame on you, man. I thought you a hero, but since you began to whimper and cry like a girl in her teens, by George, I don't know what the devil it means. Well, well, I am rough. 'Tis a very rough school, this life of a trooper, but yet I'm no fool. I know a brave man and a friend from a foe, and boys, that you love me, I certainly know. But wasn't it grand when they came down the hill over slowing and sand? But we stood, did we not, like immovable rock, unheeding their balls and repelling their shock? Did you mind the loud cry when, as turning to fly, our men sprang upon them, determined to die? Oh, wasn't it grand? God help the poor wretches that fell in that fight. No time was there given for prayer or for flight. They fell by the score in the crash hand to hand, and they mingled their blood with the slowing and sand. Huzzah! Great heavens, this bullet hole gapes like a grave, a curse on the aim of the traitorous knave. Is there never a one of you knows how to pray or speak for a man as his life ebbs away? Pray, pray. Our Father, why don't you proceed? Can't you see I am dying? Great God, how I bleed. Ebbing away, ebbing away. The light of the day is turning to grey. Pray, pray. Our Father in heaven, boys, tell me the rest, while I staunch this hot blood from this hole in my breast. There's something about the forgiveness of sin. Put that in, and then I'll follow your words and say an amen. Here, Morris, old fellow, get hold of my hand, and Wilson, my comrade. Oh, wasn't it grand when they came down the hill like a thunder-charged cloud? Where's Wilson, my comrade? Here, stoop down your head. Can't you say a short prayer for the dying and dead? Christ God, who died for sinners all, hear thou this suppliant wanderer's cry. Let not e'en this poor sparrow fall unheeded by thy gracious eye. Throw wide thy gates to let him in, and take him pleading to thine arms. Forgive, O Lord, his lifelong sin, and quiet all his fierce alarms. God bless you, my comrade, for saying that hymn. It is light to my path where my eye has grown dim. I am dying. Bend down till I touch you once more. Don't forget me, old fellow. God prosper this war. Confusion to traitors. Keep hold of my hand, and float the old flag o'er a prosperous land. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Somebody's Darling by Maria Leconte. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Somebody's Darling. Into a ward of the whitewashed halls, where the dead and the dying lay, Wounded by bayonets, shells, and balls, somebody's darling was born one day. Somebody's darling, so young and brave, wearing yet on his sweet pale face, soon to be hid in the dust of the grave, the lingering light of his boyhood's grace. Matted and damp are the curls of gold, kissing the snow of that fair young brow. Pale are the lips of delicate mould. Somebody's darling is dying now. Back from his beautiful blue-veined brow brush his wandering waves of gold. Cross his hands on his bosom now. Somebody's darling is still and cold. Kiss him once for somebody's sake. Murmur a prayer, soft and low. One bright curl from its fair mates take. They were somebody's pride, you know. Somebody's hand hath rested here. Was it a mother's, soft and white? Or have the lips of a sister fair been baptized in their waves of light? God knows best. He has somebody's love, somebody's heart enshrined him there. Somebody wafts his name above, night and morn, on the wings of prayer. Somebody wept when he marched away, looking so handsome, brave, and grand. Somebody's kiss on his forehead lay. Somebody clung to his parting hand. Somebody's watching and waiting for him, yearning to hold him again to her heart. And there he lies, with his blue eyes dim, and the smiling childlike lips apart. Tenderly bury the fair young dead, pausing to drop on his grave a tear. Carve on the wooden slab over his head, somebody's darling slumbers here. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Tramp, Tramp, Tramp by Anonymous. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Tramp, tramp, tramp. In the prison cell I sit, thinking, mother dear, of you, and our bright and happy home so far away. And the tears, they fill my eyes, spite of all that I can do, though I try to cheer my comrades and be gay. Tramp, 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 the boys are marching. Oh, cheer up, comrades, they will come, and beneath the starry flag we shall breathe the air again of freedom in our own beloved home. In the battle front we stood when the fiercest charge they made, and they swept us off 100 men or more, but before we reached their lines they were beaten back, dismayed, and we heard the cry of victory o'er and o'er. Tramp, 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 the boys are marching. Oh, cheer up, comrades, they will come, and beneath the starry flag we shall breathe the air again of freedom in our own beloved home. So, within the prison cell, we are waiting for the day that shall come to open wide the iron door, and the hollow eye grows bright, and the poor heart almost gay, as we think of seeing friends and home once more. Tramp, 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 the boys are marching. Oh, cheer up, comrades, they will come, and beneath the starry flag we shall breathe the air again of freedom in our own beloved home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Our Orders by Julia Ward Howe. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Our Orders. Weave no more silks, ye lions' looms, to deck our girls for gay delights. The crimson flower of battle blooms, and solemn marches fill the night. Weave but the flag whose bars to-day drooped heavy over our early dead, and homely garments, coarse and grey, for orphans that must earn their bread. Keep back your tunes, ye viols sweet, that poured delight from other lands. Rouse there the dancers' restless feet, the trumpet leads our warrior bands. And ye that wage the war of words, with mystic fame and subtle power, go chatter to the idle birds, or teach the lesson of the hour. Ye sibyl arts, in one stern knot be all your offices combined. Stand close while courage draws the lot, the destiny of humankind. And if that destiny could fail, the sun should darken in the sky, the eternal bloom of nature pale, and God and truth and freedom die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. When This Cruel War Is Over, by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. When this cruel war is over. Dearest love, do you remember when we last did meet, how you told me that you loved me, kneeling at my feet? Oh, how proud you stood before me in your suit of blue, when you vowed to me and country ever to be true. Weeping sad and lonely, hopes and fears how vain, yet praying, when this cruel war is over, praying that we meet again. When the summer breeze is sighing mournfully along, or when autumn leaves are falling, sadly breathes the song. Oft in dreams I see thee lying on the battle plain, lonely, wounded, even dying, calling, but in vain. Weeping sad and lonely, hopes and fears how vain, yet praying, when this cruel war is over, praying that we meet again. If amid the din of battle nobly you should fall, far away from those who love you, none to hear you call, who would whisper words of comfort, who would soothe your pain? Ah, the many cruel fancies ever in my brain. Weeping sad and lonely, hopes and fears how vain, yet praying, when this cruel war is over, praying that we meet again. But our country called you, darling, angels cheer your way, while our nation's sons are fighting, we can only pray. Only strike for God and country, let all nations see how we love the starry banner, emblem of the free. Weeping sad and lonely, hopes and fears how vain, yet praying, when this cruel war is over, praying that we meet again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sheridan's Ride, September 19th, 1864, by Thomas Buchanan Reed. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org, by Thomas Peter. Sheridan's Ride, September 19th, 1864. Up from the south at break of day, bringing to Winchester fresh dismay, the affrighted air with a shudder bore, like a herald in haste, to the chieftain's door, the terrible grumble and rumble and roar, telling the battle was on once more, and Sheridan 20 miles away. And wider still those billows of war thundered along the horizon's bar, and louder yet into Winchester rolled the roar of that Red Sea uncontrolled, making the blood of the listener cold, as he thought of the stake in that fiery fray, with Sheridan 20 miles away. But there is a road from Winchester town, a good broad highway leading down, and there, through the flash of the morning light, a steed as black as the steeds of night was seen to pass as with eagle flight. As if he knew of the terrible need, he stretched away with the utmost speed. Hills rose and fell, but his heart was gay, with Sheridan 15 miles away. Still sprung from those swift hoofs, thundering south, the dust like smoke from the cannon's mouth, or the trail of a comet sweeping faster and faster, foreboding to traitors the doom of disaster. The heart of the steed and the heart of the master were beating, like prisoners assaulting their walls, impatient to be where the battlefield calls. Every nerve of the charger was strained to full play, with Sheridan only 10 miles away. Under his spurning feet, the road like an arrowy alpine river flowed, and the landscape sped away behind like an ocean flying before the wind, and the steed, like a bark fed with furnace ire, swept on with his wild eyes full of fire. But lo! He is nearing his heart's desire, he is snuffing the smoke of the roaring fray, with Sheridan only 5 miles away. The first that the general saw were the groups of stragglers, and then the retreating troops. What was done, what to do, a glance told him both. And striking his spurs with a terrible oath, he dashed down the line mid a storm of huzzas, and the wave of retreat checked its course there, because the sight of the master compelled it to pause. With foam and with dust the black charger was grey. By the flash of his eye and his nostrils' play, he seemed to the whole great army to say, I have brought you, Sheridan, all the way from Winchester down to save the day. Hurrah! Hurrah for Sheridan! Hurrah! Hurrah for horse and man! And when their statues are placed on high, under the dome of the Union sky, the American soldier's temple of fame, there with the glorious general's name, be it said in letters both bold and bright, here is the steed that saved the day by carrying Sheridan into the fight from Winchester, 20 miles away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Left on the Battlefield by Sarah Tittle Bolton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Left on the Battlefield. What? Was it a dream? Am I all alone, in the dreary night and the drizzling rain? Hist! Ah, it was only the river's moan. They have left me behind with the mangled slain. Yes, now I remember it all too well. We met, from the battling ranks apart, together our weapons flashed and fell, and mine was sheathed in his quivering heart. In the cypress gloom, where the deed was done, it was all too dark to see his face, but I heard his death groans one by one, and he holds me still in a cold embrace. He spoke but once, and I could not hear the words he said for the cannon's roar, but my heart grew cold with a deadly fear. O God, I had heard that voice before. Had heard it before at our mother's knee, when we lisped the words of our evening prayer. My brother, would I had died for thee. This burden is more than my soul can bear. I pressed my lips to his death-cold cheek, and begged him to show me, by word or sign, that he knew and forgave me. He could not speak, but he nestled his poor cold face to mine. The blood flowed fast from my wounded side, and then for a while I forgot my pain, and over the lakelet we seemed to glide in our little boat, 2 boys again. And then, in my dream, we stood alone on a forest path where the shadows fell, and I heard again the tremulous tone and the tender words of his last farewell. But that parting was years, long years ago. He wandered away to a foreign land, and our dear mother will never know that he died tonight by his brother's hand. The soldiers who buried the dead away disturbed not the clasp of that last embrace, but laid them to sleep till the judgment day, heart folded to heart, and face to face. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Requiem for One Slain in Battle by George Lunt. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Requiem. Breathe, trumpets, breathe, slow notes of saddest wailing, sadly responsive peal, ye muffled drums, comrades with downcast eyes and banners trailing. Attend him home, the youthful warrior comes. Upon his shield returning, borne from the field of honour where he fell, glory and grief together clasped in mourning. His fame, his fate, with sobs exulting tell. Wrap round his breast the flag his breast defended, his country's flag, in battle's front unrolled, for it he died. On earth forever ended, his brave young life lives in each sacred fold, with proud, fond tears, by tinge of shame untainted. Bear him and lay him gently in his grave. Above the hero right, the young, half-sainted, his country asked his life he gave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Music in Camp by John Randolph Thompson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Music in Camp. Two armies covered hill and plain, where Rappahannock's waters ran deeply crimson with the stain of battle's recent slaughters. The summer clouds lay pitched like tents in meads of heavenly azure, and each dread gun of the elements slept in its embrasure. The breeze so softly blew, it made no forest leaf to quiver, and the smoke of the random cannonade rolled slowly from the river. And now where circling hills look down with cannon grimly planted, o'er listless camp and silent town the golden sunset slanted, when on the fervid air there came a strain, now rich, now tender. The music seemed itself aflame with day's departing splendor. A federal band, which eve and morn played measures brave and nimble, had just struck up with flute and horn and lively clash of cymbal. Down flocked the soldiers to the banks, till, margined by its pebbles, one wooded shore was blue with Yanks, and one was grey with rebels. Then all was still, and then the band, with movements light and tricksy, made stream and forest, hill and strand, reverberate with Dixie. The conscious stream with burnished glow went proudly o'er its pebbles, but thrilled throughout its deepest flow with yelling of the rebels. Again a pause, and then again the trumpets pealed sonorous, and Yankee Doodle was the strain to which the shore gave chorus. The laughing ripple shoreward flew to kiss the shining pebbles. Loud shrieked the swarming boys in blue, defiance to the rebels. And yet once more the bugle sang above the stormy riot. No shout upon the evening rang, there reigned a holy quiet. The sad, slow stream its noiseless flood poured o'er the glistening pebbles. All silent now the Yankees stood, and silent stood the rebels. No unresponsive soul had heard that plaintive notes appealing, so deeply home sweet home had stirred the hidden fount of feeling. Or blue or grey the soldier sees, as by the wand of fairy, the cottage 'neath the live oak trees, the cabin by the prairie. Or cold or warm his native skies bend in their beauty o'er him, seen through the tear mist in his eyes, his loved ones stand before him. As fades the iris after rain in April's tearful weather, the vision vanished as the strain and daylight died together. But memory, waked by music's art, expressed in simplest numbers, subdued the sternest Yankee's heart, made light the rebel's slumbers. And fair the form of music shines, that bright celestial creature, who still, mid war's embattled lines, gave this one touch of nature. End of poem This recording is in the public domain.
Under the Shade of the Trees by Margaret Junkin Preston, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Under the Shade of the Trees. The last words of Stonewall Jackson, footnote, Major General Thomas J. Jackson, CSA, killed on a reconnaissance, May the 10th, 1863, end footnote, were, "Let us cross the river and rest under the shade of the trees." What are the thoughts that are stirring his breast? What is the mystical vision he sees? Let us pass over the river and rest under the shade of the trees. Has he grown sick of his toils and his tasks? Sighs the worn spirit for respite or ease? Is it a moment's cool halt that he asks under the shade of the trees? Is it the gurgle of water whose flow oft times has come to him borne on the breeze? Memory listens to, lapsing so low under the shade of the trees. Nay, though the rasp of the flesh was so sore, faith that had yearnings far keener than these saw the soft sheen of the thitherward shore under the shade of the trees, caught the high psalm of ecstatic delight, heard the harps harping like soundings of seas, watched earth's assoiled ones walking in white under the shade of the trees. Oh, was it strange he should pine for release, touched to the soul with such transports as these, he who so needed the balsam of peace under the shade of the trees? Yea, it was noblest for him, it was best, questioning naught of our Father's decrees, there to pass over the river and rest under the shade of the trees. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Black Regiment, May 27th, 1863, by George Henry Boker, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin as the narrator,
Adrian Stevens as the Flag Sergeant,
and Thomas Peter as the regiment.
The Black Regiment, May 27, 1863. Dark as the clouds of even, banked in the western heaven, waiting the breath that lifts all the dead mass and drifts, tempest and falling brand over a ruined land. So still and orderly, arm to arm, knee to knee, waiting the great event, stands the Black Regiment. Down the long dusty line, teeth gleam and eyeballs shine, and the bright bayonet, bristling and firmly set, flashed with a purpose grand, long ere the sharp command of the fierce rolling drum told them their time had come, told them what work was sent for the Black Regiment.
"Now,"
the Flag Sergeant cried,
"though death and hell betide, let the whole nation see if we are fit to be free in this land or bound, down like the whining hound, bound with red stripes of pain in our cold chains again."
Oh, what a shout there went from the Black Regiment!
Charge!
Trump and drum awoke. Onward the bondmen broke, bayonet and sabre stroke, vainly opposed their rush, through the wild battle's crush, with but one thought aflush, driving their lords like chaff, in the gun's mouth they laugh, or at the slippery brands, leaping with open hands. Down they tear man and horse, down in their awful course, trampling with bloody heel over the crashing steel. All their eyes forward bent, rushed the Black Regiment.
"Freedom!"
their battle cry.
"Freedom or leave to die!"
Ah, they meant the word. Not as with us 'tis heard, not a mere party shout. They gave their spirits out, trusted the end to God, and on the gory sod rolled in triumphant blood, glad to strike one free blow, whether for weal or woe, glad to breathe one free breath, though on the lips of death, praying, alas in vain, that they might fall again, so they could once more see that burst to liberty. This was what freedom lent to the Black Regiment. Hundreds on hundreds fell, but they are resting well. Scourges and shackles strong never shall do them wrong. Oh, to the living few, soldiers, be just and true. Hail them as comrades tried, fight with them side by side. Never, in field or tent, scorn the Black Regiment. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The C.S. Army's Commissary by Ed Porter Thompson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The C.S. Army's Commissary. 1. 1863. Well, this is bad, we sighing said, while musing round the bivouac fire, and dwelling with a fond desire on home and comforts long since fled. How gaily came we forth at first, our spirits high, with new emprise, ambitious of each exercise, and glowing with a martial thirst. Equipped as for a holiday, with bounteous store of everything, to use or comfort ministering, all cheerily we marched away. But as the struggle fiercer grew, light marching orders came apace, and baggage wagons soon gave pace to that which sterner uses knew. Our tents, they went a year ago. Now kettle, spider, frying pan are lost to us, and as we can, we live while marching to and fro. Our food has lessened, till at length e'en want's gaunt image seems to threat, a foe to whom the bravest yet must yield at last his knightly strength. But while we've meat and flour enough, the bayonet shall be our spit, the ramrod bake our dough on it, a gum-cloth be our kneading trough. We'll bear privation, danger dare, while even these are left to us, be hopeful, faithful, emulous of gallant deeds, though hard our fare. 2. 1864. 3 years and more, we grimly said, when order came to rest at will, beside the cornfield on the hill, as on a weary march we sped. 3 years and more we've met the foe, on many a gory, hard-fought field, and still we swear we cannot yield, till fate shall bring some deeper woe. 3 years and more we've struggled on, through torrid heat and winter's chill, nor bated aught of steadfast will, though even hope seems almost gone. Ill-fed, ill-clad and shelterless, how little cheer in health we know. When wounds and illness lay us low, how comfortless our sore distress. These flimsy rags, that scarcely hide our forms, can naught discourage us, but hunger, it may be thus that fortune shall the strife decide. But while the cornfields give supply, we'll take content the roasting ear, nor yield as yet to craven fear, but still press on to do or die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The High Tide at Gettysburg, July 3, 1863, by Will Henry Thompson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The High Tide at Gettysburg, July 3, 1863. A cloud possessed the hollow field, the gathering's battle's smoky shield. Athwart the gloom the lightning flashed, and through the clouds some horsemen dashed, and from the heights the thunder pealed. Then at the brief command of Lee moved out that matchless infantry, with Pickett leading grandly down to rush against the roaring crown of those dread heights of destiny. Far heard above the angry guns a cry across the tumult runs, the voice that rang through Shiloh's woods and Chickamauga's solitudes, the fierce South cheering on her sons. Ah, how the withering tempest blew against the front of Pettigrew, a calm-sim wind that scorched and singed like the infernal flame that fringed the British squares at Waterloo. 1,000 fell where Kemper led, 1,000 died where Garnett bled, in blinding flame and strangling smoke. The remnant through the batteries broke and crossed the works with Armistead. "Once more in glory's van with me," Virginia cried to Tennessee. "We two together, come what may, shall stand upon these works today." The reddest day in history. Brave Tennessee! In reckless way Virginia heard her comrades say, "Close round this rent and riddled rag." What time she set her battle flag amid the guns of Doubleday. But who shall break the guards that wait before the awful face of fate? The tattered standards of the South were shrivelled at the cannon's mouth, and all her hopes were desolate. In vain the Tennessean set his breast against the bayonet. In vain Virginia charged and raged, a tigress in her wrath uncaged, till all the hill was red and wet. Above the bayonets mixed and crossed, men saw a grey gigantic ghost receding through the battle cloud, and heard across the tempest loud the death cry of a nation lost. The brave went down without disgrace, they leaped to ruin's red embrace. They only heard fame's thunders wake, and saw the dazzling sunburst break in smiles on glory's bloody face. They fell who lifted up a hand and bade the sun in heaven to stand. They smote and fell who set the bars against the progress of the stars, and stayed the march of motherland. They stood who saw the future come on through the fight's delirium. They smote and stood who held the hope of nations on that slippery slope amid the cheers of Christendom. God lives! He forged the iron will that clutched and held that trembling hill. God lives and reigns. He built and lent the heights for freedom's battlement, where floats her flag in triumph still. Fold up the banners, smelt the guns. Love rules. Her gentler purpose runs. A mighty mother turns in tears the pages of her battle years, lamenting all her fallen sons. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Lee to the Rear by John Randolph Thompson. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator.
Adrian Stevens as Robert Lee.
And Craig Franklin as the Brigade.
Lee to the Rear. An incident in one of the battles in the Wilderness at the beginning of the campaign of 1864. Dawn of a pleasant morning in May broke through the wilderness cool and grey, while perched in the tallest tree-tops the birds were carolling Mendelssohn's songs without words. Far from the haunts of men remote, the brook brawled on with a liquid note, and nature, all tranquil and lovely, wore the smile of the spring, as in Eden of yore. Little by little, as daylight increased, and deepened the roseate flush in the east, little by little did morning reveal 2 long glittering lines of steel. Where 200,000 bayonets gleam, tipped with the light of the earliest beam, and the faces are sullen and grim to see in the hostile armies of Grant and Lee. All of a sudden, ere rose the sun, pealed on the silence the opening gun, A little white puff of smoke there came, and anon the valley was wreathed in flame. Down on the left of the rebel lines, where a breastwork stands in a copse of pines, before the rebels their ranks can form, the Yankees have carried the place by storm. Stars and stripes on the salient wave, where many a hero has found a grave, and the gallant Confederates strive in vain the ground they have drenched with their blood to regain. Yet louder the thunder of battle roared, yet a deadlier fire on the columns poured, slaughter infernal rode with despair, furies twain through the murky air. Not far off in the saddle there sat a grey-bearded man in a black slouched hat. Not much moved by the fire was he, calm and resolute, Robert Lee. Quick and watchful he kept his eye on the bold rebel brigades close by, reserves that were standing and dying at ease while the tempest of wrath toppled over the trees. For still with their loud, deep bulldog bay the Yankee batteries blazed away, and with every murderous second that sped a dozen brave fellows, alas, fell dead. The grand old greybeard rode to the space where death and his victims stood face to face, and silently waved his old slouched hat. A world of meaning there was in that.
"Follow me, steady, we'll save the day."
This was what he seemed to say, and to the light of his glorious eye the bold brigades thus made reply.
"We'll go forward, but you must go back."
And they moved not an inch in the perilous track.
"Go to the rear, and we'll send them to hell."
And the sound of the battle was lost in their yell. Turning his bridle, Robert Lee rode to the rear, like waves of the sea, bursting the dikes in their overflow, madly his veterans dashed on the foe. And backward in terror that foe was driven, their banners rent and their columns riven, wherever the tide of battle rolled over the wilderness wood and wold. Sunset out of a crimson sky streamed over a field of ruddier dye, and the brook ran on with a purple stain from the blood of 10,000 foemen slain. Seasons have passed since that day and year, again over its pebbles the brook runs clear, and the field in a richer green is dressed, where the dead of a terrible conflict rest. Hushed is the roll of the rebel drum, the sabres are sheathed, and the cannon are dumb, and Fate with his pitiless hand has furled the flag that once challenged the gaze of the world. But the fame of the wilderness fight abides, and down into history grandly rides, calm and unmoved as in battle he sat, the grey-bearded man in the black slouched hat. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Driving Home the Cows by Kate Putnam Osgood, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Driving Home the Cows. Out of the clover and blue-eyed grass he turned them into the river lane. One after another he let them pass, then fastened the meadow bars again. Under the willows and over the hill he patiently followed their sober pace. The merry whistle for once was still, and something shadowed the sunny face. Only a boy, and his father had said he'd never let his youngest go. 2 already were lying dead under the feet of the trampling foe. But after the evening work was done, and the frogs were loud in the meadow swamp, over his shoulder he slung his gun, and stealthily followed the footpath damp, across the clover and through the wheat, with resolute heart and purpose grim, though cold was the dew on his hurrying feet, and the blind bat's flitting startled him. Thrice since then had the lanes been white, and the orchard sweet with apple bloom, and now when the cows come back at night, the feeble father drove them home. For news had come to the lonely farm that 3 were lying where 2 had lain, and the old man's tremulous, palsied arm could never lean on a son's again. The summer day grew cool and late. He went for the cows when the work was done, but down the lane, as he opened the gate, he saw them coming one by one. Brindle, Ebony, Speckle and Bess, shaking their horns in the evening wind, cropping the buttercups out of the grass, but who was it following close behind? Loosely swung in the idle air the empty sleeve of army blue, and worn and pale from the crisping hair looked out a face that the father knew. For gloomy prisons will sometimes yawn and yield their dead unto life again, and the day that comes with a cloudy dawn into golden glory at last may wane. The great tears sprang to their meeting eyes, for the heart must speak when the lips are dumb, and under the silent evening skies together they followed the cattle home. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sherman's March to the Sea, May the 4th to December the 21st, 1864, by Samuel H. M. Byers. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Sherman's March to the Sea, May 4th to December 21st, 1864. This song was sung by thousands of Sherman's soldiers after the march, and had the honour of giving its name to the campaign it celebrates. Its author had been one of Sherman's army and was captured at the Battle of Chattanooga. While a prisoner, he escaped, disguised himself in a Confederate uniform, went to the Southern Army and witnessed some of the fierce fighting about Atlanta. He was discovered and sent back to prison at Columbia, SC, where he wrote the song. He soon escaped again, rejoined Sherman's army, and for a time served on General Sherman's staff. From Cape Fear River he was sent north with dispatches to Grant and President Lincoln, bringing the first news of Sherman's success in the Carolinas. Our campfires shone bright on the mountains that frowned on the river below, while we stood by our guns in the morning and eagerly watched for the foe. When a rider came out of the darkness that hung over the mountain and tree, and shouted, "Boys, up and be ready, for Sherman will march to the sea." Then cheer upon cheer for bold Sherman went up from each valley and glen, and the bugles re-echoed the music that came from the lips of the men. For we knew that the stars in our banner more bright in their splendour would be, and that blessings from Northland would greet us when Sherman marched down to the sea. Then forward, boys, forward to battle. We marched on our wearisome way. We stormed the wild hills of Resaca. God bless those who fell on that day. Then Kennesaw, dark in its glory, frowned down on the flag of the free. But the east and the west bore our standards, and Sherman marched on to the sea. Still onward we pressed till our banners swept out from Atlanta's grim walls, and the blood of the patriot dampened the soil where the traitor flag falls. Yet we paused not to weep for the fallen, who slept by each river and tree. We twined them a wreath of the laurel, as Sherman marched down to the sea. Oh, proud was our army that morning, that stood where the pine darkly towers, when Sherman said, "Boys, you are weary, this day fair Savannah is ours." Then sang we a song for our chieftain, that echoed o'er river and lea, and the stars in our banner shone brighter when Sherman marched down to the sea. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Army Correspondent's Last Ride, 5 Forks, April 1st, 1865, by George Alfred Townsend. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator.
And Craig Franklin as the Sentinel.
Army Correspondence Last Ride, Five Forks, April 1st, 1865. Ho, pony! Down the lonely road strike now your cheeriest pace. The woods on fire do not burn higher than burns my anxious face. Far have you sped, but all this night must feel my nervous spur. If we be late, the world must wait the tidings we aver. To home and hamlet, town and hearth, to thrill child, mother, man, I carry to the waiting north great news from Sheridan. The birds are dead among the pines, slain by the battle fright. Prone in the road the steed reclines that never readied the fight. Yet on we go, the wreck below of many a tumbled wain, by ghastly pools where stranded mules die drinking of the rain. With but my list of killed and missed I spur my stumbling nag, to tell of death at many a tryst, but victory to the flag.
Halt! Who comes there? The countersign.
A friend.
Advance. The fight? How goes it, say?
We won the day.
Huzzah! Pass on!
Good night. And parts the darkness on before, and down the mire we tramp, and the black sky is painted o'er with many a pulsing camp. O'er stumps and ruts, by ruined huts where ghosts look through the gloam, behind my tread I hear the dead follow the news toward home. The hunted souls I see behind, in swamp and in ravine, whose cry for mercy thrills the wind till cracks the sure carbine. The moving lights which scare the dark and show the trampled place, where in his blood some mother's bud turns up his young dead face. The captive spent, whose standards rent the conqueror parades, as at the Five Forks roads arrive the general's dashing aids. O wondrous youth! Through this grand ruth runs my boy's life its thread. The general's fame, the battle's name, the rolls of maimed and dead I bear with my thrilled soul astir, and lonely thoughts and fears, and am but history's courier to bind the conquering years. A battle ray, through ages grey, to light to deeds sublime, and flash the lustre of this day down all the aisles of time. Ho, pony! 'Tis the signal gun the night assault decreed. On Petersburg the thunderbolts crash from the lines of Meade. Fade the pale, frightened stars o'erhead, and shrieks the bursting air. The forest foliage, tinted red, grows ghastlier in the glare. Though in our towers, reached her last hours, rocks proud rebellion's crest, the world may sag, if but my nag get in before the rest. With bloody flank and fetlocks dank, and goad and lash and shout, great God! As every hoofbeat falls, 100 lives beat out. As weary as this broken steed reels down the corduroys, so weary fight for morning light our hot and grimy boys. Through ditches wet, o'er parapet and guns barbette they catch the last lost breach, and I reach the mail with my dispatch. Sure it shall speed, the land to read as sped the happiest shall. The shot I send strike the world's end, this tells my pony's knell. His long race run, the long war done, my occupation gone. Above his bier, prone on the pier, the vultures fleck the dawn. Still rest his bones where soldiers dwell, till the long roll they catch. He fell the day that Richmond fell, and took the first dispatch. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Year of Jubilee by Anonymous, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The Year of Jubilee. Footnote: sung by Negro troops when entering Richmond. George Carey Eggleston, in his collection of American War Ballads, says that it soon found favour among the people and was sung with applause by young men and maidens in well-nigh every house in Virginia. End footnote. Say, darkies, have you seen the massa? Whipped him mustache on he face. Go long the road some time this morning, like he gwine leave the place. He see the smoke way up the river, where the Renkum gunboats lay. He took he hat and left very sudden, and I suppose he's runned away. The massa run, ha, ha, the darky stay, ho, ho. It must no be kingdom coming, and the yar up jubilo. He's 6 foot one way and 2 foot t'other, and he weighs 600 pound. His coat's so big he couldn't pay the tailor, and it won't reach halfway round. He drills so much they calls him captain, and he gets so mighty tanned, I expect you try to fool them Yankees, for to think he contraband. The massa run, ha ha ha, the darky stay, ho ho, it must be now the kingdom coming, and the yar up Joe below. The darkies got so lonesome living in the log hut on the lawn, they moved their things into massa's parlour for to keep it while he was gone. There's wine and cider in the kitchen, and the darkies, they have some. I expect it will all be skated when the Lincoln soldiers come. The massa run, ha ha, the darkies stay, ho ho, it must be now the kingdom coming, and the yar of jubilo. The overseer he makes us travel, and he drive round a spell. We lock him up in the smokehouse cellar, with the key flung in the well. The whip am lost, the handcuff broke, but the massy have his pay. He big and old enough for to know better. Danta went and run away. The massa run, ha ha. The darky stay, ho ho. It must be now the kingdom coming, and the yar of Joe below. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Conquered Banner by Abram Joseph Ryan, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The Conquered Banner. Furl that banner, for 'tis weary, round its staff 'tis drooping dreary. Furl it, fold it, it is best, but there is not a man to wave it, and there's not a sword to save it, and there's not one left to lave it in the blood which heroes gave it, and its foes now scorn and brave it. Furl it, hide it, let it rest. Take that banner down, 'tis tattered, broken is its staff and shattered, and the valiant hosts are scattered over whom it floated high. Oh, 'tis hard for us to fold it, hard to think there's none to hold it, hard that those who once unrolled it now must furl it with a sigh. Furl that banner, furl it sadly, once 10,000s hailed it gladly, and 10,000s wildly, madly swore it should forever wave, swore that foemen's swords should never hearts like theirs entwined dissever, till that flag should float forever o'er their freedom or their grave. Furl it, for the hands that grasped it, and the hearts that fondly clasped it, cold and dead are lying low, and that banner, it is trailing, while around it sounds the wailing of its people in their woe. For though conquered they adore it, love the cold, dead hands that bore it, weep for those who fell before it, pardon those who trailed and tore it. And oh, wildly they deplore it, now to furl and fold it so. Furl that banner, true 'tis gory, yet 'tis wreathed around with glory, and 'twill live in song and story, though its folds are in the dust. For its fame on brightest pages, penned by poets and by sages, shall go sounding down the ages. Furl its folds, though now we must. Furl that banner softly, slowly, treat it gently, it is holy, for it droops above the dead. Touch it not, unfold it never, let it droop there, furled forever, for its people's hopes are fled. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
All by Francis Alexander Durivage. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. All. There hangs a sabre, and there a rein, with a rusty buckle and green curb chain, a pair of spurs on the old grey wall, and a mouldy saddle. Well, that is all. Come out to the stable, it is not far. The moss-grown door is hanging ajar. Look within. There is an empty stall, where once stood a charger, and that is all. The good black horse came riderless home, flecked with blood drops as well as foam. See yonder hillock where dead leaves fall? The good black horse pined to death, that's all. All? O God, it is all I can speak. Question me not, I am old and weak. His sabre and his saddle hang on the wall, and his horse pined to death. I have told you all. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Closing Scene by Thomas Buchanan Read. From The World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Closing Scene. Within the sober realm of leafless trees, the russet year inhaled the dreamy air, like some tanned reaper in his hour of ease, when all the fields are lying brown and bare. The grey barns looking from their hazy hills over the dun waters widening in the vales, sent down the air a greeting to the mills on the dull thunder of alternate flails. All sights were mellowed and all sounds subdued. The hills seemed further and the stream sang low, as in a dream the distant woodman hewed his winter log with many a muffled blow. The embattled forests, erewhile armed with gold, their banners bright with every martial hue, now stood like some sad, beaten host of old, withdrawn afar in time's remotest blue. On slumberous wings the vulture held his flight, the dove scarce heard its sighing mate's complaint, and like a star slow drowning in the light, the village church vane seemed to pale and faint. The sentinel cock upon the hillside crew thrice, and all was stiller than before, silent, till some replying warden blew his alien horn, and then was heard no more. Where erst the jay, within the elm's tall crest, made garrulous trouble round her unfledged young, and where the oriole hung her swaying nest, by every light wind like a censer swung. Where sang the noisy martens of the eaves, the busy swallows circling ever near, foreboding, as the rustic mind believes, an early harvest and a plenteous year. Where every bird which charmed the vernal feast shook the sweet slumber from its wings at morn, to warn the reaper of the rosy east, all now was sunless, empty, and forlorn. Alone from out the stubble piped the quail, and croaked the crow through all the dreamy gloom. Alone the pheasant, drumming in the vale, made echo to the distant cottage loom. There was no bud, no bloom upon the bowers. The spiders moved their thin shrouds night by night. The thistledown, the only ghost of flowers, sailed slowly by, passed noiseless out of sight. Amid all this, in this most cheerless air, and where the woodbine shed upon the porch its crimson leaves, as if the year stood there firing the floor with his inverted torch. Amid all this, the centre of the scene, the white-haired matron, with monotonous tread, plied the swift wheel, and with her joyless mien sat like a Fate and watched the flying thread. She had known sorrow, he had walked with her, oft supped, and broke the bitter ashen crust. and in the dead leaves still she heard the stir of his black mantle trailing in the dust. While yet her cheek was bright with summer bloom, her country summoned, and she gave her all, and twice War bowed to her his sable plume, re-gave the swords to rust upon the wall. Re-gave the swords, but not the hand that drew and struck for liberty the dying blow, nor him who, to his sire and country true, fell mid the ranks of the invading foe. Long, but not loud, the droning wheel went on, like the low murmur of a hive at noon. Long, but not loud, the memory of the gone breathed through her lips a sad and tremulous tune. At last the thread was snapped, her head was bowed, life dropped the distaff through his hands serene, and loving neighbours smoothed her careful shroud, while death and winter closed the autumn scene. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Men Behind the Guns, The Spanish-American War, 1898 by John Jerome Rooney. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Men Behind the Guns, The Spanish-American War, 1898. A cheer and salute for the Admiral, and here's to the Captain bold, and never forget the Commodore's debt when the deeds of might are told. They stand to the deck through the battle's wreck, when the great shells roar and screech, and never they fear when the foe is near to practice what they preach. But off with your hat, and 3 times 3 for Columbia's true blue sons, the men below who batter the foe, the men behind the guns. Oh, light and merry of heart are they when they swing into port once more, when with more than enough of the green-backed stuff they start for their leave ashore. And you'd think perhaps that the blue-bloused chaps who loll along the street are a tender bit with salt on it for some fierce moustache to eat. Some warrior bold with straps of gold who dazzles and fairly stuns the modest worth of the sailor boys, the lads who serve the guns. But say not a word till a shot is heard that tells the fight is on, till the long deep roar grows more and more from the ships of Yank and Don, till over the deep the tempests sweep of fire and bursting shell, and the very air is a mad despair in the throes of a living hell. Then down, down deep in the mighty ship, unseen by the midday suns, you'll find the chaps who are giving the raps, the men behind the guns. Oh, well they know how the cyclones blow that they loose from their cloud of death, and they know is heard the thunder word their fierce 10-incher saith. The steel decks rock with the lightning shock, and shake with the great recoil, and the sea grows red with the blood of the dead, and reaches for his spoil. But not till the foe has gone below, or turns his prow and runs, shall the voice of peace bring sweet release to the men behind the guns. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Battle of Manila, a fragment, May 1st, 1898, by Richard Hovey, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The Battle of Manila, a fragment. By Cavite on the bay, 'twas the Spanish squadron lay, and the red dawn was creeping o'er the city that lay sleeping to the east like a bride in the May. There was peace at Manila, in the May morn at Manila, when ho, the Spanish admiral awoke to find our line had passed by grey Corregidor and laughed at shoal and mine, and flung to the sky its banners with "Remember" for the sign. With the ships of Spain before, in the shelter of the shore, and the forts on the right, they drew forward to the fight, and the first was the gallant Commodore, in the Bay of Manila, in the doomed Bay of Manila, with succour half the world away, no port beneath that sky, with nothing but their ships and guns and Yankee pluck to try. They had left retreat behind them, they had come to win or die. For we spoke at Manila, we said it at Manila, "Oh, be ye brave or be ye strong. Ye build your ships in vain, the children of the Sea Queen's brood will not give up the main. We hold the sea against the world, as we held it against Spain. Be warned by Manila, take warning by Manila. Ye may trade by land, ye may fight by land, ye may hold the land in fee, but not go down to the sea in ships to battle with the free, for England and America will keep and hold the sea." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode to Peace by William Tennant. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Ode to Peace. Daughter of God, that sitt'st on high, amid the dances of the sky, and guidest with thy gentle sway the planets on their tuneful way. Sweet Peace, shall never again the smile of thy most holy face from thine ethereal dwelling place rejoice the wretched, weary race of discord-breathing men? Too long, O gladness-giving Queen, thy tarrying in heaven has been. Too long o'er this fair blooming world the flag of blood has been unfurled, polluting God's pure day, whilst, as each maddening people reels, war onward drives his scythed wheels, and at his horses' bloody heels shriek murder and dismay. Oft have I wept to hear the cry of widow wailing bitterly, to see the parent's silent tear for children fallen beneath the spear, and I have felt so sore the sense of human guilt and woe, that I, in virtue's passioned glow, have cursed my soul was wounded so the shape of man I bore. Then come from thy serene abode, thou gladness-giving child of God, and cease the world's ensanguined strife, and reconcile my soul to life. For much I long to see, ere I shall to the grave descend, thy hand its blessed branch extend, and to the world's remotest end wave love and harmony. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
End of the Civil War. From King Richard III, Act 1, Scene 1, by William Shakespeare. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. End of the Civil War. From King Richard III, Act 1, Scene 1. Now is the winter of our discontent made glorious summer by this son of York, and all the clouds that lowered upon our house in the deep bosom of the ocean buried. Now are our brows bound with victorious wreaths, our bruised arms hung up for monuments, our stern alarums changed to merry meetings, our dreadful marches to delightful measures. Grim-visaged war hath smoothed his wrinkled front, and now, instead of mounting barbed steeds to fright the souls of fearful adversaries, he capers nimbly in a lady's chamber, to the lascivious pleasing of a lute. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Disarmament by John Greenleaf Whittier, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia as the narrator,
Thomas Peter as Christ and the Dove,
Craig Franklin as the Giant,
and Adrian Stevens as Buddha.
Disarmament.
Put up the sword!
The voice of Christ once more speaks in the pauses of the cannon's roar. Over fields of corn by fiery sickles reaped, and left dry ashes, over trenches heaped with nameless dead, over cities starving slow under a rain of fire, through wards of woe, down which a groaning diapason runs, from tortured brothers, husbands, lovers, sons, of desolate women in their far-off homes, waiting to hear the step that never comes. O men and brothers, let that voice be heard. War fails, try peace, put up the useless sword. Fear not the end. There is a story told in Eastern tents, when autumn nights grow cold, and round the fire the Mongol shepherds sit, with grave responses listening unto it. Once on the errands of his mercy bent, Buddha, the holy and benevolent, met a fell monster, huge and fierce of look, whose awful voice the hills and forests shook.
O son of peace,
the giant cried,
thy fate is sealed at last, and love shall yield to hate.
The unarmed Buddha, looking with no trace of fear or anger in the monster's face, in pity said,
Poor fiend, even thee I love.
Lo, as he spake, the sky-tall terror sank to hand-breadth size. The huge abhorrence shrank into the form and fashion of a dove, and where the thunder of its rage was heard, circling above him, sweetly sang the bird.
Hate hath no harmful love,
so ran the song.
And peace unweaponed conquers every wrong.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Tubal-Cain by Charles Mackay, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter as the narrator,
Adrian Stevens as Tubal-Cain,
and Sonia as the people.
Tubal-Cain. Old Tubal-Cain was a man of might in the days when earth was young. By the fierce red light of his furnace bright, the strokes of his hammer rung. And he lifted high his brawny hand on the iron glowing clear, till the sparks rushed out in scarlet showers as he fashioned the sword and the spear. And he sang,
Hurrah for my handiwork! Hurrah for the spear and the sword! Hurrah for the hand that shall wield them well, for he shall be king and lord.
To Tubal-Cain came many a one as he wrought by his roaring fire, and each one prayed for a strong steel blade as the crown of his desire. And he made them weapons sharp and strong, till they shouted loud for glee, and gave him gifts of pearl and gold, and spoils of the forest free. And they sang,
Hurrah for Tubal-Cain, who hath given us strength anew! Hurrah for the smith, hurrah for the fire, and hurrah for the metal true!
But a sudden change came o'er his heart, ere the setting of the sun, and Tubal-Cain was filled with pain for the evil he had done. He saw that men, with rage and hate, made war upon their kind, that the land was red with the blood they shed, in their lust for carnage blind. And he said,
Alas, that I ever made, or that skill of mine should plan, the spear and the sword for men whose joy is to slay their fellow man.
And for many a day old Tubal-Cain sat brooding o'er his woe, and his hand forbore to smite the ore, and his furnace smouldered low. But he rose at last with a cheerful face, and a bright courageous eye, and bared his strong right arm for work, while the quick flames mounted high. And he sang,
Hurrah for my handiwork! And the red sparks lit the air. Not alone for the blade was the bright steel made.
And he fashioned his first ploughshare. And men, taught wisdom from the past, and friendship joined their hands, hung the sword in the hall, the spear on the wall, and ploughed the willing lands, and sang,
Hurrah for Tubal Cain! Our stanch good friend is he, and for the ploughshare and the plough, to him our praise shall be. But while oppression lifts its head, or a tyrant would be lord, though we may thank him for the plough, we'll not forget the sword.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Knight's Tomb by Samuel Taylor Coleridge. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Knight's Tomb. Where is the grave of Sir Arthur O'Kellin? Where may the grave of that good man be? By the side of a spring on the breast of Helvellyn, under the twigs of a young birch tree, the oak that in summer was sweet to hear, and rustled its leaves in the fall of the year, and whistled and roared in the winter alone, is gone, and the birch in its stead is grown. The knight's bones are dust, and his good sword rust. His soul is with the saints, I trust. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Not on the Battlefield by John Pierpoint. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Not on the Battlefield. Quote, To fall on the battlefield fighting for my dear country, that would not be hard. End quote. The Neighbours. Oh, no, no, let me lie, not on a field of battle when I die. Let not the iron tread of the mad war horse crush my helmet head, nor let the reeking knife that I have drawn against a brother's life be in my hand, when death thunders along and tramples me beneath his heavy squadron's heels, or gory fellows of his cannon's wheels. From such a dying bed, though o'er it float the stripes of white and red, and the bold eagle brings the clustered stars upon his widespread wings to sparkle in my sight, oh, never let my spirit take her flight. I know that beauty's eye is all that brighter where gay pennants fly, and brazen helmets dance, and sunshine flashes on the lifted lance. I know that bards have sung, and people shouted till the welkin run, in honour of the brave who on the battlefield have found a grave. I know that o'er their bones how grateful hands piled monumental stones. Some of those piles I have seen, the one at Lexington upon the green where the first blood was shed, and to my country's independence led. And others on our shore, the battle monument at Baltimore, and that on Bunker's Hill, aye, and abroad a few more famous still. Thy tomb, Themistocles, that looks out yet upon the Grecian seas, and which the waters kiss that issue from the Gulf of Salamis, and thine too have I seen, thy mound of earth, Patroclus robed in green, that, like a natural knoll, sheep climb and nibble over as they stroll, watched by some turbaned boy upon the margin of the plain of Troy. Such honours grace the bed, I know, whereon the warrior lays his head, and hears, as life ebbs out, the conquered flying and the conqueror's shout. But as his eye grows dim, what is a column or a mound to him? What to the parting soul the mellow note of bugles? What the roll of drums? No, let me die where the blue heaven bends o'er me lovingly, and the soft summer air, as it goes by me, stirs my thin white hair, and from my forehead dries the death damp as it gathers, and the skies seem waiting to receive my soul to their clear depths. Or let me leave the world when round my bed wife, children, weeping friends are gathered, and the calm voice of prayer and holy hymning shall my soul prepare to go and be at rest with kindred spirits, spirits who have blessed the human brotherhood by labours, cares, and counsels for their good. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Day is Coming by William Morris, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. The day is coming. Come hither, lads, and hearken, for a tale there is to tell of the wonderful days a-coming when all shall be better than well. And the tale shall be told of a country, a land in the midst of the sea, and folk shall call it England in the days that are going to be. There more than 1 in 1,000 in the days that are yet to come shall have some hope of the morrow, some joy of the ancient home. For then, laugh not, but listen to this strange tale of mine. All folk that are in England shall be better lodged than swine. Then a man shall work and bethink him, and rejoice in the deeds of his hand, nor yet come home in the even, too faint and weary to stand. Men in that time a-coming shall work and have no fear, for tomorrow's lack of earning and the hunger wolf are near. I tell you this for a wonder, that no man then shall be glad of his fellow's fall and mishap, to snatch at the work he had. For that which the worker winneth shall then be his indeed, nor shall half be reaped for nothing by him that sowed no seed. O strange new wonderful justice! But for whom shall we gather the gain? For ourselves and for each of our fellows, and no hand shall labour in vain. Then all mine and all thine shall be ours, and no more shall any man crave for riches that serve for nothing but to fetter a friend for a slave. And what wealth then shall be left us, when none shall gather gold to buy his friend in the market, and pinch and pine the sold? Nay, what save the lovely city, and the little house on the hill, and the wastes and the woodland beauty, and the happy fields we till, and the homes of ancient stories, the tombs of the mighty dead, and the wise men seeking out marvels, and the poet's teeming head, and the painter's hand of wonder, and the marvellous fiddle bow, and the banded choirs of music, all those that do and know. For all these shall be ours, and all men's, nor shall any lack a share of the toil and the gain of living, in the days when the world grows fair. Ah, such are the days that shall be. But what are the deeds of today, in the days of the years we dwell in, that wear our lives away? Why then, and for what are we waiting? There are 3 words to speak. We will it. And what is the foeman but the dream-strong wakened and weak? Oh, why and for what are we waiting, while our brothers droop and die, and on every wind of the heavens a wasted life goes by? How long shall they reproach us, where crowd on crowd they dwell, poor ghosts of the wicked city, the gold-crushed hungry hell? Through squalid life they laboured, in sordid grief they died, those sons of a mighty mother, those props of England's pride. They are gone. There is none can undo it, nor save our souls from the curse, but many a million cometh, and shall they be better or worse? It is we must answer and hasten, and open wide the door, for the rich man's hurrying terror, and the slow-foot hope of the poor. Yea, the voiceless wrath of the wretched, and their unlearned discontent, we must give it voice and wisdom till the waiting tide be spent. Come then, since all things call us, the living and the dead, and o'er the weltering tangle a glimmering light is shed. Come then, let us cast off fooling, and put by ease and rest, for the cause alone is worthy, till the good days bring the best. Come, join in the only battle wherein no man can fail, where whoso fadeth and dieth, yet his deed shall still prevail. Ah, come, cast off all fooling, for this at least we know, that the dawn and the day is coming, and forth the banners go. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Grave of Bonaparte by Leonard Heath, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The Grave of Bonaparte. On a lone barren isle, where the wild roaring billows assail the stern rock, and the loud tempests rave, the hero lies still, while the dew-drooping willows, like fond weeping mourners, lean over the grave. The lightnings may flash, and the loud thunders rattle. He heeds not, he hears not, he's free from all pain. He sleeps his last sleep, he has fought his last battle. No sound can awake him to glory again. O shade of the mighty, where now are the legions that rushed but to conquer when thou ledst them on? Alas, they have perished in far hilly regions, and all save the fame of their triumph is gone. The trumpet may sound, and the loud cannon rattle. They heed not, they hear not, they're free from all pain. They sleep their last sleep, they have fought their last battle. No sound can awake them to glory again. Yet, spirit immortal, the tomb cannot bind thee, for, like thine own eagle that soared to the sun, thou springest from bondage and leavest behind thee a name which before thee no mortal had won. The nations may combat, and war's thunders rattle. No more on the steed wilt thou sweep o'er the plain. Thou sleep'st thy last sleep, thou hast fought thy last battle. No sound can awake thee to glory again. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Battle of Blenheim by Robert Southey, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian as the narrator.
Craig Franklin as Old Caspar.
Thomas Peter as Peterkin.
and Sonja as Wilhelmine.
The Battle of Blenheim. In Bavaria, August the 13th, 1704, between the English and Austrians on one side, under the Duke of Marlborough, and Prince Eugene, and the French and Bavarians on the other side, led by Marshal Tallet and the Elector of Bavaria, the latter party was defeated, and the schemes of Louis XIV of France were materially checked. It was a summer evening. Old Caspar's work was done, and he before his cottage door was sitting in the sun, and by him sported on the green his little grandchild Wilhelmine. She saw her brother Peterkin roll something large and round, which he beside the rivulet in playing there had found. He came to ask what he had found that was so large and smooth and round. Old Caspar took it from the boy, who stood expectant by, and then the old man shook his head, and with a natural sigh,
"'Tis some poor fellow's skull,"
said he,
"who fell in the great victory. I find them in the garden, for there's many hereabout, and often when I go to plough, the ploughshare turns them out. For many thousand men,"
said he,
"were slain in the great victory."
Now tell us what 'twas all about.
Young Peterkin, he cries, and little Wilhelmine looks up with wonder-waiting eyes.
Now tell us all about the war, and what they fought each other for.
"It was the English,"
Caspar cried,
"who put the French to rout. But what they fought each other for I could not well make out. But everybody said,"
quoth he,
that 'twas a famous victory. My father lived at Blenheim then, yon little stream hard by. They burnt his dwelling to the ground, and he was forced to fly. So with his wife and child he fled, nor had he where to rest his head. With fire and sword the country round was wasted far and wide, and many a childing mother there and new-born baby died. But things like that, you know, must be at every famous victory. They said it was a shocking sight after the field was won, for many thousand bodies here lay rotting in the sun. But things like that, you know, must be after a famous victory. Great praise the Duke of Marlborough won, and our good Prince Eugene.
Why, 'twas a very wicked thing,
said little Wilhelmine.
Nay, nay, my little girl,
Quoth he,
it was a famous victory, and everybody praised the Duke, who this great fight did win.
But what good came of it at last?
Quoth little Peterkin.
Why, that I cannot tell,
Said he.
but 'twas a famous victory.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
At Gibraltar by George Edward Woodberry. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8. National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. At Gibraltar. 1. England, I stand on thy imperial ground, not all a stranger. As thy bugles blow, I feel within my blood old battles flow, the blood whose ancient founts are in thee found, still surging dark against the Christian bound, while Islam presses. Well its peoples know thy heights that watch them wandering below. I think how Lucknow heard their gathering sound. I turn and meet the cruel turbaned face. England, 'tis sweet to be so much thy son. I feel the conqueror in my blood and race. Last night Trafalgar awed me, and to-day Gibraltar wakened. Hark, thy evening gun startles the desert over Africa. 2. Thou art the rock of empire set mid seas between the east and west that God has built. Advance thy Roman borders where thou wilt, while run thy armies true with his decrees. Law, justice, liberty, great gifts are these. Watch that they spread where English blood is spilt, lest, mixed and sullied with his country's guilt, the soldier's life-stream flow, and heaven displease. 2 swords there are, one naked, apt to smite, thy blade of war, and battle-storied one rejoices in the sheath, and hides from light. American I am, would wars were done. Now westward look, my country bids good night. Peace to the world, from ports without a gun. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Bivouac of the Dead by Theodore O'Hara. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. The Bivouac of the Dead. Dedication of a monument to Kentucky volunteers killed at Buena Vista, Mexico. The muffled drum's sad roll has beat the soldier's last tattoo. No more on life's parade shall meet that brave and fallen few. On fame's eternal camping ground their silent tents are spread, and glory guards with solemn round the bivouac of the dead. No rumour of the foe's advance now swells upon the wind. No troubled thought at midnight haunts of loved ones left behind. No vision of the morrow's strife the warrior's dream alarms. No braying horn nor screaming fife at dawn shall call to arms. Their shivered swords are red with rust, their plumed heads are bowed, their haughty banner trailed in dust is now their martial shroud. And plenteous funeral tears have washed the red stains from each brow, and the proud forms by battle gashed are free from anguish now. The neighing troop, the flashing bride, the bugle stirring blast, the charge, the dreadful cannonade, the din and shout are past. Nor war's wild note nor glory's peal shall thrill with fierce delight those breasts that nevermore may feel the rapture of the fight. Like the fierce northern hurricane that sweeps his great plateau, flushed with the triumph yet to gain, came down the serried foe, who heard the thunder of the fray break o'er the field beneath, knew well the watchword of the day was victory or death. Long had the doubtful conflict raged o'er all that stricken plain, for never fiercer fight had waged the vengeful blood of Spain. And still the storm of battle blew, still swelled the gory tide. Not long our stout old chieftain knew such odds his strength could bide. 'Twas in that hour his stern command called to a martyr's grave, the flower of his beloved land, the nation's flag to save. By rivers of their fathers' gore his firstborn laurels grew, and well he deemed the sons would pour their lives for glory too. Full many a Norther's breath has swept o'er Angostora's plain, and long the pitying sky has wept above its mouldering slain. The raven's scream or eagle's flight or shepherd's pensive lay alone awakes each sullen height that frowned o'er that dreary fray. Sons of the dark and bloody ground, ye must not slumber there, where stranger steps and tongues resound along the heedless air. Your own proud land's heroic soil shall be your fitter grave. She claims from war his richest spoil, the ashes of her brave. Thus 'neath their parent turf they rest, far from the gory field, borne to a Spartan mother's breast on many a bloody shield. The sunshine of their native sky smiles sadly on them here, and kindred eyes and hearts watch by the hero sepulchre. Rest on, embalmed and sainted dead, dear as the blood ye gave. No impious footstep here shall tread the herbage of your grave, nor shall your glory be forgot while fame her record keeps, or honour points the hallowed spot where valour proudly sleeps. Yon marble minstrel's voiceless stone in deathless song shall tell, when many a vanished age hath flown, the story how ye fell. Nor wreck, nor change, nor winter's blight, nor time's remorseless doom shall dim one ray of glory's light that gilds your deathless tomb. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Arsenal at Springfield by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. The Arsenal at Springfield. This is the arsenal, from floor to ceiling. Like a huge organ rise the burnished arms, but from their silent pipes no anthem pealing startles the villages with strange alarms. Ah, what a sound will rise, how wild and dreary, when the death angel touches those swift keys. What loud lament and dismal misery will mingle with their awful symphonies. I hear even now the infinite fierce chorus, the cries of agony, the endless groan, which through the ages that have gone before us in long reverberations reach our own. On helm and harness rings the Saxon hammer, through Cimbric forests roars the Norseman's song, and loud amid the universal clamour o'er distant deserts sounds the Tartar gong. I hear the Florentine, who from his palace wheels out his battle bell with dreadful din, and Aztec priests upon their teocallis beat the wild war drums made of serpent skin. the tumult of each sacked and burning village, the shout that every prayer for mercy drowns, the soldiers' revels in the midst of pillage, the wail of famine in beleaguered towns, the bursting shell, the gateway wrenched asunder, the rattling musketry, the clashing blade, and ever and anon in tones of thunder, the diapason of the cannonade. Is it, O man, with such discordant noises, with such accursed instruments as these, thou drownest nature's sweet and kindly voices, and jarrest the celestial harmonies? Were half the power that fills the world with terror, were half the wealth bestowed on camps and courts, given to redeem the human mind from error, there were no need of arsenals nor forts. The warrior's name would be a name abhorred, and every nation that should lift again its hand against a brother, on its forehead would wear forevermore the curse of Cain. Down the dark future, through long generations, the echoing sounds grow fainter and then cease, and like a bell with solemn sweet vibrations, I hear once more the voice of Christ say, "Peace, peace," and no longer from its brazen portals the blast of war's great organ shakes the skies, but beautiful as songs of the immortals, the holy melodies of love arise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
An Old Battlefield by Frank Lebby Stanton. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. An Old Battlefield. The softest whisperings of the scented south, and rust and roses in the cannon's mouth, and where the thunders of the fight were born, the wind's sweet tenor in the standing corn, with song of larks low lingering in the loam, and blue skies bending over love and home. But still the thought, somewhere upon the hills, or where the vales ring with the whippoorwills, sad wistful eyes and broken hearts that beat for the loved sound of unreturning feet, and when the oaks their leafy banners wave, dream of the battle and an unmarked grave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Battlefield by William Cullen Bryant. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Battlefield. Once this soft turf, this rivulet's sands, were trampled by a hurrying crowd, and fiery hearts and armed hands encountered in the battle cloud. Ah, never shall the land forget how gushed the life-blood of her brave, gushed warm with hope and courage yet, upon the soil they fought to save. Now all is calm and fresh and still, alone the chirp of flitting bird, and talk of children on the hill, and bell of wandering kine are heard. No solemn host goes trailing by the black-mouthed gun and staggering wain. Men start not at the battle cry, oh, be it never heard again. Soon rested those who fought, but thou, who minglest in the harder strife for truths which men receive not now, thy warfare only ends with life. A friendless warfare, lingering long through weary day and weary year, a wild and many weaponed throng hang on thy front and flank and rear. Yet nerve thy spirit to the proof, and blench not at thy chosen lot. The timid good may stand aloof, the sage may frown, yet faint thou not. Nor heed the shaft too surely cast, the foul and hissing bolt of scorn, for with thy side shall dwell at last the victory of endurance born. Truth, crushed to earth, shall rise again. The eternal years of God are hers, but error, wounded, writhes in pain, and dies among his worshippers. Yea, though thou lie upon the dust, when they who helped thee flee in fear, die full of hope and manly trust, like those who fell in battle here. Another hand thy sword shall wield, another hand the standard wave, till from the trumpet's mouth is pealed the blast of triumph over thy grave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
How Sleep the Brave by William Collins, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. How sleep the brave. How sleep the brave who sink to rest, by all their country's wishes blessed, when spring with dewy fingers cold returns to deck their hallowed mould. She there shall dress a sweeter sod than fancy's feet have ever trod. By fairy hands their knell is rung, by forms unseen their dirge is sung. There honour comes, a pilgrim grey, to bless the turf that wraps their clay, and freedom shall a while repair, to dwell a weeping hermit there. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Our Fallen Heroes by George Bancroft Griffith, from the World's Best Poetry Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Thomas Peter. Our Fallen Heroes. The angel of the nation's peace has wreathed with flowers the battle drum. We see the fruiting fields increase, where sound of war no more shall come. The swallow skims the Tennessee, soft winds play o'er the Rapidan. There only echo notes of glee, where gleamed a mighty army's van. Fair Chattanooga's wooded slope with summer airs is lightly stirred, and many a heart is warm with hope, where once the deep-mouthed gun was heard. The blue Potomac stainless rolls, and Mission Ridge is gemmed with fern. On many a height sleep gallant souls, and still the blooming years return. Thank God! Unseen to outward eye, but felt in every freeman's breast, from graves where fallen comrades lie, ascends at nature's wise behest, with springing grass and blossoms new, a prayer to bless the nation's life, to freedom's flower give brighter hue, and hide the awful stains of strife. O boys in blue, we turn to you, the scarred and mangled who survive. No more we meet in grand review, but all the arts of freedom thrive. Still glows the jewel in its shrine, one where the James now tranquil rolls, its wealth for all, the glory thine, O memory of heroic souls. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Cause of the South, from Sentinel Songs by Abram Joseph Ryan, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Cause of the South, from Sentinel Songs. The fallen cause still waits, its bard has not come yet. His song through one of tomorrow's gates shall shine, but never set. But when he comes, he'll sweep a harp with tears all stringed, and the very notes he strikes will weep as they come from his hand woe-winged. Ah, grand shall be his strain, and his songs shall fill all climes, and the rebels shall rise and march again down the lines of his glorious rhymes, and through his verse shall gleam the swords that flashed in vain, and the men who wore the grey shall seem to be marshalling again. But hush! Between his words peer faces sad and pale, and you hear the sound of broken chords beat through the poet's wail. Through his verse the orphan's cry, the terrible undertone, and the father's curse and the mother's sigh, and the desolate young wife's moan. I sing with a voice too low to be heard beyond today, in minor keys of my people's woe, and my songs pass away. Tomorrow hears them not, tomorrow belongs to fame. My songs, like the birds, will be forgot, and forgotten shall be my name. And yet, who knows, betimes the grandest songs depart, while the gentle, humble, and low-toned rhymes will echo from heart to heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sentinel Songs by Abram Joseph Ryan. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Sentinel Songs. When falls the soldier brave dead at the feet of wrong, the poet sings and guards his grave with sentinels of song. Songs march, he gives command, keep faithful watch and true, the living and dead of the conquered land have now no guard save you. Grave ballads mark ye well, thrice holy is your trust. Go, halt, by the fields where warriors fell, rest arms and guard their dust. List songs, your watch is long, the soldier's guard was brief. While right is right and wrong is wrong, ye may not seek relief. Go, wearing the grey of grief. Go, watch o'er the dead in grey. Go guard the private and guard the chief, and sentinel their clay. And the songs in stately rhyme, and with softly sounding tread, go forth to watch for a time where sleep the deathless dead. And the songs like funeral dirge, in music soft and low, sing round the graves while hot tears surge from hearts that are homes of woe. What though no sculptured shaft immortalize each brave? What though no monument epitaph be built above each grave? When marble wears away and monuments are dust, the songs that guard our soldiers' clay will still fulfill their trust. With lifted head and steady tread, like stars that guard the skies, go watch each bed where rest the dead, brave songs with sleepless eyes. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ode by Henry Timrod. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Adrian Stevens. Ode, sung on the occasion of decorating the graves of the Confederate dead at Magnolia Cemetery, Charleston, South Carolina. Sweet sleeply in your humble graves, sleep, martyrs of a fallen cause, though yet no marble column craves the pilgrim here to pause. In seeds of laurel in the earth the blossom of your fame is blown, and somewhere waiting for its birth the shaft is in the stone. Meanwhile, behalf the tardy years which keep in trust your storied tombs, behold, your sisters bring their tears and these memorial blooms. Small tributes, but your shades will smile more proudly on these wreaths today than when some cannon-moulded pile shall overlook this bay. Stoop, angels, hither from the skies. There is no holier spot of ground than where defeated valour lies, by morning beauty crowned. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Blue and the Grey by Francis Miles Finch. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Blue and the Gray. The women of Columbus, Mississippi, strewed flowers alike on the graves of the Confederate and the national soldiers. By the flow of the inland river, whence the fleets of iron have fled, where the blades of the grave grass quiver, asleep are the ranks of the dead. Under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, under the one the blue, under the other the gray. These in the robing of glory, those in the gloom of defeat, all with the battle blood gory, in the dusk of eternity meet. Under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, under the laurel the blue, under the willow the gray. From the silence of sorrowful hours, the desolate mourners go, lovingly laden with flowers, alike for the friend and the foe. Under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, under the roses the blue, under the lilies the gray. So with an equal splendor the morning sun rays fall, with a touch impartially tender on the blossoms blooming for all. Under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, broidered with gold the blue, mellowed with gold the gray. So when the summer calleth on forest and field of grain, with an equal murmur falleth the cooling drip of the rain. Under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, wet with the rain the blue, wet with the rain the gray. Sadly, but not with upbraiding, the generous deed was done. In the storm of the years that are fading, no braver battle was won. Under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, under the blossoms the blue, under the garlands the gray. No more shall the war cry sever, or the winding rivers be red. They banish our anger forever, when they laurel the graves of our dead. Under the sod and the dew, waiting the judgment day, love and tears for the blue, tears and love for the gray. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Centennial Hymn, 1876, by John Greenleaf Whittier, from the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2, read for LibriVox.org by Craig Franklin. Centennial Hymn, 1876. Our Father's God, from out whose hand the centuries fall like grains of sand, we meet today united free, and loyal to our land and thee, to thank thee for the era done, and trust thee for the opening one. Here where of old by thy design the fathers spake that word of thine, whose echo is the glad refrain of rended bolt and falling chain, to grace our festal time from all the zones of earth our guests we call. Be with us while the new world greets the old world, thronging all its streets, unveiling all the triumphs won by art or toil beneath the sun, and unto common good ordain this rivalship of hand and brain. Thou who hast here in concord furled the war flags of a gathered world, beneath our western skies fulfill the Orient's mission of goodwill, and freighted with love's golden fleece, send back its Argonauts of peace. For art and labour met in truce, for beauty made the bride of use, we thank thee, but with all we crave, the austere virtues strong to save, the honour proof to place or gold, the manhood never bought nor sold. O make thou us, through centuries long, in peace secure, in justice strong, around our gift of freedom draw the safeguards of thy righteous law, and cast in some diviner mould, let the new cycle shame the old. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hymn of the West, World's Fair, St. Louis, 1904, by Edmund Clarence Stedman. From the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2. Read for LibriVox.org, by Thomas Peter. Hymn of the West, World's Fair, St. Louis, 1904. O thou, whose glorious orbs on high engird the earth with splendor round, from out thy secret place draw nigh the courts and temples of this ground. Eternal light, fill with thy might these domes that in thy purpose grew, and lift a nation's heart anew. Illumine thou each pathway here, to show the marvels God hath wrought, since first thy people's chief and seer looked up with that prophetic thought, bade time unroll the fateful scroll, and empire unto freedom gave, from cloudland height to tropic wave. Poured through the gateways of the north, thy mighty rivers join their tide, and on the wings of morn sent forth their mists the far-off peaks divide. By thee unsealed, the mountains yield ores that the wealth of Ophir shame, and gems enwrought of seven-hued flame. Lo, through what years the soil hath lain, at thine own time to give increase, the greater and the lesser grain, the ripening bowl, the myriad fleece. Thy creatures graze appointed ways, league after league across the land, the ceaseless herds obey thy hand. Thou, whose high archways shine most clear above the plenteous western plain, thine ancient tribes from round the sphere to breathe its quickening air are fain. And smiles the sun to see made one their brood throughout earth's greenest space, land of the new and lordlier race. Footnote: the foregoing was the official hymn of the Louisiana Purchase Exposition at St. Louis in 1904. It was written upon invitation of the exposition authorities, and was sung at the opening of the fair by a chorus of 500 voices, to music written for it, also upon official invitation, by Professor John K. Payne of Harvard University. It fitly concludes the poems of peace in this volume of National Spirit. End of footnote. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of the World's Best Poetry, Volume 8, National Spirit, Part 2.